button. Hey now! It's your boy PC Sitch here with another Wednesday stream with everyone's favorite irrational artist with a pad in every room on on every desk.
It's called a
Adam
tablet,
Friended.
okay?
Oh,
We don't.
was I
Yeah,
implying something?
we don't.
Anyway,
We don't. Look, we don't have
yeah.
pads in every room, okay?
Okay. A tablet, excuse me. I don't know your art speak. We're joined by a very special guest today, Chaeiry.
What's
Hello.
up, Cherry?
Hello. Thank you for having me.
So the stream actually, before the stream, we actually had some very contentious conversation. Turns out Chaeiry is declaring her A-team status before the conversation even started.
Well, I don't think
Oh,
she went that far, but she did. She did say I was cooler than you, so that
oh,
was nice.
jeez. So hurtful.
So we did a stream. Do you want to tell us what happened, Cherry, from your perspective? I think we did a stream and the wage gap came up, and you said, "Oh,
Yeah.
we're getting the wage gap wrong," or something like that.
Yeah, I think so Pearl basically said on the panel that the wage gap is a myth. Um, and I don't know if you caught it later on where she like clarified that it's just like more nuanced. And
Mhm.
the fact that most people don't understand it's nuanced is why she just says it's like a myth and gets away with it. But I think you guys also doubled down in saying like, yeah, it is a myth. And anybody who says that there's a wage gap is just like they're oblivious and you understand that they don't know what they're talking about.
Aha! You're exactly right. You are
I think I
correct.
said if you believe in the wage gap that you're evil and that you're actually a feminazi, but no, I think
Mhm.
so there could be some miscommunication on definitions here because
Okay.
this could be me and Adam not speaking exactly clearly. When I hear someone say the wage gap, and when I say that there is no wage gap, what I mean is that there's no gap in wages between men and women based in sexism. Like that the boss is somewhere saying, "Oh, I'm not going to pay this woman the same as a man because, she's a woman." That there obviously is a gap in pay that you can see, but I think it's based on, physical non-sexist reasons.
Well, you would still call them sexist reasons if we're like raising like boys and girls to believe that they can only achieve like different goals, right? When
Well, if
we're
that
like,
was the reason, yeah, sure.
well, I'm pretty sure that that's part of the reason why women will accept a lower offer for initial
Well,
pay in some of these high skill jobs. Okay.
we're kind of let's lay out. Can you just lay out your
Mhm.
understanding of the wage gap before we just
Okay.
get in, just so we have like the broad
The
strokes of what
thesis
the
statement,
yeah,
yes.
exactly.
Okay. And this is just my understanding of it is that there is a difference in pay between men and women
Hmm.
in different areas. So, first of all, the job that people want most women to do and to admire and feel is their purpose is raising children that they get zero pay for. Um, and then there are jobs that women wish to aspire to. And that like higher paying jobs, higher skilled jobs. And in those jobs, they generally will accept lower pay than men do, and they will go for raises and promotions at lesser rates than men do, despite being more qualified than men in those comparisons.
Why do you think that is, though?
I think it is a lack of self confidence because
Mhm.
of the way that we've raised women or young girls. And I don't think that we raise them today in this way. But if we're looking at women who are currently in the workforce, who are currently going for these jobs, and we want to look at their pay and we want to see the comparison, I think it's still important to point out where they are not actually like meeting up to equality so that like women who are coming up understand, hey, this you were raised to believe in equal, but your aunt, your mother, the people that you're seeing in the workforce now, you can ask for higher. You should go for more raises because they're not at the point of equal yet. But you should be, hopefully. Like I think that's where
Mhm.
we're going towards.
So you're saying men and women will do the exact same job, and women will do it for less, and men will get paid more because
Because of
they're better
social
negotiators.
conditioning, essentially.
Because they believe that they're supposed to be there, whereas women are appreciating the fact that they're there. Does that
Uh,
make sense?
well,
It's a
I
privilege for a woman to be in the workplace is what
I,
you're sort of like.
I
That's how
don't
they
Yeah.
know.
describe it. Yeah.
I don't
So
know
it's
that I
like,
agree with this, to be honest with you, because
okay.
I think they've done studies on this where if it's the same job, women are in fact making the same amount of money. Oh, in aggregate
Mhm.
or overall or generally or however you want to put it. The discrepancy comes into play in like the amount of hours worked and stuff like that. So it's really like an earnings gap. So they'll be
So
making the
the
same
mhm.
hourly wage, but the women will work less hours and therefore make less money doing the same job.
So I think that is very common in like law firms, and I believe also in tech jobs, the working more hours.
Right.
Uh, but when it comes to like base pay and then pushing for promotions, these are these aren't in all industries. They're predominantly like in high skill like STEM jobs that that
Mm-hmm.
like there this difference is noticed. And it is
Mhm.
accounted for being like for self-esteem, or not self-esteem, self-confidence, in
Right.
like pushing for more or thinking that you can negotiate for more.
Yeah. So the two studies you sent me, Adam, Cherry, you sent those to Adam, the
Mm-hmm.
confidence and the wage gap. Okay. So going back to what you said originally, like I mean, obviously there was a time period where women were taught, what you were saying, to not, not be in the workplace, to kind of be deferential to men. I know that my mom, who was born in like the 60s, she was a tomboy. My grandparents were very, quote unquote traditional with a lot of gender roles and stuff like that. Um, Now obviously that's changed, as you said, over the time. I don't know when, like, what's the tipping point? Because like it's hard for me to think that in like the year 2000, so like 23 years ago, most, young women were kind of growing up with this sort of sexist traditional gender role mentality. I'm sure some
Mm-hmm.
of it still existed in like the 80s, but I think it was kind of 80s and 90s, it was sort of passing away from that point. And with the studies that you sent that I looked at were very interesting, and they talked about how they were sort of controlling for these were entry level positions. They're comparing men and women in entry level positions. So this would be controlling for, when women have children, obviously that has a huge impact on their earnings going forward. Um, and they were saying that it was mostly, under their assessment, it was mostly an issue of confidence, where men would approach these job interviews, they'd be very confident, they would ask for more money, they would also be more likely to try to negotiate for a higher salary, even if the position said that the salary wasn't negotiable, or women would
Mm-hmm.
only negotiate if it said it was negotiable from the beginning. And I think that's all true, but I guess the difference, probably in my opinion, here is that I think that that's mostly a biological reality of just that testosterone is highly linked to assertiveness and confidence. And if men on average have higher levels of testosterone, they're going to be on average more assertive, more confident than women. And thus they're going to go into these positions and kind of advocate for themselves stronger. So I think it's more that than the social conditioning aspect of it.
Um, I would have to really think about that and look into what testosterone does. Um, because I'm not sure. There's always the argument about nature versus nurture when it comes
Right.
to how men and women behave and act. And I think we used to believe that like school and learning was something that men were just better at women than like at
Hmm.
until we started really pushing for women to go to school, and then they started getting better grades and achieving more than men. And we realized, oh, okay, this isn't inherent. This isn't nature. I think if we nurture and we allow people to go down these paths, actually women will do just as well, if not better.
Yeah, but isn't
So
that
I'm not
nature just in
completely.
reverse though? If women are doing better?
Um, so you're saying, are you
It
saying
I'm
depends
then we're
upon what they do better
nurturing?
in.
So
I'm saying
so
that when women
beforehand,
were
it would be that we were nurturing men to be better at school, and
no,
that's
no,
why
no.
they were good.
Beforehand, men, well, I guess it would be somewhat nurturing. It was men were
Yeah.
really only able to access certain higher levels of education, or even education in general. And obviously society was very pushing women to kind of, yeah, you're going to go to school, but you're going to be like a housewife, right? But
Hmm.
then when that kind of attitude changes and it's more like, oh no, women, you're going to get a job and compete in the marketplace just like men. And all of a sudden, women are, getting into med school and law school at much higher rates than men are, assuming that they're not for sexist reasons or whatever. And if women are doing much better in school than men are, that would, to my mind, say, well, there's something biologically different about the way women process information that's just making them better at that kind of education.
Well, and if you look at the
So,
fields that they go into, I mean, nursing, medicine, all of these are fields that are more geared towards people and like
caregiving,
nurturing.
yeah.
Yeah,
Mhm.
Right.
exactly. Which
Yeah,
they're, I
so
mean, the medical industry is basically just turning into a matriarchy. It really is.
yeah, I mean, I don't disagree that it's probably satisfying, or it feels fulfilling maybe for women to do caregiving jobs. That's why I don't like prescribe that every woman should want to become like a scientist or something like that. Uh, but I don't think all women want to be caregivers. I don't think all women want to be mothers. So like
Hmm.
when I think about feminism and I think about
It,
equal opportunity for both genders, it's really being able to address different areas in which there is a discrepancy and like what is causing it.
it
So
does,
I think
Right.
for, oh,
it,
okay, go
it
ahead.
doesn't, it doesn't have to be all women. It just has to be more women than men. That's like the much lower bar for any of these.
What do you
Well,
mean?
it just needs more women than men need to be interested in the healthcare profession than to create the sort of environment for women to start dominating those fields. Like more men have to be interested in programming than women for men to start dominating those fields. It's not all men are interested in programming or all women are interested in caregiving. It's in relation to one another.
Okay, I think I'm
So,
a little lost now.
well, I'm just saying it's not a. I mean, it's not a socializing type thing, and I think we probably have a difference of opinion
Oh, well, the
on.
socializing type thing is like when, uh, okay, so it's a little outdated, but like,
Mhm,
when you hand your daughter a Barbie doll, but you hand your son a truck,
mhm.
Hmm.
but they switch, and then you make it a big deal to your daughter the fact that she's using a truck or something, or you make it a big deal to your daughter the fact that she's doing really good in math, and you make it seem like, oh wow, most girls don't do math, this is
Right.
really unique. And all of a sudden she has it in her mind, not that like I'm really good at math, but I'm one off. It's not the norm for women to be good at math. And so when she gets in these fields, she's probably used to the idea that she's not really supposed to be here. She's an outlier. And so she's just appreciative in being in this area. Whereas men, when they're good at math, like you're supposed to be good at math. Yeah, you're supposed to get good grades. Yeah. So then when they go into these industries, they know they're supposed to be there. And so they push for more in those areas. Whereas women are just like, the women in there now are just appreciative for having made it past the barrier. And I
Hmm.
think we want to get to a place where it's like not shocking.
Right. Yeah, I mean, I think that happens to an extent. I don't know if it's like, I don't know how we would measure that.
Yeah, I don't know either.
Possibly. Right.
I think
But
that's why in that study, it's like, who can really gauge that self-confidence is the reason why it's not happening. But
right, right.
but trying to think about it and think about how we socialize each other from a young age, like I can understand if it's just sort of making young girls feel like, oh wow, you're one in a million
Hmm.
because you can do long division. Like,
Right. I mean, I'm all for like society should be heading in the direction where we say, your gender doesn't really matter in terms of what you want to do in life. You can
mhm.
pursue any
Yeah.
career, any interest, regardless of your sex or gender or whatever. I mean, I'm 100% in favor of that. But I think part of the way these cultural ideas manifest, sort of like, oh, boys are good at math, give the boy a truck, give the girl a doll. I mean, I don't think that like someone somewhere, hundreds, if not thousands of years ago, just made a decision kind of arbitrarily to create this gender line. I think the way these cultures manifest is sort of people just notice that on average, men and women would on average gravitate towards certain things and like certain things. And then that would kind of solidify the idea that like, well, if you go against the norm, you're like a weirdo. So it's kind of like
Mhm.
this weird balance where you have to figure out like, well, even if we did live in a magical, completely gender equal society where there were no uh, biases on gender whatsoever, I still think there would be some pretty significant gender differences in terms of the kinds of jobs men and women would do, in terms of maybe even sorts of the kind of pay that men and women would do for some kind of jobs. Just because I think the biology plays a significant factor in a lot of this.
Yeah, I'm not completely sure if these norms came from just like, well, obviously over time people noticed that men were good at this and women were good at this, so that's where we were sticking to. And like, I don't know if it all came from a good place because, like, I mean,
Well, I'm not
centuries
saying it came from
ago,
a good place. I just think that these things
yeah.
kind of emerge naturally over time. Like it wasn't like someone, like a king didn't just on fiat say, boys get to play with trucks and girls get to play with dolls.
Do you know about the experiments that they've done with lower primates where they give the I don't know exactly if it's like monkeys or chimpanzees, like it might
They've
be
done it with
both.
a bunch of different types of primates.
Right. So they give them an option to use to play with a doll or a truck, and the male monkeys play with the trucks, and the female monkeys play with the dolls, and they are basically simulating. The females are simulating parenting, uh, raising young, doing all the kinds of things they're going to do. So if those gender norms exist in primates, it's probably a big clue that they're not socially constructed.
We're not purely socially constructed.
Well, yeah, not in the way humans would
Right.
socially construct something. Hey, what is where are you? Where did you get this idea, like this belief that you hold, Cherry? Where's
What do you mean where?
was I mean, obviously this is. Did you read this in a book? Did you learn it in school?
But
Did
which
Well,
you
idea are
I
you
just
talking
pick
linked
it
about
up
you.
specifically?
online? I mean,
Wait, what kind of question is this?
it's a question of the belief
Well, wait,
formation.
which idea are you talking about specifically, Adam, that
Just
you're asking about?
Yeah,
well that
the idea that
the idea
women are.
specific no the idea specifically that uh, culture creates that it's more influenced by culture than nature. That it's more influenced by nurture than nature. That the reason why women are not going into certain fields is because of they don't feel welcome.
Well, I wouldn't say it's the reason why they're not going into certain fields. It's
Hmm.
the reason why they're not excelling in certain fields. And it's only part of the reason why they're not excelling, right? I'm not
Hmm.
saying this has made women not accept the base pay, or this has made women never go for promotions or raises. They just do it slower than, especially compared to men that they are more qualified than. There's other things that hold them back, like um, not being in like the rooms that they need to be to rub elbows and get promotions, right? We understand that uh, in like high levels of employment, it's like locker room, the whole locker room talk thing. That's also where like the fraternizing happens. That's also where good relationships are made, and those things influence promotions. And those are rooms that generally women are not wanted in because they're either viewed, unfortunately, like through like a misogynistic lens. Like, oh, if we invite the woman to the boys club, this is like a threat to it. Or um other reasons. Married men don't want to be
Women are a
alone with
drag.
women. Like Mike Pence would never go out to dinner alone with a woman, but he would with men. And so someone like Mike
Well,
Pence would
that's a response
absolutely
to me
promote
too, though.
men over women.
That's
That
a
yes,
giant response to
that's
me too, though.
yeah,
That
and
wasn't
that's
always the
misogyn
case.
and that's misogynistic. That because this movement of people pushing for something positive, and of course it's going to get abused by some and used
Hmm.
appropriately by others and fear mongered by many. Because this movement even happens, we've justified
But
even more so than before keeping women out of these rooms.
well, I'm just saying that it's a very recent development. Obviously, women were not kept out of the room
I mean, they
until
were
Me Too
before
became
because,
a
but these
potential
women
liability.
But these women are in these industries reporting needing Me Too because they couldn't be in these rooms without like giving blowjobs and shit.
Hmm.
And then people kicked out of industries for not giving blowjobs, for not being receptive to these advances. Because as a woman, you're not always taken seriously in your career, and sometimes are just viewed through like a pretty misogynistic lens. And this is also what keeps them back in these professional careers.
Yeah, I mean, I've definitely
But
heard.
mhm.
Oh, well, I've definitely heard that from multiple people from their own personal experiences, both men and women, talking about how they've worked at jobs where there were definitely like, leadership position males who were in their 50s or 60s who definitely had a kind of a boys' club mentality, and some of it was seemed to be, sexism. Some of it just seems to be that when you rub elbows with a lot of these kind of like upper level, upper crusty kind of people, they want to talk about whatever dumb interests they want to talk about, and it's like sports or quote unquote typical masculine, boring normie shit that they want to talk about, and so there's some of that going on there too. Um, so I think that, I mean, that definitely happens and definitely happened a lot in the past. But from a lot of the numbers that I've seen and a lot of the data that I've seen, it seems like when you're talking about like the average earnings for women, maybe it's different for like high level CEOs or something, but for the average earnings of women, it seems like the earnings are pretty similar until the woman has a child. So I don't know how much of that kind of boys club mentality is influencing the work culture right now, especially right in the last couple of years, which obviously we're in a very different world where it seems like a lot of the big corporations and companies are just doing everything they can to try to fill roles with, women and minorities, and they're trying to like go out of the way to get things to get people like that.
Well, okay, so I think when you look at like um average income salaries, those wages,
Hmm.
they aren't usually negotiated. They're like nursing, teaching, these are set wages set by
Right,
like a union. So you're never going to see discrepancies there.
right,
Um, you would more so look towards like promotions and stuff like that. But even like with teaching, that's just tenure. That's just
right. Just based
time
on
in the
time, right?
industry.
Yeah.
So it's really so looking at the majority situation when we understand the majority of employment for women is going to be in these industries, it's not very fair, which is why I tried to focus on the high earning, the high skill uh,
Hmm.
jobs, because that's where we see that women actually excel and they're actually overqualified, but they're not getting the equal pay and they're not going for equal opportunities. And some of them is really easy to understand, and it feels like it should be a really easy, solid conversation to have with like pretty simple corrections. And there's too much filigree, there's too much oppression Olympics that happens that clouds all of it. And it's really unfortunate.
So did you just say that it's the pay is fair in certain jobs like teaching and certain like low
Well, I don't
level
know if it's
low
fair, but it's set, right? These
so
are like
but
the
you're
unions
right.
negotiate these prices.
It's fair between the sexes, between men and women. Like
I believe so.
a third grade teacher is making the same amount of money
Well, you
whether
don't
they're
have to
a
advocate for
man or a woman.
yourself so much in these positions because it's just based on time and things of that nature.
You can't. I think when
Yeah.
it comes to union negotiated salaries, that's a whole different conversation.
Right,
Well,
right.
yeah, and these companies are incentivized too. You know, they don't want a lawsuit. It's not worth it to pay people in the same position different based on their sex and worry about some sort of lawsuit coming out of it. I mean, there's been a number of lawsuits. I think Lily Ledbetter is the famous one where the woman was making considerably less than a man doing the same exact job, and she got like some giant settlement to discourage
Hmm.
that kind of stuff from happening. So,
Well, I guess so. I mean, part of the difficulty here would be, you know, trying to like we're both trying to figure, or all of us trying to figure out like what is causing, if the, I mean, assuming there's a discrepancy, what is causing the discrepancy? Is it that in certain high level positions, or are you saying that it's that women are not advocating for themselves because they're taught not to, or are you saying that it's the people in making the hiring decisions or the raise decisions are being sexist, or is it a combination too?
Um, I would say it's a combination of the two
Hmm.
in like different ways, right? Obviously, you've got women who are qualified that don't have the confidence or don't know that they can ask for more. So here they are, more qualified than men, getting less pay for being a more valuable employee, right? That's unfortunate. That should be a tragedy for most people, but I don't think most will even see it that way. And is that on the employer to pay the woman more because they understand the value of her is higher? It's not necessarily on them. Um, but then you have the other issue, which is like your employer, your boss, your CEO or something. You don't have the same opportunity to um, is fraternize the good like a good word here. You don't have the same opportunity to rub elbows and make a personable impression with them, which does it hurts you
Hmm.
in the promoting race. And that is for women who are pushing for those jobs, for those promotions, which if you think about it in these situations means that this woman is just she's overcome so much more in like how she was socialized or how she's like gotten to that career for her to even push equally compared to a man at that time in her career in this age, like holy shit, she's probably overqualified than him, but there's stupid things holding her back.
Well, I mean, obviously assuming that we're talking about a situation where the woman is more overqualified.
Yeah,
I
I'm
think,
only talking about those
right,
situations.
right, right, right. Um,
um
but
but then
I mean, the second thing you said was kind of interesting because I think part of the issue there is that there's always going to be a different social dynamic and how men and women interact with each other, even non-romantically, how they interact with each other versus how men and men interact and women interact with each other. I always think there's going to be some kind of different social dynamics at play here. And if
yeah,
we, since we're coming from a system where obviously, sexism did exist, that means that there's going to be far more men who are in those positions because they were in there for years, currently. And so they're going to have this kind of weird social, dynamic where women are kind of trying to suck up the men or trying to play the political game that exists in whatever their work culture is, where you're going to have, I would wage, the same, problem in reverse, a couple, years, maybe a decade from now, where there's going to be a lot of women bosses and men are going to try to suck up to them, and it's just going to be kind of weird and different. Everyone's just going to have to try to figure out how to play this game in that the capacity. But I mean, I think the
mm-hmm.
difficulty is trying to figure out what is the cause of it. How do we determine, is it sexism? Is it society teaching girls to be a specific way? Or is it just that there is an inherent difference sort of in the way that the average man, the average woman behave that is based in their sex?
Well, I'm reserved on it's being misogyn well, not necessarily misogyny, but it's sexist in the way that we raise our kids
You could say misogyny, I won't get
to
straight.
have to have a daughter and a son and to
Uh-huh.
expect of the son in school and be surprised of the daughter in school. I would just like we can't assume that's the case for everyone, but if that is what is happening in front of you, I think that's sexist.
Yeah, but do
Um,
you think that, I mean, I don't think that's really going on anywhere real, like not, I mean, I'm sure it happens, but I don't think it's happening in the majority of the cases in America anymore.
well, that's the thing. So I'm not saying it's happening anymore. I think,
Right.
I mean, it's probably going to happen with some people, right?
Sure, sure.
There's still very traditional families, but for your progressive households, and I think there's plenty of progressive households, like it's probably not going to be as big of an issue as when like I was a child.
Hmm.
Um,
Were your parents
but
like that with
that's the,
you?
yeah, yeah,
Really? Wow. That sucks.
absolutely.
That
I,
sucks.
yeah, I skipped kindergarten and they
Hmm.
made it seem like it was um, the biggest deal in the world because I could spell red like when I was a kid
Well, but was
before
that because you were a
other
girl, or is
kids
that
could.
just because, I mean, I didn't skip kindergarten, so I guess just smarter than me.
No, I was always told I was smart for being my age and also
Hmm.
compared to my brother who was and still is not smart to put it
Wow.
kindly.
How's
Um,
how's that not
what?
Miss
No, but
Sanders right there?
what I'm asking, like, did your parents be like, "Oh, you're so much
I'm a
smarter
little
than your
misandrous to my
male
brother.
brother," or are they just like, "Well, you're smarter than your brother"? Like, was there a gendered aspect to what they were saying? Do you?
No, it was just I don't think there was necessarily a gendered aspect.
Hmm.
Um, he was just in my face all the time.
Yeah, but like, why? Like, what was making it in your face, I guess, or what do you think was
Um,
making it in your face?
I'm not quite sure.
Hmm.
But then again, I'm not somebody who went into like a high skilled job. I didn't pursue any STEM career after college. Um, most of these,
How dare you?
how dare I? What a
Was
waste of
it because
talent
you
to become an artist.
was it
Oh,
because
your
you didn't
parents are
feel
like,
welcome
no.
or
Was it because I didn't feel welcome? No, I have many other personal reasons why I didn't ever go into it 9 to 5.
right?
It just would never work for the type of
Hmm.
person I am.
Right.
You have a certain interest.
I have a certain interest to live
Right.
like a free bird. Yeah.
You weren't denied your interest. You basically went into the field that you had an interest in going into, correct?
Yeah.
Okay.
There you go. We've proven sexism is over.
Oh my
Yeah.
God. And in this job, I have to
Mhm.
I have a double A cup, okay? And it's
Mhm.
expected for me to have tits in people's faces if I want to be like a successful streamer. I
Mhm.
have
Mhm.
my own hurdles to overcome that are still very much sexist.
Mhm.
I still get applauded for being a woman and having the correct answer. And I get reprimanded more than most for being a woman and being blunt, being mean, being
Mm.
harsh, when literally every man that is a political fucking streamer does the same.
Well, what like when you say the correct answer, what is that? What do you mean the correct answer?
So I've had people who agree with me, but they don't
Hmm.
like the way that I've delivered it, and so they reject me. They
Okay, like
criticize
what's
me.
a issue? Like I can't really conceptualize this.
Um, what's an issue?
Yeah, like
Streamers
example or something.
streamer is probably the job where there is the most sexual dimorphism in the job. Uh, I don't. There's so many jobs. You know, school teacher. I don't think really matters if you're male or female. But I mean, obviously, influencer or entertainer.
Hmm.
Of course,
Mm-hmm.
it's like a giant thing whether you're male or female. But that's a product of the audience. What the audience,
Yeah, that's
desires
true,
from the
but
entertainer.
that's true, but that doesn't necessitate that like someone should hold someone's gender against them,
Well,
which was the
yeah,
claim, right?
It's not
obviously
that it's
not.
held
But
against me, but it's
Hmm.
there is this idea in the back of your mind or in the back of some people's mind that because I'm a woman, I'm supposed to say everything with a soft blow and kisses. I'm supposed to be very warm and I'm supposed to be caring for other people's emotions. Like if I get, I don't know, in a debate randomly trauma dumped, I'm supposed to be nurturing in that moment because I'm a woman. And if I'm
Are you
anything but
referencing
that,
someone specifically?
to,
you know, if I'm anything but that,
look,
I am
Yeah.
instantly a cunt.
Mm,
Regardless if there
right.
is a man right next to me making a worse inflammatory joke, I am the cunt. I am the one who will feel the brunt of that.
I mean, our audience is constantly going off on me for being too mean to people. So I definitely
No, we all get it, and I completely understand when people are
right.
Hmm.
not receptive to me. It's just
I mean, we had a
it
Well,
streamer
it
on like
blares.
6 months
It
ago. People
blares
are still begging
when
me to apologize to. So I'm like, I don't think this is like a gendered thing.
Oh, absolutely. Okay, we're going to bring up the specifics because you guys did watch the debate with Connor. You did
Right.
yes.
see his trauma dump essentially,
Hmm.
and you saw my reaction, and then you saw Supreme's reaction, and you saw only me get yelled at.
But I thought you got the better end of that exchange, obviously,
Oh,
in the
what? No,
long run. So
whether I win or not, like with him, or I mean, it's winning is stupid, but
well,
whether
winning
or
with the
not I come
audience.
out,
Yeah,
no,
it is. It's
the audience
all
don't
of
like
these.
him, but they also don't like me. You have to understand that the person who wins in that exchange is Steven because he was because everyone else was messy but him. So he seemed like the reasonable one.
Right.
Um and then you have like Ruminate who makes a note like, well, I think we were gonna have Connor make a concession until Chaeiry said something. Like I did not win in that exchange. I probably got the brunt of everyone's frustration. Everyone gets to feel bad for Connor because I was cruel. Wicked Supreme gets away with making a
Wicked
worse
Supreme
joke
was like
towards him.
way more cruel than you were
Yeah.
too.
And Connor had no problem with Supreme until I pointed out how ridiculous it was that that he has so much disdain for me, none for Supreme or Aaron. That is the type of shit that I'm going against. And to
Mhm.
think that like the politics audience thought that I was better off. They don't like him. His like claims were dumb. His belief was unfounded, but they absolutely don't like me.
Do you think because you're in a profession that is has a lot of, I mean, I really don't even know what to call it other than like sexual dimorphism. Like the job is very different for a man and a woman if you're a streamer or an entertainer. Do you think
Yeah.
that experience changes your perception of other jobs where it may not be as important? Gender may not
Um,
be a factor at all, even.
like for other jobs, it might
Yeah,
not be a
like
factor.
school teacher or accountant
Oh,
or
okay.
attorney.
So most of my like beliefs about like the workforce are, um, or like gender differences in pay and stuff like that. It doesn't have anything to do with this job. And it's mostly from like studies and stuff that links and shit that I ask friends to be able to qualify my beliefs because I mean, like everyone
I the
else.
check at Superman. I
Mhm.
asked you to do that a second ago, and everyone got pissed at me.
Oh, to do what?
Well, to qualify your beliefs. I mean, we're talking about epistemology. Like, why do you have this belief? I mean, I'm
Okay,
always
so yeah.
questioning why I have these beliefs. Why do
So
I
that's what I
believe
do.
this?
Everything starts with just like a feeling, right?
Sure.
Um every investigation, every hypothesis, right? You've just got
Right.
somewhere that you're starting. It just pops in your head. You have no
Sure.
evidence to
Yes.
prove it. So I take that belief and then I go to people that I think are smarter than me and should
Hmm.
know better than me. Because obviously I can Google, I can go on YouTube, I could try to find lectures and books that will support my feelings,
Right.
but I can't know what I don't know. I can't know the questions to ask that I don't need. I don't know that I need to ask. So I generally go to people who not necessarily think different than me, but just know better than me.
But they still could be
Um,
wrong. Obviously,
they
you would
yes, they
hope they're
still could
basing
be
their
wrong.
opinion on evidence and not just their gut
Yes,
intuition.
and that's why I demand like links, articles, studies, and all that shit.
Right.
The most frustrating thing about seeing that feminist panel was to see feminists who root their ideology of like gender equality in anti-capitalism, which
Yes.
doesn't
Totally.
make any sense.
Yeah.
Because what I know to be an issue, or what I believe to be an issue with like the high earning jobs for women, is something that capitalism is the reason why they've gotten there. And it's probably the reason why they'll get further. Because when you have these higher industries that do push for profit, they don't care about your religion, they don't care about the color of your skin or your race
Sex.
or your sex.
Yeah.
They want results. And if they find out, and if studies reveal that women will do better, you start putting women in these higher earning positions, they will hire women. Um,
Yeah.
it's so to see a panel of women who say they want equality, pushing for equity, like I don't know, this.
Well,
Well,
that's a
I
place we have a definite agreement. We talk about that on the
it's
show all the time,
yeah.
obviously. Yeah.
Well, I mean, I think the way, unfortunately, I think the way people generally work is that most people don't have principles they kind of stem their ideas from. They're very just team oriented. And right now the
Mhm.
teams, especially with a lot of, quote unquote woke issues, is that, wokeness, and I mean I define wokeness as basically inherently anti-liberal and pro-leftist, pro-socialist. Wokeness has kind of consumed all these issues. So it's like almost impossible to be a feminist or an advocate for racial equality or something on the left and not also get kind of consumed by the woke anti-capitalist ideology. And I don't think a lot of people on those panels, I don't think a lot of people in general really understand what wokeness is, what it's advocating for, how it's different from liberalism or any of
Mhm.
that stuff. So they kind of just parrot this, talking points that they've heard from other
Yeah.
people.
And as frustrating as it is to see that panel and to see them not put a single like lib feminist on there, um, coming up in Twitch politics, I'm not as annoyed to see women just get on a panel with like false confidence and beliefs that they are correct. with like zero evidence. You can't even qualify what the fuck it means to be oppressed today.
Hmm.
And you just resort to the fact that you have no legs. Like as annoying as that is, it's also nice to see women have this sort of like false sense of like grandiosity that men just always have. I've always been on a panel with a dumb fuck guy who thinks he knows what he's talking about.
Hmm.
So sometimes, as please get like better people on there that preach my ideas. Sometimes it's nice to see a woman kind of
Right.
just feel like they belong in that room.
Well, I think there's a selection bias, especially for
Totally.
streamers. There's going to be a heavy selection bias for just in general, regardless of sex, for people who think like who are very more egotistical or more confident in their beliefs, who are very outspoken and think, they know what is true. Because obviously,
Mhm.
in order to, turn on a camera or just a microphone and to tell the world that you're right is going to require you to be a little bit different than the average person. But then on top of that, I think there's even heavier selection bias because I think I think for male streamers, they kind of like required to have that quality almost, especially if it's a political one. Where I think if you're a female streamer, you're going to be selected for that, but I don't think it's necessarily as required because you got a lot of
Yeah,
simps
the
out there in the
bar.
political sphere. So,
This is the other thing that hurts women in these spaces or uh, in school, in like admitting people into school or admitting people into high skill jobs is just wanting women in there that you set the bar lower for women.
mhm.
And sometimes the bar that you set that's lower for women to enter, you also set the bar lower for what it takes for them to succeed. And so where men are like expected to do better, women are just sort of kept down here and just like patted on their head. Oh, good job. Don't worry. You're a woman and we understand it's going to be harder for you. And it's infantilizing and it's really defeating for some women who need that sort of like competitive aspect, who need that, the expectation of being
Mhm.
better to do better.
Well, I mean, do you think, because I mean, I believe that men on average, just because of biology, are more wired to compete than women are because the way I mean, we evolved. Evolution is a process that's literally all just only about, reproduction essentially. And if the human mating strategy at least appears to be that, men compete and then women choose, I mean, it seems to be pretty hardwired in kind of male female behavior.
Men compete and then men choose.
You
Has
think
been
men choose?
Yeah, I completely disagree with Jordan Peterson on this. It's ridiculous. It's so
Well,
Pollyanna
wait,
for
no,
him
I
to
think you
think
mean
this.
different things.
Okay.
So when
Excuse me.
when you say men choose, what you mean is men are choosing the hierarchical game in which they're competing in, right?
Men compete and then men choose. Men like most of our evolution was a bunch of guys going into the tribe next door, killing all the men and taking all the women. So if you think the women were doing the choosing there, I just like
I don't think that
Jordan
was
Peterson's out of his mind.
I don't think that's not true though. Because if that was true, then that would mean that humans would have evolved for polygamous relationships, which we've talked about at length. They haven't really evolved for polygamous relationships.
Look, most of the choosing was done by the fathers. You're going to marry that guy. Like the
Yeah, but
men were doing the
that's once
choosing.
you get land ownership into the
Okay,
equation,
well,
where you've
I
already
just the
thrown
idea.
off natural selection at
Every
that
time
point.
somebody says women do the choosing, I cringe. I completely cringe.
I think you're just interpreting. Okay, well, I disagree because I think I think you could have an argument where you say men choose the hierarchy.
In
What is
today's society,
valued? Wait. Let me finish. Let me finish. Let me
women
finish.
do the choosing
Let me finish.
because we've
Okay.
structured society that way.
Right, but okay, but first of all, that would point to it being natural, right?
No,
If
the
everyone
natural way is the stronger party
No, no, no,
chooses.
no, 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 no. If you have an even playing field where there's no force being pressed on either gender, okay,
Mhm.
and the genders act in a specific way, then that would imply that those specific ways they're acting are quote unquote natural because there's no external force pressuring them. Correct?
The what define natural?
Well, in accordance
There's
with
always
how
some
humans
external
evolved,
force.
well, yeah, in accordance to how humans evolved,
Okay.
right?
Okay, sure.
Okay, so but that's where the women choose thing comes from. As you said, you can make an argument where men can choose the hierarchical game in which they compete, and they maybe determine, what game they're playing to rise to the top of the hierarchy. But once that game is created, I think it's mostly women assuming we're not talking about violence, like
I am
people going
talking
over the
about
neighboring tribe
violence.
and kidnapping people. If we're talking about inter-tribe relationships, intercommunal relationships where things like that didn't happen, then it was generally the women
In
that
even
would choose who they wanted to mate with.
Look, even inside the tribe, generally it was arranged marriages. The parents were doing the deciding.
I don't know if that's true, but
Okay.
I guess we'd have to look that up.
Anyway, Cherry.
Anyway, but regardless, that
Cherry,
sidetrack.
do you think it's the men choosing or the women choosing? Obviously, you're going to all have to consult your gut intuition because we're not letting you phone a friend or Google it.
What do you mean phone a friend? Do you think that I'm phoning a friend this whole time? Is
No,
that what you
no.
meant by that question? Where do I
That was
get my
it.
opinions?
Yeah, Adam, jeez.
Well, you did say you like find someone that's smarter than you. That's literally what you said.
But isn't that what you do, Adam?
No, I find like to give
I
me
do research, but
resources for
yeah,
research that I don't know that I need to do. Like that's
Mm.
what any smart person would do.
sure, totally. But I usually what is your evidence for this is part of that, which I'm sure is part of what you're saying as well, Cherry. Like if you want
Okay.
to understand chemistry, you go to a chemist, right? And you're
Yeah.
assuming he's basing his information on evidence.
Why did you say
Yeah.
he?
Because
Oh,
obviously, if we're talking about
got him.
chemistry, women don't understand
Not a
Well,
good look,
covalent
Adam.
bonds. What's a
Not a good look.
What's a
God.
covalent bond, Cherry? Give me a. Which, do you
Do
know
I
what a
look like a
covalent bond
chemist?
is?
Adam
I'm
remembers
not
one
a I'm
thing
not
from
a
high school
he. You wouldn't
chemistry.
ask me.
What's the difference between an ionic bond and a covalent bond?
There
No,
you go.
never
But
mind.
okay, but okay, but let me ask Cherry. So do you think, regardless of, me and Adam quibbling about that,
Quibbling.
do you
What
think
does
that
that mean?
men on average are more competitive than women biologically? Or do you think it's all social?
I think it depends on what the competition is, right?
Hmm.
Because if you're thinking about keeping up with the Joneses, like housewives have been competitive with each other throughout
Sure.
time.
Yeah, I'm not saying women are not competitive, but I just think on average men are more competitive, more
But
aggressively competitive too.
I think you're thinking of something specific
Hmm.
when you're considering being competitive.
Well, I don't know if I am. Let me think. Um,
You don't. Women are
because like the keeping up
competitive,
with the
right?
Joneses thing, I mean, I think everyone competes for status, obviously.
Yeah.
I think they compete for status for
So
slightly
then
different
everyone's
reasons.
competitive.
Yeah, but I think men are more competitive. That's all I'm
They're
saying.
just competing in a different
Yeah, I think that
competition.
there's different ways in which we compete with each other. I don't think women are
Hmm.
necessarily less competitive.
Okay. I mean, I just disagree, I guess.
Something else that I wanted to bring up about that panel,
Hmm.
um, they made a note in the beginning to, or it was the beginning or it was the end. I think it was the end to talk about how diverse of a panel that they had.
Right.
And I fucking hate that. And I'm sick of diversity being just everyone looks so different
Right.
because half of the people, not half, a majority, I think 7 out of the 9 people on that panel all thought the same thing. They the number of people I saw turn around and really agree that the Just Pearls girl was ableist was ridiculous, absolutely ridiculous. That makes me know that you did not get a diverse panel. I don't care how many colors of the rainbow that they are. I don't
Hmm.
care if this person has no legs, this person has no ear. That was not diverse. That was it was actually really ridiculous because Pearl says plenty of things that are wrong. But the idea that we would take someone who says things that are wrong and then just for no reason, but the fact that we can't explain, or not we, person with no legs can't explain how she's oppressed as a woman, invokes her crippledness, and then everyone's like, yeah, you're ableist. Like, that's just ridiculous. And I don't know how to stop that culture in current time. That
How,
seems to be the trend.
Hmm.
how
Well, I
are
assume
how are
based on what you're
women
saying that
oppressed?
you're,
Yeah.
I'm
Oh,
assuming
I'm
based on
sorry,
what you're
what?
saying that you're like a liberal, or at least liberal minded, right?
Yeah,
Yeah. I mean,
I'm pro
mhm.
capitalist, but reformed capitalism. I
Right, of
still think it
course, of
needs to be
course.
regulated.
Not a neoliberal, yes. But that no, but that's exactly why. I mean, and I agree. That's why, because you're looking at this from the liberal's perspective of like, okay, your gender, your skin color, your body, like that's not really the diversity. It's your mind, your opinions. And
Yeah,
unfortunately, under like the leftist perspective, they don't. they don't look at people as individuals. You are some representative of your body type, of your class, of your race, and that's all they really care about,
Exactly.
diversity.
And they make it seem like they're very inclusive. Um,
It's the opposite, yeah.
because it's very much the opposite. You go into any of their spaces and they all think exactly the same. They're as much of bots as like any other
Yes.
knit type group, and they have zero tolerance of people different than them.
Hmm.
Um, it just for me, I don't understand, and I don't think I could ever exist in those bubbles, those spaces, as I have conservative family. I have family who is big Trump supporters, family who loathe the Democratic establishment, even though I'm very much pro the Democratic establishment. And
Hmm.
like that just it seems so intolerant to me in a way that they would hate. They would hate to be intolerant of other people. Um, but that's just what they preach. It's not how they act themselves.
Yeah, I mean that's the hypocrisy of a lot of the leftists. It's not like, when I back in the day before wokeness, when I would think of like, the far left, I'd think of, the hippie from the 60s who was like, peace and love to everyone. You'd be like, oh, well, even if you disagree with them, they're consistent. And nowadays it's just like that's all out the window. It's just all this very tribal
Yeah,
um, signifiers and
because
identities and
well,
political games.
nowadays, if it's peace and love to people who don't 100% support you, they're
Hmm.
basically going to genocide you.
Right.
So you
Yeah.
have to boycott them.
But we all have to boycott the new Harry Potter game. So
Hmm.
well, going back to what you said, you're talking about like after you're dust up with Connor, you're getting a lot of hate from Connor and I assume from Destiny's community or Destiny's
Um,
chat.
I mean, DGG, some people love me, some people are chill with me.
Hmm.
Some people don't agree with everything I've done. Um,
Well, where
I,
was the hate coming from, I guess, then?
the most hate that I've gotten on the internet are Mr. Girl fans. Um,
Oh, wow.
and it seems like
I
anytime I
can't
do
imagine
anything,
that.
Uh-huh.
I always get you you false me too'd somebody, you false sexually um you made false sexual harassment allegations, and I for just forever, I'm pretty sure they're never going to
Did you
like leave me
wait, did
alone.
you I don't know what the story is. You made a sexual assault allegation against somebody?
It would qualify as sexual harassment
Hmm.
allegation.
Oh, this was about Mr. Girl like standing up and showing his junk, right?
Oh, that was
Um,
you and Stardust, right?
Stardust is a different situation. She heard my situation
Showing his
and
crotch fro.
decided that it happened
Hmm.
to her in the past as well.
Hmm.
Um, for me, I was doing a co-stream with him, having a pretty contentious debate about consent.
Hmm.
There were a couple weird moments in the debate. Um, he very much was just like, I hate invoking the word, but he was just lying to me over and over in that debate.
Hmm.
Despite the fact that I was taking notes, reading back his quotes and all of that. And
Max
there was
lying? No.
there's a
No. I can't imagine such a thing.
yeah. And there was like an awkward moment in the middle where I asked him, like, why did you stand up? Why were your pants like low? Um, it was just, it felt off to me.
Hmm.
He made a joke about it in the time that, like, oh, I did it because I didn't know what to say. And like, as time sat, like, I think it just grew worse and worse. And then I went back and looked at it again. And when he did stand up, he put like my camera for like full face on the stream. Like, you couldn't see that he stood up or anything. All you could see was my fucking face. And so I just thought that he was fucking with me or something.
Well,
And
you mean like
everyone,
he turned off his camera and it switched to yours?
no, he took my camera and like stretched like you know how you can control alt and like make it bigger across OBS?
Right.
Like that's what he did. Um because like he has his setup
He
where like
he
this
used
picture is
her
tiny.
yeah, he used
Yeah.
her frame to cover up his
Because
because
his
he didn't
frame.
want
I
everyone
understand.
else to
Right.
see him standing up. Yeah,
Well,
exactly.
I'm trying to remember because I saw one of the clips. I don't know if it was the clip with
That the
you
one that
or
was
if it was the
blurred
clip
out,
with
that's
Stardust.
Stardust.
I don't
No,
know
there's
which
no
one it
clip.
was.
there's no clip of him standing up when it was my conversation with him.
Because you're the one that saw it.
I was the only one that saw it. He
Gotcha.
put
Okay.
himself off camera and covered it with my face. And so I
Right.
thought he was fucking with me. I thought he was like trying to get a rise out of me or get a reaction out of me, like for his chat or something. Like
Mm-hmm.
I think I was just like mind fucked that whole like after that conversation.
Because I
Which is
saw,
like mhm.
well, I was gonna say because I saw the Stardust clip, and in my opinion, that was like nothing. It was like a quarter of a second of someone standing up. But
Yeah, it didn't
yours was
happen.
like significantly different?
I
Was
wouldn't
he
even
not
say it
wearing
was
pants?
significantly different. No, he was
Mm-hmm.
wearing pants. He was wearing pants. I think I was just like pretty just not in a right mindset. And it's actually like super frustrating for me. So
Mm-hmm.
I like
You
obviously took it
retracted it
back.
though immediately.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I retracted
exactly.
it because I couldn't even
Justify it. Yeah.
I couldn't like prove anything. I don't have video of him doing it. I can't
Right.
say if it was like awkwardly low or if I was just being like hypersensitive in the moment.
Right. Right.
Um
Right.
and like he understood that what he said at that moment could make it seem like he was fucking with me, so I felt like he understood where it's coming from and I didn't really need to fight it too much. um and and uh, he went on to say like really weird shit, which like I asked like why did you take my camera to cover it, and he's like I just needed some alone time for myself. Like he can't stop being weird.
Right. Right.
But I do like I understand what I did was it sucks
Mm-hmm.
because when you can't prove anything, like it's just so shitty to say when something feels weird, when
Right.
something feels like you're getting fucked with. I can't prove it, and I think I will like just forever get dragged by people for it, regardless if I'm like continuously like hounding him or dragging him for it. Like I'm not. I took it
Mm-hmm.
back the next like I stayed up for I think 12 hours to get on call the next day and like talk it out and take it back and try not to do any like more harm to the situation. But yeah, his fans are fucking psycho.
And
Right.
it hasn't changed since he's basically been trying to Me Too Destiny for, 6
I
weeks now or whatever.
I ban. It gets quieter
Oh,
on my
okay.
Twitter feed because I ban now.
Mm-hmm. Well, at
Right.
least listen, like at least if you're gonna have a community that doesn't like you, at least it's Mr. Girl's community, right? Like if it's a
True.
choose, I mean, he's kind of not exactly the most stable individual. So
Well, I
Yeah.
don't think they like us because of me, but who
yeah,
cares?
you're kind of yelling at him a lot when we
Yeah.
talked.
We had
Oh, you
Mr.
guys had to talk too.
Yeah, we had him on and I
Well, talk is a
basically,
generous term.
yeah, I told him from the
What'd you do?
get-go. I told him from the get-go I didn't trust him. I didn't feel like he was an honest interlocutor. I didn't think anything he was saying was reputable or believable. So,
That wasn't I mean, you were raging. You're very emotional. You're very raging towards him from the
yeah.
beginning. Yeah.
Yeah.
Which yeah, but I'm trying to extract information. And you're like
Well,
like
no, I
stomping all over
look,
him like an elephant.
I know. Well, it was fun.
Like fun,
This is why I
sure,
was
I
saying,
guess.
listen, Cherry,
Hmm.
it's not a man woman thing. Like when you go off on somebody, everyone just I mean, you don't win those interactions. We all have to learn that.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah, you
And
got well.
also,
I just want to say real quick.
I don't think blaming
This
it on
was
sexism though is
this was
helpful for you or for anyone. Yeah.
this interaction we had with Max was pre him trying to Me Too Destiny. So
Yes,
there was
yeah.
still a lot of goodwill on his side. So when Adam was blowing up on him, a lot of people were
Right.
shitting on Adam for that.
Right. But I have
oh,
since been vindicated, and a lot of people messaged me after Max went
Right.
crazy and had the stream like, oh my God, Adam, you were totally right. He's not trustworthy. You were right
Hmm.
about everything you said. And I'm like, hell yeah. So
yeah.
sometimes you got to stick to your guns.
But what I will say, the whole it doesn't help to say it's sexism. It there's something that sometimes you need to do, I feel like, is to just like remind yourself that it's not you and it's nothing that you can help. And I feel like it does like that does help me sometimes, understanding that sometimes people are going to look at me worse because I'm a woman.
Hmm.
Unfortunately.
Do you subscribe to like cultural evolution or cultural psychology or even the dreaded term evolutionary psychology, which I hesitate even bringing up because we had not so erudite on, and this word triggers people so much that it's like they think all
I
of a
don't
sudden we
I
are
don't know what the
members.
word is.
Okay, so I guess a lot of people in the red pill community use the term evolutionary psychology, so it's kind of tainted it in certain online spheres. But when we're talking
Mhm.
about like the difference between men and women, and particularly like audience growing, like why do men want to watch certain people? Why do women want to watch certain people? I think a lot of that is explained through cultural evolution. People want to see successful people, acting in the world, so that they have a model that they can learn from, so that they can basically, mimic and perhaps gain the success that they are having. So, but
Mhm.
people do, they narrow down the models often by gender, age, and race, or ethnicity rather, because they figure those are limiting factors in the world. So if I want to learn to be successful, I should learn from somebody that has the same characteristics as me, because those characteristics might be a limiting factor in their success. But if they're doing these things and they share those characteristics, then I should be able to do those things and create that same kind of success. So, I mean, this factors into, why it's more difficult for women to build audiences in this kind of male dominated space. I mean, YouTube, obviously most of the audience is male. So, there, what is the audience necessarily looking for women? It's not like a man can, mimic you and gain some sort of success, because it's a completely different game for them.
Yeah. Yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah. But I don't think that's not necessarily the same in other
So,
fields like teaching, but these this psychology, this ancient programming. I mean, culture is designed to fight against this programming. That's the whole point of culture. Go ahead. What were you going to say?
mhm. I was gonna say, like that is a good thing to consider when I'm like looking at my live view
Hmm.
numbers or something like that, to see if I'm like um if I have a good enough following or anything or whatever. I don't think it really relates to content that is engaging with other people and stuff like that, because it's just being an entertainer. And I don't think people care too much if you look like them or if they can become you, when they're just trying to be entertained and just trying to um, find something that's amusing or fills up the time.
I mean, that's an interesting question, because I do think the reason why people like movies and books and stories is because they are constantly learning and looking for models in the world that they can emulate.
Okay,
So,
who is emulating Batman? Who's emulating
well,
the
Batman's like the
Gollum?
Batman is the perfect example, because Batman teaches uh
People to become rich orphans?
no, it
You
teaches
missed that
people
one.
it
You
teaches
missed
people
it.
respect for the law. Like we talked about this extensively, because I don't know if you saw the last Batman, but the last Batman is basically a battle between legality and having faith in the law and corruption. And ultimately, to get a society that adheres, you have to have a society that has respect for law and order. Like that's part of the problem in Russia and Ukraine, is they don't have a society that respects the law. They really need more Batman movies in Russia and Ukraine. Like they're idolizing the wrong people.
Well, I think it's also an element, like when you talk about like superheroes, I think there's a big element of wish fulfillment beyond like I can be this one. Because like obviously no one thinks they can be Batman or Superman, but they
Mhm.
They
wish they
can't
could
they
be
can't have
Batman or
the same
Superman.
moral fiber as Batman
Yeah, no,
easily. What are you
obviously
talking
they can't.
about?
Yeah, they can have the same morals,
You
right?
can't be
But they
Jesus either, but that's the
they
whole purpose of the
right, but they
Jesus
wish they could,
avatar.
enact justice against, who they view as the bad men's and the bad women's of the world. So,
Do you I mean, I'm sure you agree to some extent that people are
well,
looking for. This
I
is
mean, I
what
know
interests us about movies. We're
I
No,
think
yeah,
thinking,
yeah,
streamers
I
are a
agree.
little
That's
different
why
though.
that's why people pushed for representation in these areas.
yes, That's
Hmm.
why they
And not
do.
just
Yeah.
these areas, in all areas. They
They're like
want them
women should be able to
in
be Jedis
management.
too, right? What
They
the
want
hell?
representation in Congress, representation in all these committees and stuff like
Right.
that, because just having people like you be in these spaces helps. And if at the very least it it can prevent harm. Like, what is it? The software for facial recognition, right? It was created a room mostly full of white men, and they did not add enough black faces in there to the point where like facial recognition software was misidentifying black people because no one thought to put in enough like samples or something like that, or they didn't code it, or like the algorithms weren't set up enough, and like they perfected it for like the white face but not the black face because they didn't think to test that. This
Hmm.
is what like representation in these spaces does, beyond just like being able to see someone in a movie and shit.
Sure. Well, I think, but going back to like sort of the sexism online, I do think that
Mm-hmm.
there is a I do think there's a disproportionate amount of sexism in internet spaces that's not indicative of like the average normie experience out in the world. I think there's an even
Yeah.
more highly selective, disproportionate amount of sexism in political spaces right now, especially because a lot of it is just a reaction to, wokeness. It's kind of making people more reactionary, more sexist, whether it's real, whether it's just for jokes, et cetera, et cetera.
Yeah,
And
I mean there are things that I have to hear that no
mhm,
guy has to hear. Like no guy has to
It's like I'm
walk
gonna
away.
challenge you on that one.
No guy has to walk away and hear, um, oh, like Adam is like one of the good guys on the panel. Like I hated men, but you know what? Adam is good. No one, like, you don't hear that. I hear um like Chaeiry sucks, like women suck on these panels, but you know
mhm,
what? I like not so erudite. She's
right.
actually a woman that I'll listen to. Like I have
But
to
is
hear
that,
shit like that.
I understand that, but it's not kind of like, so Adam's not going to hear that because of his political positions.
Because
But if
nobody
Adam
thinks
was
of you
like,
guys as a monolith. No one's looking at each man on a panel as representative
well,
of
no, I
men.
don't think that's true. I don't think that's true. It's just, it
You
depends
think
It
that
on
depends
that's
what,
upon the
you
person.
think
Yeah.
they do?
yeah, it
Some
depends on
people
what
do. Yeah.
political, it depends on what political space you're in. So like if Adam was, Steve Shives and he was some, male feminist and he had a bunch of, panel of a bunch of, red pill men or a bunch of, men that were kind of anti-feminist. And then there's Adam and he's like the one or two males that are sticking up for feminists on the panel. He's kind of saying all the right feminist things. There'd be tons of women, I think, in the comments that are like, oh,
You're one of the good
I don't
ones.
like men, men suck, but there's that one good man, there's that one good man. He knows what's up.
No,
So
but
I think,
you don't get the opposite. Like you might get praised for being good at that moment, right? But you don't get the opposite where it's like, um,
what do you mean?
you have to be what's the reverse where you're
They should.
told that like everyone in your gender is bad, but there's like one ideal and they only have space for like one good one. I feel like very often in this space, there's room for there to be one good woman. And it's like not so erudite right now. I
It is.
always have to
Yeah.
see that
No.
and hear it.
Well, but I think
I
I don't
love
think that's
that
really
for her.
based
I'm
on
a big fan of her. But holy
right.
shit, y'all can't make space for like more than one woman. And it doesn't have to be me because I accept that I'm like a bitch, okay? But there's absolutely other fucking amazing women in this space.
Why do you
It
think it is
kind of
not so
fucking
erudite?
sucks.
Why do you think it's not
Why do
so
I think?
erudite? Yeah.
Yeah, I really have no idea.
Because she's based. I mean, what? No, listen,
I
I think
I mean, she doesn't
I
buy
think
into
wait,
evolutionary
wait,
psychology.
wait,
She's
wait.
like,
That's yeah, it's because
oh,
she's into
she's
psychology. True. I think what you're describing does happen to men a lot, just not in this space. I think it happens a lot
mm.
in the mainstream space. There's a lot of it's totally acceptable to shit on men for anything really, where it's not acceptable to shit on women. And I think in this space you could be correct because, if you're especially if you're in a space that's kind of more anti-woke than woke, that's just kind of the way the politics is going to lean in
So
the
when you say
direction.
that it's acceptable to shit on men, like what space are we talking about?
The
let's
mainstream.
bring our fan
Where
Like
we're
artist,
remember
shitting,
Sitch.
what
where
was
we
the
are wait, where we are shitting on men as a whole, not just like individual men.
yes, as a class, yes.
Yeah. Or are
Yeah.
we just talking about like leftist misandrist spaces?
No, I'm talking about just like on Twitter, a woman
Left, are you about to say leftist
no,
misandrist
no, no,
spaces?
no, no.
Because
A
I feel
mainstream
like that's what's
journalist on
happening on
Twitter
Twitter.
could say or even write an article about how like men need to do better, men are, suck, and they can either say, I mean, they're not going to say it's biology, they're going to say it's culture because that's kind of like the leftist worldview, but they're going to say, oh, men as a class are
So we
bad
are
and they
talking about
suck and
leftists.
blah blah blah.
If
Yeah,
we're
I
talking
know.
about leftist worldview, we're talking about leftists. That's like me saying, it's really fucking crazy, but I go on Cozy TV and they're racist over there.
Do
No, no, no,
define
no. But
leftist first.
what I'm saying is, you're right that that is the leftist worldview. But the problem, or not the problem, but what I'm saying is that that leftist worldview is accepted by the mainstream.
That's the center left view. What are you talking about? It's not the
Listen,
leftist
well, depends
worldview.
what you mean by that. But that world, like for example, like what was the woman's name? Sarah Zhang, right? She,
Yeah.
had all those tweets where she was complaining about how white men suck, and she didn't lose her job at the New York Times,
No,
right?
I think
Even though
she
everyone
did.
pointed it
What are you
out.
talking
No,
about?
she
She
didn't.
she didn't lose her
Not for
job,
those
no.
tweets.
No, hold on. What's her name? I
Sarah
remember
Young.
people.
Sarah Young.
I remember there was somebody who tweeted out complaining about a coworker, and everyone was like, "I can't believe she gets to
That's a
say this. She's
different
not going to
case.
lose her
Oh,
job."
no, no, no. Yeah,
And she
she
lost her
did. You're
fucking
right.
job.
She did get fired because she kept shitting on her boss.
That
Yeah.
was
Or
a
then,
and
or
that was a
when,
Yes.
different woman.
Right. That was no,
or
no, no. It
when
was the
people
same woman, but it was
complain,
for a different reason.
No,
or
that
when
wasn't
people
Sarah Young.
complain that Me
Oh.
Too, everyone just automatically fucking believes women, but then like fucking Amber Heard like happens. Like I don't know.
Right,
Sometimes you
because it's
guys
always
don't even
because
realize your W's.
well, it's because like like when Me Too, I don't remember what year it was. Like Me Too started well, not Me Too, but like sort of like the whatever the precursor was. It really started with Al Franken. He loses his seat in Congress because of that weird picture that he
That
took.
was ridiculous.
Yes, right. And then it kind of picks up steam with Me Too. But then I think the way these movements happen is that they either go too far or people perceive they go too far, and then there's a pushback. And Amber Heard was kind of like the tail end of people perceiving it went too far, and now it's like the pushback. So I don't think Amber Heard is like evidence against, the power of Me Too in the mainstream media. And even with Amber Heard, there were lots of I don't know what the breakdown was, but I could have swore there was lots of mainstream media articles that were all defending Amber Heard, calling Johnny Depp a piece of shit. I remember talking to a lot of normies, in my family who aren't on the internet, and they all believe Johnny Depp was kind of, the violent one in the situation.
Mm-hmm.
I think that the internet space that we share is just so radically different than like the mainstream space that we can't judge one as being indicative of like where culture is at or where the mainstream culture is at.
Yeah, maybe.
So, I mean,
Sarah
so
Jean, New York Times stands by racist tweets. Yeah.
was she the one that got fired? Or
No,
was
it
that
was a
someone
different. It
different?
was a different woman. Yeah, that got
Oh
fired
no, it
because she
was, yeah.
was.
Well, oh
Yeah,
my God, what was that woman's name?
she kept
I'm sure
going
someone in
after the
chat's
other one.
screaming it, but um,
Yeah.
yeah, I remember what you're talking about.
So, what is your background as it relates to politics, Cherry? Like, why?
Um,
How did you end up in the political space?
I like to keep up with the news. I like watching TV. I'm a homebody, so I've
Mm-hmm.
always got the TV on.
Mm-hmm.
Um, I got my degree in criminal justice,
Okay.
and
Cool.
so I've always just like super been interested in,
Hmm.
I wouldn't say justice, but like thought provoking. Um, I think one of my favorite classes was studying about like early law or whatever, and you would see the cases where you would have to hear like both sides and really decide like who's right or wrong, and it would really train you to understand how both sides can kind of be right, and it kind of like humanizes people who think different than you, because sometimes it's just like a little switch of like the perspective to understand why someone thinks that they're correct versus the other person.
Sure.
And it's really helped me resolve a lot of differences like that I have with my family. I don't know. I'm overly nosy and I like being in people's business. And you know what? Politics is very thought provoking. And I was super bored over COVID and I saw some panels with some dumb fucks on it. And I
Nice.
couldn't believe that they just have these people come on and like spew their opinions. And
Mhm.
I just felt at the end of it, they said that they were looking for more women to come on the panel and talk.
Mm-hmm.
And so the next night I showed up.
Based.
So you're kind of thrust into it because they wanted more representation.
Yeah, I heard that they wanted more people. Otherwise, I
Cool.
would have never known that it was just normal people showing up. Because the only thing that I ever did on Twitch was watch people play League of Legends. I'm like super, I'm really big into League.
Mhm.
I always watched pro play, and I sometimes like watching WoW. And I started playing League and streaming WoW, and I saw that there was like this just chatting section, and then I saw that there were a bunch of people on camera, and I just assumed it was like someone's TV show or something. And when I found out they were just grabbing anybody to put them on, uh, I joined in.
A fellow WoW nerd. Are you Alliance or Horde?
I have both, but I don't play
Hmm.
WoW
Pick
regularly.
a team, pick a side.
It's like, let your tribalism flag
Horde.
fly.
If I'm
There
picking a
you
side,
go.
Horde was my first.
There you go. Correct answer. Horde, yes. The I'm assuming that with League, is there a big gender difference in players and watchers?
Yeah, for sure. They tried having a women's league for League of Legends professionally.
Yeah.
Uh,
You're laughing.
I'm laughing because it turned into a fucking documentary. Like that's how ridiculous it was.
What do you mean?
Um, what do I mean?
Yeah,
It
like
was just drama. The whole thing was drama.
no,
I don't think they were good.
no, the
But it's I
stereotype.
Yeah, unfortunately.
Oh
But there
no.
are a lot of really good like female players and all
Right,
like in
right.
Challenger, so I don't feel any like
Mhm.
slight towards like my gender playing the game.
Sure, but
Um,
why do you think there is that gender difference, I guess?
why is that? Socializing or whatever.
Hmm.
Like reaction time when you're playing video games. It's definitely something you learn and you train and you get that early on.
Hmm. You think boys are socially conditioned to have better quick reflexes?
I think if they start playing video games earlier,
Right.
then yeah, they will.
Hmm. I don't know, like, well, I guess the same thing because there are a lot more boys in like FPS games too,
Hmm.
which would be, I guess it's
Like
weird because like I don't. Well, am I allowed to ask how old you are? I know you're not supposed to
yeah,
ask.
I'm 33.
Oh, okay. So we're around the same age. It's interesting. Because I don't like we're not like because we both grew up in a time period where like nerd stuff was still not cool.
It was not mainstream, but like I didn't
Yeah.
start like while I'm on the computer as a kid, which it's kind of a privilege for us to have started being on the computer at like a really young age.
Yes, definitely.
So so definitely like the entry level at our age, we're obviously like middle class at the very least.
Right.
Um
Playing Carmen Sandiego or Mario.
mhm. Yeah, oh, so if you're talking about gaming systems, probably less of a privilege. But like going online, I would say like my early video games, they weren't even video games on the internet. Like I was
Hmm.
playing um Neopets and I was
Right.
like chilling in
Right.
Club Penguin and like
Right.
Habbo, like doing things I shouldn't do as a kid.
Uh-oh. We're in the Yahoo chat rooms role playing.
Yeah, no, the MSN,
Oh, there you go.
yeah, the
Yeah.
worst ones.
Because like I remember getting so mad when Pokemon Go was popular because I like
That
I
would have been
knew
so cool.
I knew a bunch of like younger kids who were like 10 years younger than me that were like they were in college and all these college kids are running around doing Pokemon Go and I'm like, fuck, if I was in college doing Pokemon Go, like I would have been so made fun of. Like, holy shit. This is
Yeah,
crazy to me.
I remember
But
in fifth
mhm.
grade, it was like people were so freaking weird. Anytime a girl talked to a guy, like they had to be dating. Um, I don't think I realized that in
Where
the
was
beginning.
this?
This was my fifth grade. And like,
Wow.
yeah, if you just talk to someone, they tried to like schedule for you guys to get married at recess. It was super weird. This
Was
is
that did that change
white
in middle
neighborhoods.
school? Or was that just purely an
Yeah, that
elementary
no,
school thing?
that died out in
Oh,
after
okay.
elementary school. Yeah, yeah. But
Okay, that makes a little more sense. Yeah.
there was like one other boy
Hmm.
in elementary school that played Pokemon. So I wanted to go to his house because we got the cable and we could trade
And
Pokemon.
you got married.
Um, and then they tried to make us a wedding the next day. And like, bitch, this was business. I needed a Pokemon.
I need those Pokemons. I'm not here for love. Okay.
But it was so not the norm to be
That's
like
hilarious.
a play video games or, prefer
Hmm.
to go online on like chat rooms and stuff like that as a kid.
Yeah. Yeah.
Definitely.
Well, I mean, there's
Especially
there's
being a girl.
there's definitely a huge like I remember in elementary school, like girls were so icky, and it was still like kind of weird to
Hmm.
interact with them. In middle school, that all kind of changes. Obviously, when you start going through puberty. But I
Did you
guess
ever
like,
catfish? Oh wait, no, no, go
did
ahead.
I ever catfish?
Hmm.
Of course not. Did you ever
Lie.
catfish?
I absolutely catfished.
What do you mean?
Yeah, I
What do you
wasn't even
mean?
ugly, but I just didn't want. I showed them somebody else.
Oh my
That was also the
God.
fun part about being online. There was
I
like
never wait,
actual anonymity.
okay. So I remember like in these internet chat rooms back in the day, they'd be like, ASL, what's your ASL? And I'd
Hmm.
be like, I'm 13, I'm male, because I was a little boy. But I don't remember, like, people wouldn't ask for pictures usually. So maybe it's because I was a male, but were people
Oh
asking for your
well,
picture all the time?
yeah.
Oh man. And you were
Or
giving, I mean, listen,
sometimes
I don't
I
blame
would
you for giving them a
catfish
fake
and pretend
picture.
I was a guy so I could just like
Be one
not
of the
have things
bros.
weird. Yeah.
But that's interesting. But no, I think because when I was talking about like kids in video games, like I don't know, I don't it just seemed like it didn't seem like there was a social pressure from my perspective, like that girls weren't like supposed to play video games. It just didn't seem like it was happening.
Yeah, I have no idea.
Hmm.
Like I would have to go with like the studies because I just knew nobody really wanted to play them, but like I was really into it. Uh
Right, maybe you're just a
yeah.
weirdo.
Cherry, I
I,
hate to
I'm
interrupt, but
for sure a weirdo.
I don't know what your timetable is, and we've got super chats. People want to weigh in on the
Okay,
conversation,
cool.
so. But
Well,
finish your thought, obviously.
well, no,
So
I just to me like it's interesting where I mean, at least from my perception, it just seemed like, video games were kind of nerdy. It didn't really seem like it seemed like a lot of people were disincentivized to play video games, not like just girls.
Hmm.
And yet it seemed like, from my experience, that it's mostly males getting into these fields or into this interest group. And then it's kind of once the nerdiness label that goes away, you start to see lots of girls get into video games. And
Yeah.
but then it's like, but then there's like different type. Not now, it's not all different, but there's like different types of games that seem to attract girls versus boys. And I'm
Like the
not sure
Animal
that that's,
Crossing.
yeah, like exactly, that's the classic Animal Crossing, things like that.
Yeah.
And I don't know, it just doesn't seem to me to be like there's a social conditioning aspect here. I think men and women just on average have different interests.
I I think there I think there is a little bit.
Hmm.
I hate to be the contrarian, but
Okay.
yeah, like there's something about playing like shooters, playing MOBAs that
Hmm.
is a learning curve that like if you don't start off early like wanting to play it or wanting to um or being encouraged to try games like this, you're not going
Right.
to be good at it later on. It's going to take a lot longer to learn it. That's why like certain people don't want to pick up new games and stuff like that because like, oh, I've never played a first player shooter, so
Of course,
it's
right.
just like too much. Whereas like when you're young, boy and girl, like we want them to have certain experiences. Sometimes you'll take your daughter and you'll put her in ballet class. She's not going to say interest, like she's not going to express an interest in it to you or anything. But like
Hmm.
my parents, they put me in ballet because they decided that's something that like a girl should start off doing.
Right.
Um,
Right.
but yeah, I was a little bit socially awkward and I forced them to like get me video games and stuff like that. And
Based.
yeah.
Well, it's kind of like, when you see little boys doing kind of, I mean, there's been a lot of research on rough and tumble play in boys. And you don't see to the, like really anywhere near the extent that little girls engage in that behavior, not even just in humans, but even in, other lower primates, as they're called. And I don't know, it's hard for me to believe that that's all just social conditioning,
Yeah, I mean probably not all.
or even most of it, but maybe that's where we disagree.
Maybe.
Okay. Let me read some super chats. JMac, our surrogate father, Daddy JMac, for $200. Thank you so much, JMac. Said, anecdote. When I worked in the food industry, I was expected to clean the bathrooms, both the men's and the women's. I remember it because our wait staff was mostly female, and my boss would say, as I should be willing to do that. I remember thinking that's unfair, especially since they made more tips than me.
hell yeah, it's unfair.
There you go. Jay's gender made him clean the bathrooms. That's unfortunate.
Oh
That
wait, hold on. I see. Wait, your chat wants Sitch and I to get a marriage. Sitch, are you
Because we
in a
both like video
relationship?
games. No, I'm not.
Okay,
who
we can
said
You're
get
married.
married.
really? Who said
You're
that? They
married, aren't
they
you?
accused me of cock blocking. I was like, well,
Oh,
I
were you
just
cock blocking?
because I just said the super chats thing. I'm like,
Because we were hitting it off on video games and our nerdy
Yeah.
past. Yes. Yes.
I believe Cherry's married, so I
Yes.
mean,
Yeah, but it's
yeah.
a poly marriage.
Oh,
Oh,
I can make room for you, Such.
maybe we. Wow.
oh
Maybe you
my
Wow.
can fix
goodness.
me.
Wow.
Wow. Well, listen. Listen. You're tempting me. Actually, I don't know. I'm not. Maybe we should talk about the poly thing. I had no clue that you were in a poly relationship.
Oh, maybe next time.
Okay, maybe next time. Uh, Texas SP12 for $20 says, "What y'all's thoughts on Steven's video he put out yesterday on the horrible contracts?" I have no clue what you're talking about.
Steven Crowder put out a
Oh,
video
that's right. Yes.
about all of these conservative content creators who've been tricked into signing these terrible contracts that basically, give the farm away.
Hmm.
I don't know. It's like it sucks, but I think that's just kind of the standard people trying to screw people over. And I don't necessarily know that it's conservative, or I don't know that there's any partisan angle to screwing people over with online platforms and whatnot. So, but
So I
I
don't.
did watch
I
the video.
tried to
It
listen
sucks,
to it and
obviously.
I just kept zoning out. It was too boring. So I'll
Okay.
actually have to like really focus because I couldn't understand. I couldn't focus on what he was saying. So
Okay. Yeah,
I'll
it's a
try.
bad deal. Don't sign those contracts. I mean, I would
Okay.
give that. I mean, I've been saying that forever anyway.
Apparently, the chat thinks that you're going to mpreg me, Cherry. So I have to
I
be careful.
am.
Do you
Yeah,
know what
very
impreg
careful.
is?
No
When you,
idea, but I
and
know
when
I
you're
want to do it now.
and when it's male pregnancy, and when you're talking about, I mean, we should show you some of our fan art.
Oh no.
If you want to compare, sexual like misconduct in our chat, I'm happy to
Oh, do you
go.
guys have psychotic, like deranged art as well?
Well, people are always
We can
shipping
use that word,
us.
deranged. Sammy, I'm gonna start calling your art deranged now, Sammy.
Yeah,
People,
because Mr. Girl's his victim, I mean his girlfriend made like
Right.
some
his
deranged
I
fucking
saw
his
that
art.
was pretty deranged.
his
Yes, that was
victim.
the dog picture. Yeah.
Cherry, you're in good company here. You're allowed to say whatever shit you want about
Let's just say our
Mr.
fans like to sexualize me and Adam. Okay, let's just leave it at
But
Oh
that.
what was
wow.
up? What was up with that picture? That picture was just. I mean, I thought he didn't like Destiny, but Destiny looks like a god in that picture. It's so
Yeah,
crazy.
he does. And
Mhm.
and I'm like a muzzled dog.
Yeah, he's basically trying to do a union organizing thing with you, which just it doesn't make any sense at all. I thought you're all independent contractors, and
Mhm.
I would not like the term orbiter. It's like it's a little.
You don't get to decide like the
Mhm.
term. I was so like I don't know what orbiter means for maybe like
Mhm.
the first year of streaming, and motherfuckers just don't stop using it. So like at this point, you just can't care about that word.
Okay.
But now he uses it like, oh, and they're calling themselves orbiters. Like it's a lose-lose.
Matt,
Either
yeah,
they
it is a
force it
lose
on
lose.
you, yeah, either they force it on you, or you're like, whatever, okay, I use it, and they're like, oh, you think you're an orbiter.
But I don't
Whatever.
see you on Destiny stream all that often, so I just like, why are you in
I mean,
this?
I was on like a pretty often in December when he
Hmm.
was like he had like really shitty internet playing Factorio. And so
Okay,
like a bunch of us would hop in call and try to make it like less miserable.
right.
Um, but yeah, I don't go on there to like debate him very much on shit.
Mhm. Well, I think it's probably just also because of the conflict you have with Max is why you are in the picture too. So,
Yeah.
Hmm.
uh, let's see. D52820 for $2 says it's an irony that feminists frame women as naive and ignorant. True.
No, it's not an
No.
irony because as a feminist,
Hmm.
I believe you are so equal that you can be stupid. Like what the hell?
I think they mean in terms of like that women are sort of. This is what you're talking about, where like women are kind of like patted on the head, sort of like that they're like extra fragile, so you have to kind of bend over backwards for them. Seems to be some
Well, that's
feminist
what a
attitude.
sexist or like a benevolent sexist person would do, but that's not me.
Right.
So if I think
No, that's not
like,
you.
I
Sure.
will
Right.
appreciate them having like the false confidence to go in these rooms and preach like they know what they're talking about, and
Hmm.
while they can't like really express what oppression is,
Right.
but I'm not gonna bite back my tongue when I think they're being stupid.
Sure. And you shouldn't.
Yeah, that would be very sexist for me to not tell them that.
Ginger Miss Prime for 30 Aussie bucks. Thank you. Says, if women's freedom is the goal, why do we use the materialistic metric of pay to measure that? If women should have the right to choose what life to live, and the only way of measuring that is pay, you're not measuring your freedom. Do you have a response to that, Chaeiry?
No, I zoned out because I
Okay.
read the thing that's on screen.
Say it again. Oh, that's a. Did you read the sexist comment?
The sucking and blowing. No, that's
Why did you put that up?
Sammy G says, Sitch doing the sucking and Adam
Wow.
doing the blowing.
Wow. Get that out of here. Listen, as a man, I'm being attacked here. There's
Re
a lot of
re.
sexist attacks on me.
I saw it because Sammy G said something about, oh, I saw your comment, Sitch. And I was like, oh, we saw your comment too, Sammy. What are you
Sammy
talking
says,
about?
why is that saved? Because Adam's a pervert. That's why.
No,
Uh,
look, come on.
mhm, mhm.
We're
No,
supposed.
the question was, if women's freedom is the goal, why do we use the materialistic metric of pay to measure that? If women should have the right to choose what life to live, and the only way of measuring that is by pay, then you're not measuring their freedom.
Good
well,
point. Excellent
no,
point.
that's a terrible
It is
point.
an excellent point.
Everybody needs money to survive. How is that a good point?
So, do
Mhm.
you think all jobs should be paid equally? Doctor and
I
street
didn't say
artist should be the same.
that is not what I said, and you are being ridiculous when you make that fucking straw man,
I
and you know
did, but
that.
I was ridiculous to make a point.
What was the point?
The point is, obviously, everybody knows that a doctor is a higher status person than a street artist.
Oh, gotcha.
Yeah,
Right, right.
and
Yeah, I mean,
you're
yeah.
paid
Mhm.
on your utility.
Well, I
Yeah.
think in terms of the question relating freedom to wealth, I mean, the way that our capitalistic society runs is that
Mhm.
usually you need money to be free to some extent. So
Yes.
I don't think that's an unfair metric to use as comparison
And
from the freedom
honestly,
perspective. But
the match there, which I feel like is a whole nother topic,
Mhm.
is like lower skilled jobs that we don't value in society. We look down upon them and we almost think less of people who do them, but we very much depend on them, don't get paid enough. And because of that, people don't feel good, they don't feel fulfilled, and they can't like support themselves or another person taking those jobs. Like those jobs need to be upped in pay. And I think over COVID, we saw how much we rely on like delivery, on food services, especially like fast food,
Mhm.
even though the food itself is gross and unhealthy, and just like janitor, like sanitization and shit like that. Like these industries, they don't seem impressive. Nobody's aiming to be a janitor for the rest of their life, but we absolutely need them, rely on them. And unfortunately, we look down on them while not paying them very well.
We,
And I think if men take those jobs, I can understand. I don't think they should have it, but I can understand a resentment for seeing women in higher skilled occupations earning more than them.
it's supply and demand, obviously. If there's a huge
Yeah.
demand for, if there's a small supply and a huge demand for those jobs because they're low skilled, then you're gonna obviously that's gonna drive the price down.
Right. But I
It's
don't think
going to
that's why
drive the
you.
price down, but to have these jobs at a wage where they're working, like no one should be working full time and
Mhm.
unable to support at least half of their family's bills.
At least to
That
support their
part is
drug habit.
ridiculous.
Well, I mean, obviously, it would also depend where you live. But
Well, no, I
I
mean,
Yeah.
agree with the
I
spirit of what you're
agree.
saying.
Yeah, you should be
Um,
able to support your
Right,
drug
but
habit,
that's why,
obviously,
and you're right,
if
Adam, it
you're
is supply
working
and
full
demand, and
time.
that's why I don't think you can rely fully on the market to solve that problem. That's why we
Mhm.
needed to have
That's
strong
why
unions like we
regulation.
had
Mhm.
in, post World War II economy and things of that nature.
Yeah,
Um,
minimum wage and stuff.
right.
But the minimum wage should be at least $50 an hour.
Oh my God.
We all agree on that, right?
No, just miss.
Might be a tad too high. Martin Cordy for $5 says, "What are your thoughts about the spending gap? Men, despite earning more, spend less overall than women. Odd behavior for a quote oppressed group."
Well, the spending gap can be written away on the fact that women are usually responsible for a majority of the chores, and that includes like purchasing.
Hmm.
There you go.
Yeah.
I think that's true. I also think women just like shit more than men on average, but maybe that's my sexism talking.
Probably.
Doomer
It's
Media for $2 says, "If men are better at sports, then explain Sitch." Wow.
He's a woman. We explain that
Wow.
every show.
How many sports is? I feel like Doomer is probably like one of the most unathletic people out there, sitting
Maybe,
alone
I
in
don't
his room
know.
making
Yeah.
babies.
Sitch knows
Did you play
Wait,
any
karate
how do
and
you
sports?
how
stuff.
I
do
used to play
either of you
soccer
say
and
that?
hockey.
Yeah, how do either of you say that? I've never seen what either of you look like.
Well, you've seen
Me?
what Adam
What do
looks
you
like. What do you mean? Right there. Oh, you
Yeah,
mean
I
me and
see what.
Doomer?
Yeah, you and Doomer, you two
Do
Oh,
you want
people
me to
who
well,
are
say?
I've
always
well, I've
behind
had
a fucking
extended conversations
cartoon.
with Doomer. I used to play soccer. I used to play street hockey pretty regularly. Listen, I used to be a contender, okay, back in the day. I
Okay.
was very athletic. Doomer, on the other hand, I mean, I think Doomer weighs like 300 pounds,
Oh shit.
He's just very greasy. I don't think he ever goes outside.
Greasy.
So yeah, it's very greasy. Poor hygiene.
I
So
collected my Pokemons in the car. I drove around.
there you go.
Come on.
JMac for $20. Thank you, JMac. Says, I tried to get my daughter to wear Batman clothes, but she insisted on wanting to wear princess stuff.
Yeah.
Wow. Did you tell your daughter
Interesting.
that she was participating in the patriarchy by doing so? You should have. RBGH fan for $20 says, you can make a case for a lot of things by excluding variables. Take the number of men to women in prison. It's 93 to 7%. Is there a problem with society, or is it just a difference between men and women biologically and culturally?
Yeah. What about the discrepancy in violent
Prison
crime?
population. Yeah.
Discrepancy in violent crime. I think
Is
men
that
are
cultural?
just. I think that might be nature, honestly. And
Okay.
what is it? Women are more likely to like poison than they are to do something violent or whatever.
Well, well, I mean, that's still violent, poisoning someone, right? It's just if the woman
Oh,
is
are we
on
saying
average
doing
weaker,
any?
right?
Yeah, on average weaker.
They're gonna
But
have
I
to
wouldn't
choose
say
a.
that women
Mhm.
don't fight. It might also be reported less. I have no idea. Like how many men are really calling the cops when like a woman smacks them or
Abuses
something
them.
like that.
Right,
Yeah.
right.
I
And
Well,
it
do
doesn't
just
even
every
have to
time.
it doesn't have to go full force
right.
abuse, right? But just anytime a woman is willing to like put her hands on you,
Mhm.
we know that that's going to have an effect on the relationship. That's probably going to have an effect on the man in that, like on his sense of self, and whether he reports it or not, who knows? But yeah, it's also
Well,
Officer,
not
she
good.
slapped me. I'm just
so
imagining the officers on your front doorstep when you call when
Yeah.
they show up.
mhm.
Officers, my
But
wife
so
slapped me.
if this number
Yeah.
is true, and I don't know if it is, but if this number is true in terms of that, this wasn't for violent crime. It just said 93% of people in prison are men and only 7% are women. Why do you think there's such a massive disparity there?
Women are smarter. We don't get caught.
Do you think women are
I'm
just,
just talking
oh
at my
my,
ass. I'm
I know.
genuine.
Well, hey, listen, do you think they're biologically
That was
smarter than men?
hilarious.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Hmm.
JMac, our surrogate father, thank you for the 50 gifted memberships. Thank you, Jay. Canex122 for $5 says, Cherry, you really need to consider how you've come to your conclusions on how society is. I think you're getting a lot of it secondhanded.
Okay.
Do you
I disagree.
I don't know
think a
what
lot of
the
it's
I don't know what
firsthand,
the
but
point of that is. I think we're supposed to get a lot of
Mhm.
our knowledge secondhand. I can't have every experience in the world, so I will need to
Right.
rely on other people's experiences. I don't know what it's like to be a man. I'm never going to know that. But if you want me to care about men, I'm going to have to listen to them and hear their
Mhm.
experiences. So yeah, I get a
Why don't you
lot
just change your
secondhand.
gender for a day and be a man? Then
well, I
you'll
guess
know.
I guess this is
Implying I
what
haven't done that?
I'm so sorry. Don't get me canceled.
I guess this is what I was getting at when I was asking like your
Mhm.
sources. Like I'm just interested in like I'm constantly reading books. I read
Uh-huh.
audiobooks all the time. So I'm just
Read audiobooks.
yeah. Read obviously, yeah, and finger quotes. But I listen to a
Mhm.
lot
Okay.
of audiobooks and I try to keep up on new scientific discoveries, new ways of understanding things. Like I've been trying to
Mhm.
learn economics over the last well I mean I've always had a basic understanding of economics, but I've been trying to have like a more detailed understanding of
Right there with
finance,
you.
yeah,
Yeah.
and things like that. So
I think
stocks and
it's
bonds and all the stuff that economics touches.
okay. Stocks and bonds is very resident sleeper.
What's that mean?
But I understand boring.
Yeah, it is for most people. Yeah.
Um,
Why is crypto so exciting for people when it's
oh,
basically
I
just
loved learning about crypto.
so what is
It
look, so basically stocks and bonds are not unlike crypto except crypto just doesn't have any underlying asset.
and I think it's the same type of gambling, but
Yes.
for crypto there is a technology there that was created that
Right.
Hmm.
people saw an opportunity for and created like the new Mary Kay, the new fucking scam, the new
Mhm.
pyramid scheme. And
Uh-huh.
but this one is like solely to launder money for like international like
I
criminals.
I thought you
Hmm.
were
And
selling
it's so
NFTs
interesting.
and it sounds like you're just like
That
you've learned the
she likes
opposite of
crypto
that.
for reasons that I think most people, for other reasons than most people like crypto.
No, because if you look at okay, crypto is another thing that I could probably talk in like for hours about.
Hmm.
Um, but yeah, I think people's initial entry into crypto is very much like joining into like a Mary Kay pyramid
Right.
scheme. They were told that they have an opportunity. They have no idea what that opportunity is. Today, I'm seeing like uh, a stable coin really being supported by like our government. Like New York State is heavily supporting a private company's stable coin where they're like regulating it and people are buying into this and I'm like this is like the next fucking thing that's going to tank because it doesn't none of it adds up the idea that the amount of resources and energy that it takes to run
Mhm.
these like mines with like the servers the computers and shit like that for them to provide a stablecoin with no transaction fees where they have complete control over the ledger. So like anonymity, which is what most people are like wanting when it
Mhm.
comes to a crypto, they're not providing anonymity. They're saying they're going to provide no transaction fees. There's no longevity in that. Not with the amount of money that they're going to sink in order to be able to do all of these transactions on a blockchain. It's ridiculous. It's like spending like $500,000 to run a day's like a month's worth of work when you can hire a single employee for 2,000. It seems nonsensical. So I'm very interested. Like right now they've cracked down on certain scam coins and they want to really hone in on it. But at the same time, they're still supporting one so much that they're tying like the New York State government to it.
Do you
Um,
own any Bitcoin?
no, because I'm not an idiot.
Okay, so you don't own any crypto whatsoever. I mean, we've had
No,
people on to talk about crypto and stuff. So, I mean, it's an interesting phenomenon.
it
I
is.
I don't know. I'm like I said.
Look at you. Look at Adam trying to be so careful here.
What do you mean?
Yeah.
Yeah. You also think that crypto is dumb, but now you're trying to be nice about it.
He also thinks what?
Crypto is dumb, but he's trying to be nice about it
Oh,
I
for who?
I mean,
Not
for
for
our
me,
I'm
right?
audience.
trying to be. I'm
Oh,
trying to have some level of humility about it because I like the world's a crazy place. Maybe it's time for securities that have no underlying asset.
Oh, now
I
you've
mean,
changed your opinion. Interesting. Okay.
well, I don't
wait, now's the
necessarily.
time for what?
I mean, Bitcoin is really a security, and they're talking about regulating it like a security, and they're actually starting about talking.
There's
They're
no
talking
such
about
thing as regulating crypto. The whole point of crypto is that it's decentralized. So for there to be regulation over it, it is then centralized. And then that anonymity that you have on the blockchain is not anonymous anymore. And so the whole point of people going into crypto literally was to launder money or to have no control by the government over their assets and their money.
Do you know what a wash
You
trade is?
destroy the fee. A what?
Do you know what a wash trade is?
No, what's a
A
wash trade?
wash trade is I am going to sell something to myself. So basically, I
Mhm.
am the buyer and the seller. So if you can do wash trades, and this is obviously regulated in the stock market because you can control the price. Like I could sell myself Bitcoin at $65,000 a Bitcoin, right? And then all of a
Hmm.
sudden the latest trades are $65,000 a Bitcoin. That would obviously be totally obvious, but a lot of people believe that the price of Bitcoin is being manipulated through wash trades.
Well, it's
So
always been manipulated.
Yeah, I mean,
That's the other problem with crypto is that it's faith-based, which is why
mhm.
people are pushing towards stable coins, which is like based on fiat currency. So
Right,
like the
yes.
one in New York City is based on the dollar. Um,
Yes. One coin is $1.
yeah.
Yeah. But
In
the
order to
problem
get a
is,
government to regulate it, you have to do it that way.
well,
But the more steps they're doing to make crypto something that feels stable and feels reliable and feels like it won't scam the average person, the more you're just reinventing the dollar. And the problem is, you're reinventing the dollar with more need for resources and
Yeah, what's the
energy
point? Yeah.
and equipment, and it's redundant. It's there's no need for it. This company will go underwater, and I don't know, just it's ridiculous. And the amount that people just do not understand about crypto to believe that there's longevity in this is
Hmm.
it's also partly the government's fault for backing that fucking coin.
the government never backed the stable coin, though. Stable coins
No,
were
the
created by an
the
independent company.
No, the New York City did back one of them. I'll send you the links to it
Oh,
later.
Oh,
okay.
interesting.
Yeah.
Uh, J dot
I just
slash
learned about it like last week. It's very disappointing.
J dot slash for $10 says you're either for or against posted salary bans. Ironically, enforcing salary ranges for equity only benefits the employer and reduces the amount of negotiating power a worker has.
Right. Yeah. Because
Yeah, there
people
is.
are different levels of ability. Bam.
Okay. Andrew Clark for $5 says Chaeiry says women, but it applies to loads more men. She seems blind to all the men who were also kept out of the men's club. Not all men are welcome.
That is true. That is true. I'm not saying that all men are welcome. Obviously, you're going to see issues with like gay men not being welcome or men who aren't viewed as like masculine
Hmm.
and stuff like that. Absolutely.
Phil that remains. Hey, Phil. Phil for $10 says, God. He says, tell her I said, please. Oh, please. He wants you to stop talking about crypto, please. I don't
No.
know if Phil's a big crypto guy, but
Is he?
I don't know. Phil,
Yeah.
are you a big crypto guy?
How much of your money is tied into crypto, Phil? How
Let
much
us
have you
know, Phil.
lost?
How much have you lost, Phil?
We can invite Phil on. Phil has been on the show
I don't really
before.
want to talk about crypto that much.
Phil, those $5, do you need me to give them back to you?
Oh,
Oh.
be nice to Phil. We
Yeah.
like Phil here. Okay. Phil's a nice guy. Casey Anderson for $10 says if women are more qualified for these jobs and will do it for less money, wouldn't there be an abundance of women in these positions? Companies care most about their bottom line. I'm female, by the way. That's a
So
good
that's
point.
what I'm saying, that
Who
women
said
have
that?
gotten in these positions because companies care more about profits.
Hmm.
Um, and so long as women can prove, I mean, they will prove that they're more qualified. Um, but it's going to take time. But eventually, companies will course correct or make changes in not excluding women in these areas. But it requires for a company to really care about research and development for their business, right? Some industries, some companies don't function great, and they do end up putting politics over profits, and then those companies die out. What is Texas Instruments? We lost the dude who ends up going to Taiwan and really like renovating manufacturing for semiconductors, I believe. Like we
Hmm.
had that guy in Texas, and because of bad decision making, bad upper management, he was up there. They decide to let him go, and then he leaves to another country for an opportunity that he couldn't get here. We make mistakes. Capitalism doesn't always work. And what happens is we need regulation with capitalism. So these companies, while they are pushing for profit, that they don't neglect the research.
Right.
And that's just like a current issue that we have.
So I think I misheard. I don't know if I misheard you in the beginning. Do you think that companies are hiring women just because they think they can pay them less?
Not because they can pay them less, because the women will work good and earn them. Like
Oh, okay.
women in these jobs are profitable because they do good work.
Right, but like I guess so the question would be if if there was a widespread belief that they could get away with paying women less, wouldn't they just hire women exclusively with that idea in mind.
Well, I don't think that it's a widespread belief. I think there are stats that show, I don't know if
Hmm.
it's in the US, but I know at least for the UK, that women joining men's industry, like predominantly male offices and industries, like the pay goes down instead of like staying
Yeah,
where
those
it
are
is.
Britbongers, though. You can't really,
Yeah,
trust
that's
them.
that's true. But
Thunderstorm.
whether, okay,
Yeah.
go ahead.
Thunderstorm for $10 says, if Marx and Engels' ideology of feminism, oh, is the Marx and Engels ideology of feminism unintentionally part of the problem and not part of the solution on purpose, since it's become a business in itself?
The what's Marxist is feminist shit.
I actually don't know the answer to that question.
Yeah.
I don't know. I know that like a lot of feminism now kind of appropriates a lot of Marx's, like, they do the shell game where they kind of take socialism and they kind of replace the economics with, race or gender. But I don't know if Marx
Mhm.
himself had a specific feminist prescription. So
Is feminism a business in and unto itself?
I mean, for some people, but so is
For
toxic
Anita
masculinity
Sarkeesian,
for like
for
red pillars.
well, that's true. That's the kind of the problem with any sort of advocacy, political otherwise. Like
Hmm.
even like you look at like the ADL or Southern Poverty Law Center, like you have these organizations which are created to fight hatred or bigotry that could exist and probably did exist in a large extent when they were created. But then if they survive on donations, they have to keep, this kind of fear up that we're never getting better, that there's always this, wave of hatred and
Yeah.
bigotry in order to keep raising money.
Like,
So it's
I feel
kind
like
of,
right now on the
mhm.
internet, people are absolutely sick of red pill content. At least people in my community
I
or
hope
communities
so,
that
because
I'm
it's
in,
terrible. But
they're absolutely sick of it. And as much as we are taking note that women's equality is not just like political and having like the right to vote and shit like that and equal like representation,
mhm.
and obviously the economy helps thwart women in this way, like capitalism and research and development will prove their value is equal or like in industries that they're pursuing. The other is social. And so as frustrating as it is, we do need to keep talking to each other and debating each other, conversing with each other to really like break that social barrier among each other.
hmm.
Yeah. Do you think it's weird? Do you think it's weird that like Jordan Peterson always gets equated with Andrew Tate?
I think I think Jordan Peterson has like gone out of his way
Hmm.
to sort of be in that space or be looked at in that light.
What do you mean?
Um, I've heard weird things. I'm not super versed in his content,
Hmm.
but he inserts himself like that women can't be in the workplace, men can't work alongside women. It's too distracting. These are really like misogynistic views of women. And there are things that he gets right a lot. Like he's a well respected person in his field, and he's done really great lectures. And then to put his personal like misogynist feelings with that title and that track record, it's a little frustrating. But we understand that that's the time that he's in, that's the era that he's from, and it's apple cider destroyed the man's brain. I don't know,
Do
but
you
now I have to deal with
Hmm.
that sentiment having like the weight behind it from him.
I
which
think
side are you on in the Kyle Rittenhouse like debate?
Which side do you want me to be on?
Well,
No,
no, like
it
Kyle
was
Rittenhouse is
it
like a
was
lot of people.
self-defense. He didn't kill black people.
Okay,
there you go. Adam was
so you
giving you the NPC test
so
of what
you're
just
on
happened.
you're on
Okay.
our
But
side. Like
our side.
the
Wow.
only
No.
reason, well, the truth side, like you're on the side of reality in the Kyle Rittenhouse
Yeah,
situation. What if I told
I do
you
my best to be
What
on
if
the
I
reality
told you?
side.
what if I told you that
Mhm.
the same thing that happened with Kyle Rittenhouse, and I'm assuming you agree, there are a lot of people that have no idea, like they do think Kyle Rittenhouse killed black people and
Yeah, no, I'm
shot
absolutely
into a
aware of that.
crowd. Like Anna Kasparian for the longest time thought Kyle Rittenhouse was the guy chasing the other guy in the video when it's
Her,
Kyle Rittenhouse running
yeah,
away. Yeah.
her, Vosh, these people are
Okay.
so I think I think they're knowingly irresponsible because they repeated these sentiments a year later when they knew better.
Okay, so
Right.
Yeah.
everything about Kyle Rittenhouse that is wrong is kind of the same with Jordan Peterson. Like a lot of the things that
Oh,
you're saying are things that are just as wrong as people would repeat about Kyle Rittenhouse. So that's why I brought it up. It's a very
okay.
interesting thing because it's like a similar
Wait, so
situation.
tell me specifically, he doesn't say that women shouldn't
No,
work in the
not at all. No,
No, no.
he's
There was
major. Like
I swear
he's
I've
got a
reacted to this
I know
exact
what you're talking
like
about. There's the
interview.
one Vice clip that
yes,
everyone
No,
points
no,
to.
totally.
come on. Yes, yes. No, I
Yeah.
don't know if it's a Vice clip. It's an interview
He's talking
where
to
he's
the
sitting
Yes,
Asian
down
guy,
talking
right?
to somebody.
Yeah,
He
this
yes.
says
fat Asian
all
guy.
of the negative things that he thinks can
Well,
happen with women in the workplace. He doesn't say that they shouldn't be in there, but
Hmm.
he poses
he
as a
doesn't say
hypothetical.
but he doesn't say that they should. But he says all of the negatives and then leaves everything else up in the air.
Well, I think part of the issue is that I think there's two issues. One is that the way that he talks, he likes to pose a lot of these like open-ended hypotheticals about everything, which is not very conducive when you're being interviewed, especially if the interviewer wants to kind of cut you up to make you look bad, which
Yes, like they do Kyle Rittenhouse.
I think the Vice people 100% wanted to do. And they were just having, I mean, I don't remember exactly what the context, and maybe we don't even know what the context is because it's cut up, was just this talking about, men and women in the workplace. And Jordan Peterson's kind of talking about like, well, why do women wear makeup in the workplace? And
Yeah.
how makeup acts as a,
And then
sexual
wearing
signaler.
lipstick
And
is a sexual thing because your lips get red during sex or
right.
something.
Well, I mean, do you disagree with that? Don't you think the point of makeup is
During
as a
sex is not the
sexual?
only time that your lips get red. So no,
But
I
isn't
don't
isn't
agree
Well,
with
makeup
no,
to
that.
but
make you
like,
more sexually attractive though? Isn't
right, the
that
point
a
of makeup
fact?
is to sort of.
So sexually attractive, like there are lots of ways where women want to be attractive, and it's not
Mhm.
always for like the sexual attention of another person.
But isn't makeup
No, but
specifically
like,
designed to make women
No,
more sexually
just
attractive?
for not for no, I don't think it's for
It's
just
don't
sexual
no.
come
attraction.
on.
Wait.
It's
No,
Let
totally
me
no,
let me
I'm
square
being
the
the circle
legit.
answer
here.
is yes.
No, I'm
I
being
think I can
legit.
bridge the
I
divide here.
don't
Okay.
listen, as a woman, I don't wear my makeup every day to go to Target
Right.
so that somebody hits
Well,
on
hit
me
on
or
you. I
wants
understand.
to
Right. Yeah.
like mate with me.
Right. Of
Right.
course.
I feel
Of
like
course.
I look myself I feel like I look put together. I don't look like a mess. And that's a little bit of socialization. It's a little toxic with women where we feel like if we don't wear makeup, we look tired, we look lethargic, we look ghostly or whatever. I don't feel like I look put together without makeup,
Right.
unfortunately. And I think
So
that doesn't have to
if
do
you
with wanting people to be
wait,
sexually
Adam,
attracted
sorry.
with me.
if you
Okay.
have to
Wait,
look
wait,
sexually
but
attractive,
hold on. This is just talking past each other. Okay.
Look, I don't get
Point.
as far in life if I
No,
look like if I
let
look
me
less
interject here.
attractive.
Okay.
It's
I
not
have this
because
thing.
okay, go ahead.
I have this thing called Sitch's law. And
Mhm.
it's that the majority of conversations or the majority of disagreements are disagreements about definitions. And people just don't realize it.
Okay.
And what's happening here is that when Adam and even when Jordan Peterson says something like it's, you wear makeup, for sexual attraction reasons, people are defining it in different ways. Like I don't know what Adam thinks because Adam's stupid. But when Jordan Peterson says it, he doesn't mean like what you're saying. I don't believe he means what you're saying, which is that yes, when a woman goes, to wear makeup and she goes to Target, like she's not actively trying to recruit sex from anyone around her. I don't think anyone really thinks. Well, maybe some of the reptile people
No,
think
I
that,
think
but I don't think that's what he
so I
means.
understand.
Well, I
Do
think what he
women who are
means.
more sexually attractive
I
get more
understand what he
respect?
wants.
Let me lay it out. Okay. I think what Jordan Peterson means when he says that, which I agree with, is that the purpose, the inherent purpose at the end of the day, if we were to say, well, why does makeup exist at all? The purpose of it, especially if you go back to an evolutionary perspective, has something to do and is probably deeply rooted in trying to acquire a mate at some point. Now, obviously, because humans are very complex psychological creatures, things that have to do with trying to gain a mate can culturally, start appearing in all sorts of other avenues of our life. So yes, every time you put on makeup, it's not about gaining a mate, but that is the original purpose of the action.
That's the
Here's the
current
unfortunate thing.
purpose.
No, so I feel like when he puts sexual in front of attraction, he is loading it, and then I do have to disagree, and I do have to qualify because I have to remove the sexual aspect of it. I do want to appear more attractive. Obviously, makeup is an enhancer, but it's not just for the idea of someone being wanting sex from me or viewing me as like sexually acceptable or something like that.
Hmm.
It's generally people are more receptive. They're more willing to listen to me. They appreciate me more being around. Um, and they just have a higher favor or higher view of me when I look more put together or look more attractive.
Sure.
More
We
sexually
all
attractive.
acknowledge
Yes.
we all acknowledge there is pretty privilege in the world. So to tell
Yes.
women
Right.
stop trying to be pretty
What is
is
pretty
just
privilege though?
redundant. Pretty privilege is the fact that if I'm attractive, I'm probably going to be treated better. I'm probably going to have more opportunities.
Yeah.
I'm probably going to be forgiven more for downfalls and stuff like that.
Right. But so
Absolutely.
You're going to
yeah,
be
but
more
so that
sexually
that doesn't
attractive. I mean, that's
right, but
just
that would yeah, when
Adam.
you're looking more attractive and people treat you nicer, which I think is 100% true, then there is related to sexual attraction, even if the person's not thinking like, oh, I'm gonna like sleep with this
Okay,
person.
so
I mean,
you
it
guys
holds for
are
men
putting
too. Obviously,
okay.
men who are more sexually attractive have more opportunities as well. Why do you think? There's the height thing because height is sexually attractive to women.
Okay.
It's well, okay, but bringing it back to Jordan Peterson, it's not just that one clip. I mean, there's obviously probably you've heard the enforced monogamy thing, which is not
I
necessarily
feel like
true.
when we're talking about the workplace
Hmm.
and I'm looking for there to be equal opportunities for women and I'm looking for there to not be as many barriers for them to progress in the workplace or even just like exist in the workplace. I want to minimize the amount of misogyny we continue to put forth on them, which means stop looking at them and the things that they do in the light of like promiscuity or sex. Um, just just try your hardest to think of any other reason besides wanting people to look at me and think of me as a sexual object or a sexual something that can have sex with you. Just try not to do that in the workplace. Um,
Well,
and try to
you're
understand
making
other
Jordan Peterson's
reasons.
point. You're saying
I'm no, I'm not.
Jordan Peterson's point was if you're going to put on a bunch of makeup and look, make yourself extremely sexually attractive in the workplace,
No, I'm not
it's a
making your point because
provocation.
if we acknowledge that pretty privilege exists and
Hmm.
that women will be treated better if they look better and
Hmm.
they will be like women get pointed out all the time if they don't wear makeup, oh, you look tired. So if we acknowledge that women deal with this, then we can understand why they're wearing makeup and we can stop putting the other excuse on them.
Well,
If you want women to stop feeling the need to sexualize themselves at work, then stop being favorable to the attractive ones. Stop making note of when they don't wear makeup. That's also on you.
well, no, I
Well, I
agree.
think
I
if
don't know that
you
you can avoid
right,
it
I
though.
think if you like if you were interviewing Jordan Peterson instead of the Vice guy and you said that, I don't think he would necessarily disagree with you.
Yeah.
Exactly. He
Right.
probably wouldn't. But then so my point, my purpose
Hmm.
in looking at his content is making those points, is disagreeing with him there because the person who interviewed him didn't do it for me. So
Right.
I
No.
kind of have to go on and do it.
Right. But
But
I
we
guess
were talking
what
about
I
the
mean
difference
is I
between
don't
Jordan
think
Peterson and Andrew Tate though. Like Jordan
I don't
Peterson
think Jordan
is
But
Peterson's
never
you
going to
can't,
say,
position
yeah.
is
so
that
because I
women
don't
shouldn't be in
see,
the workplace. I mean,
but that's the problem.
he
He
talks
doesn't
about being a
say,
clinical psychologist and, helping many professional women his entire life.
okay, but I can't if those are the moments that I see of him
Right.
and those are the moments that other people invoke to support their belief of women in this way, in this misogynistic light of them, I
Hmm.
can't have a favorable view of him in this
Well,
way. I acknowledge the
hmm.
positive things that I know he's done in his career, and I will point out the interview, like the moments in which I am disappointed in him.
Sure.
And in that moment, he doesn't qualify it. He doesn't clarify anything not misogynistic for me. So I do have to say I'm disappointed in him in this way. And I don't know. I think that's reasonable. I'm not going leftist, Kyle Rittenhouse, chase those people down with guns. I'm
Right.
absolutely not doing that.
Right. Well, now, especially since Andrew Tate has been indicted on, sex trafficking charges, the
Well,
difference between him and Jordan Peterson is more pronounced.
well, even
Like I
before,
don't.
I mean, it annoys me. I mean, I don't, I think Jordan Peterson's been kind of wacky on Twitter recently. I have not been
He
a
got
big
that
fan of
Twitter
that.
suit. That's very
Um,
wacky.
but I get it annoys me when I see a lot of people. I'm not saying you've done this because I'm not familiar whether you've done it or not, but
Mhm.
it annoys me when I see this the constant comparison of like, oh, there's the red pill sphere, and it's like Jordan Peterson and Andrew Tate when they have polar opposite positions. Because Jordan Peterson, I mean, he said this many times. He said, if you're a guy and you keep getting rejected by women and you can't get a date, that's on you.
Yeah.
That means there's
I
something
don't
wrong with you, the guy. Where Andrew Tate's is basically the opposite. He's like, women are, these creatures that you should essentially be manipulating to make money and to have sex.
Yeah, I don't correlate the two. I don't think I've ever put them in the same bag together.
Hmm.
If I was going to make any guesstimate, like guess or whatever, I think Andrew Tate is like a con artist first.
Right.
And I think he strived for celebrity status for a while. If anybody has seen his fucking rap song, he's done like anything to get in that limelight. And I think when you start getting criticism for like the irresponsible shit that you say, you
Hmm.
kind of look up to find some responsible things or some more tasteful ways to say it. So if I believe if Jordan Peterson finds himself in a bucket alongside Andrew Tate, I'm more inclined to believe Andrew Tate has gone back and taken some of his advice and reiterated it in his own way. More so than to believe that like Jordan
Well,
Peterson
that's
has moved
good.
along to Andrew Tate's side.
Hmm.
You're saying Andrew Tate is stealing from Jordan Peterson.
Yes, I
Yeah.
would think that he would try to steal and like sort of camouflage himself as a more reasonable person to give advice to men when we know the only way he got to where he is not doing any of like those positive aspects of self
Hmm.
responsibility and shit like that. He's a con artist.
Right. Well, yeah, I mean, I agree. Andrew Tate's a con artist, and I think it's ridiculous that he brags and jokes to with all these people about how he conned all these men out of money using the cam girl
Yeah.
stuff, and then these red pill types are so, I guess, naive or egotistical that they don't think he's then turning around and conning them the exact same way for money.
Yeah, and
So,
I've seen people try to have their cake and eat it too by
of course,
saying, you know what, I disavow anything he did wrong, like with the women. I don't think that's good. But you can't say that Andrew Tate wasn't a net good for men. He really gave people advice that they needed to hear.
right,
But
right,
motherfucker, this was advice that existed before him. He like fucking copy and pasted some shit to kind of to
sure,
like give him a better image. I don't think he gets brownie points for that.
right. But I think that the reason, I mean, I'll be honest, I haven't listened to enough of Tate's content to know whether he's stealing what Jordan Peterson's saying or not. I think the reason they get kind of bunched together by a lot of people is just because they're both anti-woke. And so it's just kind
Mm-hmm.
of like the compare everyone you don't like to Hitler. It's like compare everyone you don't
Yeah.
like to Andrew Tate. So,
But that
Is that me?
ended consequence of the woke. Like, the more
mhm.
you tell people, it's just like minor disagreements. You treat them like they are all the alt right. They're all
Right.
Nazis. Like
Yeah,
they're all rapists. If you treat people who just disagree with you differently, a little different, and make them put them in that box, you are growing that box, and that
of
box is going to be
course.
more empathetic with each other, and all of a sudden
Right.
you've got pretty intelligent people like Jordan Peterson who are very suspicious of the world, wondering why am I in this box with people you've told me are supremacists, that are rapists, that are misogynists. You know what, they were probably all done wrong like I was. And yeah,
Hmm.
and now you're the dumb fuck side that just wants to ostracize everyone, and there's a lot of intelligent people that you've put in a bad box.
Yeah,
And
no, I
yeah,
agree
he's probably going to
100%.
help them.
Yeah, no, I agree 100%. That is a big problem because people just so readily like slide into the tribal identity. So it's like, oh, if
Yeah.
someone's calling me, bad names, I'm just going to kind of become the other side essentially and absorb all
But
their time points, which unfortunately has seems to have occurred to Kyle Rittenhouse. So,
the unfortunate thing about Jordan Peterson, while I do understand like he was really um is really well respected and
mhm.
reviewed in his early work, and still today when he's talking about those things, but that he might not be like where he is like mentally like he was back then. Like apple cider did something to him. um
Well,
that's the other part that I'm just like I'm still like up in the air about him now, not because of Andrew Tate, but just like whatever happened with apple cider, honestly.
well, okay, I don't really want to get the whole Apple cider thing, but let's see. Thunder's oh, the one. Sammy G, our resident pervert for $10, says See now, you need to hear some real stories of my mom, who has made it to top levels in business and sports in the 1970s and 2000s. She just laughed at me when I asked her if gender hurt her in making money. Well, there you go. D5280 for $5 says, grand narratives galore. Quote, the trouble with our liberal friends is not that they're ignorant, it's just that they know so much that isn't so. Ronald Reagan.
You a big fan of Reagan, Chaeiry?
No.
Oh, okay, good.
Libertarian Sasquatch for $5 says, seems like Chaeiry has all these weird personal hangups and projecting them onto the wage gap.
That's a little mean.
Yeah,
I mean, I don't know. I'm sure there's more shit I can link you guys.
Well, I don't think Libertarian Sasquatch is going to be convinced.
Have we changed your mind? Have we
changed my mind?
Yeah. Have we got you to consider
maybe there's
anything?
a little bit more biology at work here than nurture?
Oh, no. I don't think I've shifted at all.
Okay.
Damn. We should have started with the thing. We're not doing this right.
What
would change your mind? What would make you... The thing is, I mean, none of us really... There are billions of interactions between men and women in the workplace every single day. So these things are very hard to even quantify. So at some level, you have to have some kind of... I mean, you have to build a model of the world and kind of
the hard part,
rely on it. Go ahead.
I think the hard part is when I am saying that this is an issue, that this is a discrepancy, this is an inequality. I'm not prescribing it across the board, and I'm not prescribing it in every instance. So I feel like that's where it's like, I'm going to acknowledge the situations that you are probably going to like anecdotally tell me, or a feeling that you have that some women might be in that basket for. Like, I can understand different iterations. But when I'm talking about this one area that there is a discrepancy, like, I think it's worth just talking about it, and maybe acknowledging it helps women in the industry, or helps women coming up into the industry. I think one thing that we didn't really talk about was putting a societal value on being a mother. I think the child tax credit, we did that for a year, and it's really unfortunate that we didn't continue it, because we've done the research and showing that investing in combating child poverty early on is more beneficial for society than paying out for it later on, that we know that we already do. And then, like, not only is it better on the taxpayer money, but like, you instill a value and a pride in women who don't want to feel less than, or men who don't want to feel less than, for staying at home and taking care of kids.
It'd be
raising children.
Because I think the conservatives could get on board if it was messaged in a specific way. Because the conservatives
are the ones who wrote it. It was Mitt Romney who wrote the child tax credit,
right?
And
but I mean, like,
they pushed it through, but they just ditch it, because these motherfuckers, they're pro-life, but not really. Like, after they're born, they don't give a fuck.
Well, yeah, that's for a different reason. But the way that I think they could frame it that would make it appealing to conservatives, because I think the left would already be on board with it mostly, would be, you know, the conservatives are always complaining about they want to get birth rates up. So this would be a good way. You have to incentivize people to have children. And you also, you know, if they want to incentivize women to take more traditional roles like being a mother, well, then you're going to have to incentivize them to do it financially.
Yes. If you want women, women are at a place where they want to feel like they have independence if they need it, right? We don't want to feel like we are dependent on a man's income, and therefore we have no other routes. There's an instability in our life if our relationship goes awry, or the feeling like we have to be in a relationship for there to be stability in our life. I think more women will be very, like, just a lot more happier to take those roles on, and maybe even more men, if there was like an actual value into it, and they wouldn't feel pressure to like get into a career.
Chaeiry, if I asked you to give me a description of a bird, obviously birds vary. There's a lot of different types of birds, but I think you could, lay out some general characteristics of a bird for me. Can you do that with a conservative? If I said, describe a conservative to me, what would be some of the characteristics you would point to?
I would say small government, conservative is more likely than not states' rights,
Mhm.
um, traditional values. I would predominantly say Christian. They are religious, which shouldn't take into voting, but it does. Um, I want to say things that aren't
Go
things that
ahead.
they are
Aren't
hypocrites for
pejoratives?
now.
Do we get
Because no,
stick?
no, not
Go
not
ahead.
the
What are the
pejoratives.
bad
Like
things?
they claim to be fiscally conservative, but that's not true. They
Right.
have not been that way for a long fucking time. So I don't even want to say fiscally conservative. Um,
I guess traditional Christian, small government. Oh, states' rights. You said.
Mhm.
states' rights, yeah,
Religious. Yeah.
and yeah, religious,
Traditional values. Okay.
traditional values, yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. I think
Mm,
for the most part,
accurate.
it is small government, states' rights, and probably skepticism in all institutions.
That's weird because that's
Well,
like,
it's interesting because that's like a
yeah,
recent thing because it used to be the opposite.
yeah.
But that is definitely the populist, right-wing populist
Yeah, I
idea
think
now.
my stepdad is a GOP councilman in a southern state, has been for over 30 years now.
Wow.
Yeah, and
Were they skeptical
the
of?
distrust in institutions is just amazing.
Were they
Hmm.
skeptical? Oh, I guess they were because I was going to ask, were they skeptical of government when Trump was in office? But they've had the
Drain the
Yes,
whole
swamp.
drain the
Yeah,
swamp thing.
yes.
Yeah.
of course.
They believe that the people in there are bad actors, uh,
Hmm.
leftovers from the previous administration, not loyal, that type of shit.
Yeah.
So for the last 6 minutes, Adam put up a poll that says, "Should we ban Doomer?" 58% say we should ban Doomer.
Oh well, I mean, the
That's
people have
good.
decided.
Got to get him out of here. Andrew Clark for $2. He said, "You're not gonna like this." He says, "Chaeiry sounds like Andrew Tate, but feminist." Ouch.
Wow.
What does that make me?
Uh,
Top B?
there you go. There you go.
Tell us about your Bugatti.
Mm-hmm. It's the opposite though, where he has no hair on his head. I have way too much.
Got him. Uh, Casey Anderson for $20. Ouch. Says she has no good points, sounds ditzy, has little world experience, and wonders why women aren't taken seriously. I've worked in corporate America, and most people who do will tell you it's thumbs down working for women.
Okay, listen, you don't know what ditzy is. Ditzy is me coming on here pretending like I don't know anything and being
Hmm.
like, oh, isn't it so strange that this happens sometimes? Just watch any fucking conversation where Pearl is debating against a liberal and you will understand what ditzy and bimboism is. Okay.
This the I mean obviously the super chat is a little mean, but
No, yeah, yeah, I'm
just
fine with your super chat.
the idea, and I wonder this, maybe could it be, and obviously people are good at some, better at some things and not as good at other things, right?
Mhm.
We can't all expect to be the best at everything, so there's going to be a
Yes.
diversity of things that we're good at. So maybe, if could it possibly be that you have some personal failings in some areas that you're basically blaming sexism when really it's just a personal thing. It's just this is unique to you.
Um, I don't think I'm blaming being a woman
Okay.
on like that person thinking I'm ditzy.
Hmm.
I think that they have an inaccurate idea of what ditzy is.
Well, not
Hmm.
not necessarily what they're saying, but I'm saying like, you know, obviously we were talking about
No, I mean
streaming, like
we talked about the
political
Connor thing.
commentary. Like
We talked
I
about the Connor thing.
right,
I'm disagreeable
Hmm.
and Wicked Supreme is disagreeable times 10,
but
right? He makes an actual joke about the dead dude. And I'm the one who gets reprimanded. I'm the one who gets eyes
yeah.
turned red on. Uh I understand I understand not wanting to jump to sexism, not
Well,
wanting to jump
yeah.
to or fall back on or be shielded by sexism, but sometimes that is the answer.
Well, I
And
mean,
yeah.
just like if if I'm being honest, obviously I think Destiny's like a much better debater than me. Like I would like to be as
Oh,
good a
he's
debater as
absolutely better.
Destiny.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's great. Like I could be completely right and he could be completely wrong, but the audience is going to walk away thinking I'm wrong and he's right regardless of the facts on the ground. That's like a just
Yeah, but that moment wasn't
amazing
about a
skill.
debate. That moment wasn't about a debate. That's we're in like a group chat and
Hmm.
I'm talking shit and then Supreme's talking shit and I'm the one that there's a problem with.
Right,
So
but
like remove debate
you,
aside. If
but
we're talking about how I act in a debate, Steven is better than me in a debate. I'm not always the most articulate. I'm a little bit bitchy. I'm a little bit brain turns off when I'm angry kind of thing.
well, so do
There's
I, but
def
that's not a sex
yeah,
thing. That's a
yeah,
human
exactly.
thing.
That's not a sexist thing. But what I'm explaining with like between me and Supreme, like that is a sexist thing. So just because I can point out one instance where somebody did treat me unfairly because I was a woman, that they didn't like in that moment, is not to say that like all of my problems on the internet is because I'm a woman. So I feel like you're doing that, but that's not what
Well,
I'm
no,
doing.
I'm saying, look, and Destiny's a bad example because he's not a woman. I'm trying to think of a debate of like a debate person that's a woman that's good. It's strange.
Oh,
I
are you
can't.
implying that
That's
like just
strange that I
women are
can't.
bad at debating?
No, that's not what I'm. That's no, that's
Candace
not.
Owens.
No, no,
There you
just
go.
is that what you're implying that women
No,
aren't
okay,
like
Candace Owens.
that it's inherently not a
Well,
like
I'm
a
just saying. I'm
female
just saying.
ability?
Well,
If
anyone's been in a
Candace,
relationship knows that's not true. But
if
Okay,
Candace
let me
Owens,
ask you.
if Candace
No, no,
Owens is
don't
a better
use.
debater than me, I'm not going to say it's because people are don't like me because I'm a man. I'm going to
I'm
look at
sure
this
Adam. What I'm trying.
debating
I
What
feel
is
like
your
you're fighting ghosts
Mm.
because I don't think that this is something I've even claimed.
what is your underlying point, Adam? Because I think I've lost it. I'm not sure where you're going with
Well,
this.
my underlying point is I often feel
Hmm.
people, point to something like sexism or racism when
Okay, but when you're
a
talking
more
about debate,
productive
who are the
strategy,
people?
would be to look at places where you can improve yourself. Like it's
Okay,
kind of a get
who
out of
are the
jail
people
free
you're talking
card.
about, Adam? Because when you're having this conversation with me and when you're lecturing me about it right now,
Hmm.
it almost feels like you think I'm the
This is
person who
not
is saying
lecturing.
this.
This is mansplaining. This is completely different.
Okay, well, I'm removing the sexism. You can add it the fuck back in when you
No,
call it
I'm
mansplaining.
only, I'm
But who are
only.
you fighting against? Who said that they're like,
Well,
who is the person making this claim?
go back to the super chat. Well, what did the super chat say? The super chat
It,
definitely labeled competency in some.
They said that I was ditzy and I make no points.
Yeah, that's
yes,
competency
no
right
good
there.
points. Yes.
So I disagreed with the ditzy.
The opposite of that is like I would be watching Chaeiry's stream every day if I felt that she was making good points that I could, maybe share with my friends in other conversations. I do feel
Okay,
like a
well,
lot of
that's
people listen to us because they're like, I want to be able to argue with my friends and, my friends like things that I like to argue about. So I'm going to get some good arguments from Sitch and
I'm
Adam.
not
And
sure, Adam, how what you said had to do with the super chat. I'm not seeing the connective tissue.
I didn't. I feel like I feel like
Mhm.
you're making an argument on why I'm not a good debater and it has nothing to do with being a woman, but I've
Mhm.
never made the excuse that it's because I'm a
Well,
woman.
I'm only using that as an example.
I've never complained
Mhm.
that people don't respect me as a debater.
Well, you did
Um,
complain that they didn't respect you because you're a woman.
Well, she said she was
no,
attacked more
I
because she
showed
was a
a
woman.
specific example where
Mhm.
I believe that I was treated
Unfairly
unfairly
because
just
you're a
because I
woman.
was a woman,
Right.
where
Right.
like the guy in the situation was not treated that way. It had nothing to do with debating. Um,
Hmm.
I don't really debate on my stream. I play video games. I've been playing League of Legends for the last week that I've gone back to streaming and I've reacted to content.
But
Hmm.
you have said that people are being discriminated against just because of sexism, though.
So, okay, just because I acknowledge
Mhm.
specific instances, which fuck the super chat because I do make points. I've made
Mhm.
specific points, but it feels like now you want to argue on like this broad scope. Like I've said broadly, it's everywhere. I haven't done that.
Why don't?
You're like arguing against Ghost. I can't do that.
Obviously, I think the super chat is unkind, and like people should not do that. Like they
Well,
shouldn't.
I think your straw man is unkind right now.
Well, what? Hold on. What's the straw man?
That I have to like defend why there is sexism in being a female debater, which is something I've never claimed.
Okay.
Like for myself, I don't know.
Well, you did say that you suffer some
I say I experience some sexism
Right.
online as a content creator.
Right.
But I've never complained that people don't
Is
that
sexism
like
holding you back as a content
yeah,
creator?
that being a woman is the reason why I'm not being successful as a debater. I'm just saying like there are
Right.
specific hardships that I experience. It has
Hmm.
nothing to do with whether I'm successful or not. Like there are days where you're playing a sport and you break your leg, right?
Sure.
You see the physical harm that day.
Right.
And obviously it takes time to overcome it. It'll heal and then you can get back to the game. There are physical harms, like not physical. There are like emotional harms that happen as like
Tell me about it.
for me a female content creator. It doesn't hold me back. Like I'm able to continue to grow and stuff like that. But it is something that happens on your mental, your emotion, and your self confidence that I think
I'm so
is just acknowledging it, just acknowledging it and recognizing where it comes from, and that it's like it's something that you just have to overcome. It's not something that you can like correct yourself. It's how other people are going to treat you in the space. It helps you deal with that picture a lot better.
I'm not laughing at you. I'm laughing at the chat because they always say
You're
just
fine.
zero fuck says Adam. I think you should apologize, which
To
is
Don't
Christian.
apologize to me. I
just as
won't
a
care.
hilarious call. Look at that.
I want you to apologize to
Look,
Christian.
Chaeiry is based as can be. Look, we have people that come on the show sometimes and ask for apologies, and
Demand.
that's like the soyest
That's
thing
not
ever.
a real apology
Yeah,
then.
see?
No.
Yeah,
Yeah.
exactly. Cherry knows. She's cool. Well, I feel, and maybe I should say, obviously this isn't you, Cherry, but I do feel that some people, they, instead of looking at ways that they can improve themselves, turn to something like sexism, racism,
Yes.
homophobia,
Yes.
all
But
kinds
we
of things
agree.
just to, because they don't want to
Yeah.
really take the blame and say, listen, I could have done better here.
We
I try to
agree.
be, yeah, okay,
I
good.
feel like I've made this point myself with
Yeah.
the bitch with no legs. Like some people will fall
Yes.
back on
Yes.
their minority cards, on
Yes.
their victim
Yes.
cards,
Yes.
and use that as an excuse for their failure, like not
Totally.
being able to explain what being oppressed as a woman is today.
Sure.
I
Yes.
haven't done that, and I've already criticized those people, so that's why I'm irritated by
Right.
your straw
Sure.
man.
And she could have, I mean, she should have known better than anyone because she had plenty of time to look into it, right?
She should have known, and so should have the women in that room who jumped on board and was like, "Yeah, Pearl, you're being ableist. That's a little ableist."
Okay.
Andrew Clark for $5 says, I disagree, Adam. I think the majority appeal of stories is wish fulfillment, escapism, and especially catharsis. Learning happens along the way.
Yeah, but I think learning is the primary objective.
Yeah, I don't know.
So
I don't know if you can zero one out, but sure, they're both related.
the worst stories ever is when you have a protagonist that doesn't want anything because there's no challenges. Like there's little. It's like there's no problem. The whole thing about story is you're watching because you want to see problem solving that may be applicable to your life someday, somewhere.
Well, yeah, but you can't. I mean, I guess you can, but it's not really the same thing to wish fulfill yourself into a character who has no problems, right? Because you have
Yeah.
problems in your life, so you wish you could overcome them.
Yes. Yeah.
Oh my god for $2 says it
Oh my
sounds like
God.
Chaeiry wants special treatment with a queen emoji.
Uh-oh. Did you ask for
I don't think I did.
treatment, Chaeiry?
Okay.
I don't think I did. You know what I want? I want men who do worse than me to be treated equally, if not worse than me.
There you
Well,
go.
That's what I want.
We have had Wicked Supreme on, and we were very
I really
unkind
like
to him.
Supreme.
Well, we beat him up over his January 6th take. It was kind of like insane. So
We had him and Doomer on. We were beating them both up at the same time.
Yeah,
Well, no,
it was
we were all
great.
friendly. I forget. We talked about one thing we all agreed, and then we
Mhm.
talked about the January 6th thing, and the conversation changed. But it was still a
devolved.
good conversation. So.
yeah,
Guy for $20. Thank you, Guy. Says everyone did believe Amber Heard at first. That's exactly why she was able to successfully slander Johnny Depp, despite her story being absurd. If nobody believed her, there would be no damage found, especially by a jury in Fairfax, Virginia. Yeah, that was my understanding of the situation at first too. That she was originally believed and mainstream widespreadly believed. So I know in
Yeah.
the internet spaces it was very different. But
Oh, and she actually proves Cherry's point that makeup isn't always used to make someone sexually attractive. Sometimes it's used to fake injuries.
Oh shit.
uh, Silence You Idiot for $10 says, "Hey, Sitch and Adam, I'm out in the Hogwarts Legacy Twitter war defending misogyny and transphobia from misinformed activists. Use the old quote, you're spreading depression and anxiety gatekeeping a purchase. Wait,
Gatekeeping a purchase.
you're spreading depression and anxiety gatekeeping a purchase. There you go.
Yeah, that they're trying to get people not to buy Hogwarts Legacy. That's what's going on because of J.K. Rowling is
Yeah.
a turf.
This is their thing. They just cancel. They
Right.
it's like you know how people have spending power, like
Yes.
buying power. They're
Hmm.
doing the opposite. They're like invoking their agenda by boycott power.
Yeah. I don't think it's worked though. Haven't the pre-sales but like through the roof? So maybe it's backfired.
Maybe.
Ace Mori for $5 says, major props for getting Selena Kyle from The Batman on the show. Well, there you
I
go.
don't know who that is.
Catwoman from the last Batman
Oh,
movie.
Who
I'll
I
take it
thought
as a compliment.
was I
I
thought
think it
was
was.
hot, but
There you
Sitch
go.
said
What'd Sitch say?
Sitch was
I
not
didn't
in,
think I didn't think she was that hot in the
Sitch
Batman.
was
No,
not into it. Yeah.
no,
Wow.
I know what a misogynist.
He's so wrong.
Uh,
Now I'm not gonna, what is it, male impregnate you? What was I gonna do?
I dodged the
Impreg.
bullet. I dodged the bullet, chat.
You're safe.
I'm safe. I won't be part of the stable. Andrew Clark for $5 says, I'm older than Chaeiry and I've never heard any of this sexist nonsense. I grew up conservative and no one I've ever known told any girl how to act.
Oh, okay. But like if you grew up conservative, I don't know. It's just
It was
it's a
invisible
little
to you.
different. Yeah.
Do you think conservatives are using strict gender norms on their kids? I mean, I don't know.
I mean, you do what you know.
Well,
So if
my belief is that nature does most of the work
well,
in
that's like the big disagreement. Well, not disagreement, big debate. Nature versus nurture. No one thinks it's 100% like one over the other, but
Right.
it's like
Well, some
how
people
much
do.
of each is influencing. Yeah.
right, but I don't.
And who can know?
The
We
question
just try our
is,
best.
look, the question is, if you have a bunch of girls and they come to you and say, "Dad, I want to work on cars," does the dad say, "Hell no, you're not going to touch a car. Okay, get in the kitchen and bake a cake," or do they say, "Okay, that's cool. Let's work on the cars"? And I feel like we're in a situation now where the parents just do whatever the kids want, and
So
they
here,
don't try to do these gender norms.
I don't think every parent does that. I think there will be parents where it's like the maybe the daughter wants to go in the garage and see what he's doing with the car.
Sure,
And
yeah.
he's like, get out, you're gonna hurt yourself or something. Or sometimes you have the parents who have like no input whatsoever. You got like Jeffrey Dahmer's dad who's like, yeah, let's stand here and I'll watch you play with this dead raccoon. Like
Well, that's an extreme
there
case,
that is an
obviously.
extreme, but that's an extreme, and we see the outcome of Jeffrey Dahmer.
Well, let's take the outliers
That type of
out.
fear. No. But think about the outlier
Look,
liar, because that type of fear is what is instilled in certain conservatives' minds. Like there's something that's going to grow incorrectly about their child if they allow them to explore these alternatives. That they're gonna have a gay son if they let their son
well,
explore something different. It is to them as detrimental as having a like mass murderer, Jeffrey Dahmer,
so
because it's against their religion. They think it's a sin. So I do believe that there are some conservative, traditional, religious, fundamentally religious households who will deter their children and correct this, like it's sort of exploration early on in their childhood.
you're kind of making the point that I wanted to make next.
Okay.
So is it more likely if it's a conservative family, if the girl says, I want to work on cars. Can I come in the garage and work on the car with you? Dad is going to say, sure, come on, and let me show you how it's done. If a boy comes to, mom or dad and says, listen, I like playing with dolls. Can we get some more dolls in the house? I think you're probably going to get the dad going, no, get in the garage. You're going to help me on the car.
Yeah.
So you agree with that?
No,
So
I
then,
don't
it's
agree
really
with it. Wait,
it's really the
what do you
guys
mean?
that are being held back, not
No,
the
I think they would
ladies.
both be held back.
Oh, okay.
That's the thing. I think if you have these beliefs, I think they're both going to be held back. Um,
I don't think so.
as much as yes, because when it comes to conservative households, being a docile, agreeable woman is what will land these types of men. Religious men need a woman to follow them.
Yeah, but
You are
no.
not. This is very like fundamental with religiosity. The man has to be the head of the household. The women is led by the devil, and in order to be
Oh my.
saved, in order to live with God and by God, they need to follow the man because they cannot be trusted. This is like paramount to like Christianity and
Well, I mean,
religion
maybe
in this
super
sense. So
fundamentalist, but I don't know.
to
Like
have
normies
yeah,
are
but
doing this.
fundamentalists, yes, but people who aren't actually like religious, who are like, yeah, I follow Christianity, I believe in God, I'm fine with gay people. Like those are not the ones who are actively like holding their children back from being who they are, right? These aren't the ones who are sending their kids off to like conversion camp, ostracizing their child and like preventing them from getting like
Conversion.
the
Like
health care that they need, you know?
is I don't know the percentage of conservatives that are sending their kids off to Jesus camp, but I like to think that's getting smaller.
Any percent is too
No,
many.
I agree. I don't think
Yeah, no,
people
I just
should
don't
be
want
encouraged.
to throw every Christian
I
under the
did
bus.
Yeah.
I
But
did think
that's the thing is we're talking about outlier situations. I feel
Sure,
like
sure, sure.
when we talk about an issue, it doesn't have to be the majority of people going through it. I feel like if anybody is struggling, I think it's worth talking about. People need to hear their struggle come out. People need to understand that what they're going through isn't okay, isn't ideal. Anything to get less people growing up, joining online communities that are the first spaces to be like nice to them. And this online community just so happens to be zoophiles. And then eventually this
no,
person fucking
I
identifies as a
totally
goddamn deer.
I
Like
totally
Right,
that is
yeah.
what I would like to
right.
avoid.
I
Yeah, no, you
agree.
just have to be careful because I think you said, and maybe you just misspoke. I think you said like the basis of religion or Christianity was that the
I
woman
did
has to
mean to
follow the
say
man.
fundamental
Right, okay, fair enough.
Christians.
Yeah,
Yeah,
just want to make it clear to
yeah. Hmm.
to chat before they
So
freak
Yeah.
out.
just
But
before we move on, back to the example of the girl wanting to work on cars and the guy wanting to play with dolls. I thought like the reason that discrepancy probably exists is because socially it's always been acceptable for women to compete in male dominated hierarchies, but it has never been
Because
really
yeah.
socially acceptable for men to compete in female dominated hierarchies.
Mhm.
Yes, because men don't feel like they're actually in competition with women until they are. Like, so
Mhm.
when women come out to actually be better and yield better results, like in, let's say, tech or the sciences, all of a sudden we have a problem. So,
Mhm.
but early on, they don't see women as competitive, not in any aspect that they can
Well,
really register,
I think
especially not in like
mhm.
the dating market. So when women are lesbians, it doesn't feel like competitive. They'll never have a dick
Well,
Well,
yet.
they'll never impreg my sitch, that's for
there,
sure.
Exactly.
I think related to what you said, Adam. I'm not sure it has to do with like like seeing women as competitive. I think it's that like because the view, whether it was right or wrong, was that men controlled society and you had the patriarchy and kind of the male spheres were viewed as like that's where you want to be in. Like there wasn't a lot of men running around saying, "Oh, I want to be in this," the female spaces.
Right,
Like that
yeah.
wasn't perceived as like the area in
Yeah.
which men wanted to break into. And so the focus was on women breaking into men's spaces, and it wasn't really and still isn't really focused on men, trying to succeed in women's spaces.
Right.
So,
Also,
Yeah.
we kind of shun men being in women's spaces and like view them as predatory or
Of
something.
course. Yeah.
Yeah.
well, yeah, I mean that's a good point too.
We need to protect women, kind of
So,
thing.
John R for $2 says, "I don't want to deplatform, but no more poly people." We don't have that many poly people on stream. I think are you the first? You might be the first person that we talked to that's
I
poly.
am kind of fascinated by the poly thing, but
We'll talk about that next time because I feel like that's a whole
Fascinated or
conversation.
disgusted?
Well,
a
it
little bit
depends
of
what it
both.
is.
I
I'm not really
mean,
disgusted, but
like,
because there's a wide swath of what poly can mean to different people. So
Mm-hmm.
we
I'm
talk
more
ab-
fascinated by it. But
We talk a lot about moral psychology on the show, and disgust is one of the
Ooh.
things that obviously triggers people's moral intuitions a lot.
yes,
So it's interesting that you say disgusted, because I do think a lot of people
zooming
are.
right in on it. Yeah,
Yeah, I do think a lot of people are disgusted by it.
of course.
Yeah, but some people are really, really into things that they're disgusted by.
Sure,
That provokes you in
this was
more ways than
actually
you think.
Max's argument, which
I
is
don't think that's true. Wait,
bizarre.
I completely disagree with that. I don't think anyone's into anything that they're disgusted by
Yeah,
at all.
Oh, I think so.
I
this
how it doesn't. It's completely contradictory.
I don't, okay.
disgust is a response to repel you from things.
Right.
Yeah, but okay. So you know that like the stove is hot and it's going to burn you, but you
Hmm.
touch
This is
it.
Max's example. Oh my god!
Oh, fuck.
And
Well,
what's
I mean, he
going
Uh-oh.
wasn't
on
wrong about
here?
everything.
Well, wait,
But
who,
it's
who
like a sort
touches the
of
stove even though they know it's hot?
people who are curious.
Yeah, but that's because they don't know it's hot, right? What do you mean?
No, they know it's hot. It's red
Uh-huh.
and it's glowing.
People who are burn
They still
curious.
touch it.
Yeah, they still touch it.
I don't. I would think there's some kind of self-harm motivation here, not like a disgust motivation.
Okay, yeah, maybe it's true. Maybe disgust is too strong of a word. I'll
Hmm.
back down on disgust.
Yeah, like I think people can be like I think people are can be attracted to taboo things, but I'm not
Yeah,
really sure
and
people are
maybe
attracted to
taboo is more
disgust.
of what I'm thinking.
Yeah, maybe.
Because
The example I used
people
with Mr. Grill
generally
is
like
like,
feet. Like
yeah, but they
most
don't find it
people,
disgusting. They're attracted to them for
most people
some
will think
reason.
about feet as disgusting. You're walking around all
Right,
day, they're sweaty,
right.
there might be dirt, but then there are people who, mm,
I'll be right back.
they
Hmm.
will choose to have your feet while they're dirty and want to like lick them off,
Right, but
lick
they
the dirt
don't.
off.
I
That's
don't
pretty.
think.
It's there. You got to be disgusted by dirty feet, but then at the same time, you're absolutely like lusting over them.
No, I said, but that's a different. Like for you and me who don't have a foot fetish, it's disgusting. But I'm assuming for the person that does have the foot fetish, it's not disgusting. That's why they want to do it. I don't.
I'm
They're not disgusted by it.
okay, but maybe okay. So because I don't have a foot fetish, I
Right.
guess I am just gandering. But I feel like part of the appeal has to be the fact that you're disgusted by it.
I don't think. Well, maybe part of the appeal for them is that the other like that. Oh, I
That
know
other
I'm not
people are.
supposed to do this.
Yeah.
Like, yeah,
So
that could be
maybe
part of it.
taboo is probably a better word than disgust. Disgust is
Right.
probably loading someone else's
Yeah.
feelings
Okay, that
with
makes sense.
my own.
Liam S. Thanks so much for being a free will seeker for 6 months. Says, would you feel better telling your friends and family your hubby is a janitor, binman, sewage worker, or a lawyer, accountant, etc., even if they're earning the same?
Um, if they're earning the same,
Yeah, if a janitor was making the same as a lawyer, would you still have a preference saying like, "Oh, my husband is like a lawyer"?
I mean, I would probably still have a preference of saying my husband's a lawyer because I think um it's impressive to get to there.
Right. Yeah, because it seems okay. Yeah, that makes sense. Um,
That sounded like a
creep,
good super chat. I missed it.
creep, creeping pence for $5 says, "I've heard not enough men being stay-at-home dads being blamed for the wage gap. What are your thoughts on this?" I
I
mean
have
that.
not heard that.
Well, that would be. I mean, that has to be true if when you look at a lot of the studies and they show that like once women have children, their earnings go down significantly, presumably because they're working less hours than if there were more dads staying at home taking care of children, that wouldn't be occurring. So,
Well, I know like the studies show that men they feel not they okay, not talk about feeling that they take less days off,
mhm,
and they generally have fewer days for, if any, for paternity leave.
right.
Um, and this is, I think, why most like newer innovative companies, especially like tech companies, they provide paternity leave because those early times in the childhood's in like the child's life is really important for like parent bonding, father bonding, and good for the child to bond with the father. And I think from thereafter, um, it should result in the father feeling more inclined or in need to take more time off. But the lack of time off, I think, is what I don't know if it hinders or like causes the pay gap, but I know it is what causes women to take more of the burden on like household chores if it's a like two parent working household.
Hmm. Gene Angry Penguin for 2 hours says equal fights. True. Zen Man for 5 months says, Adam, you laugh at domestic violence when the victims are men. Talk to Hannah Wallen or Deborah Pony about it. You are way off.
Well, I mean,
How dare you, Adam? How
yeah,
dare you?
I it is kind of funny. It really.
Wow, you're a bad
Well,
person.
I understand the like we know this is obviously an inequity in our society, but
Mhm.
if you call the police because your wife is beating you, chances are you're going to wind up in jail. It's like,
Why is that
It's
funny, Adam?
also feeling like there's not a severity to call the police.
Well,
So if
yeah,
it
there's like
depending on the
if
depends.
there's
situation.
violent if there's like female violence against men, I think women are more inclined to call the police out of fear that it will escalate, where I don't think men feel like the first instance um of violence will escalate, you know? And so like reporting
Hmm.
and all of that has to just be inaccurate.
Well, you can't hit back with a woman though. That's the thing. Because as soon as you do, you're going to jail. They're not. Can hit you as much as they want. Which is, I mean, you're right. You're totally right. It's nothing to laugh at. I mean, you hope you marry someone that's not going to put you in this position. I mean, this is why it's good to marry someone that you love, that has
Yeah,
respect for you, that's not going to put you in a situation like that. Like you're supposed to be
true.
finding, it's, I often say on the show, it's the buddy system. You're supposed to be finding the person that's going to be supportive of you, not,
Hmm.
beat you and laugh when you call the
Hmm.
police. But I mean, this was actually in the Amber Heard Johnny Depp trial. She's like would beat him and laugh. Ah, you can't tell anyone. No one will believe you. That's so wicked. Oh God,
Very.
that's
Yeah.
horrible. Yeah.
CT for 5 Canadian says, I agree with Cherry in terms of makeup making me feel put together in the workplace. Also, sexy makeup and workplace makeup are very different.
True.
Yeah, because you're trying to walk that line. You're like,
Right.
which I get. I totally get.
The Observing Otaku for $10 says, I love you guys going on stream. What? Love you guys going on stream with Corncob Jake on Saturday. We didn't do that. He wants to prove capitalism destroys freedom. Please check it out. Also,
Oh
feminism seems
God.
like a big grifter these days to me. Oh, you're saying you want us to go on stream and well, I mean, we tried to have Jake on. I think Jake is too afraid to talk to us for some reason, but
I
he
mean,
was he was willing to debate our fans and maybe he'll debate JMac. That'd be fun, but he doesn't want to debate us. So,
I did a little recon on his stream though. I feel like maybe we could.
oh,
Yeah.
oh, what happened?
Well, I just thought we could probably, badger him enough to get on his show.
Mm. Speaking of you guys debating,
Uh-huh.
what did you guys ever come to a conclusion about like the Twitter files? Because I know I saw you guys talking to Connor about it, and
Hmm.
you seem like you questioned him a bit, but I think I caught another week of yours where I think you were more so along like you were more a right-leaning side of the Twitter files. Is that like still where you guys pretty much
Well, I
stand?
guess it depends what you mean by right leaning. Because my position is essentially that the Twitter files show, though, be honest, I haven't read the recenter ones, so maybe things have changed. But my opinion was essentially the Twitter files show that Twitter does have a like their own left wing bias, and I do think that when it came to the Hunter Biden laptop story, I don't think I think if the politics were reversed, I think if it was Don Jr.'s laptop, I don't think they would have banned the story. But I don't think, and this is where I was arguing with Connor and with Rob Noor, I don't think there's any evidence that I've seen that the government directed Twitter to suppress the Hunter Biden laptop story. So
Oh,
I don't
okay.
believe that aspect of it. Now, I
I thought
think
you were
that
a little bit
more.
more right-leaning because I don't think
Mhm.
anybody has actually like I mean besides Connor, but he wasn't very coherent for it. Um, like debated Destiny on it. I don't
Mhm.
know. I don't think there's any reasonable argument to make that like the government interfered.
The
Yeah, on
whole
that one, I mean, there's definitely evidence the government asking Twitter to censor other things. The
In a
question, I
very
guess,
transparent, not like demanding way.
well, it depends because you say, well, to me, you'd have to say, well, how many times has government asked Twitter to do something? and how often does Twitter do it? Like if Twitter 99% of the time complies with the government, that'd be to me seem that's a little suspicious. But I don't believe that was the case. I believe the number was Connor actually knew. It was actually like 50 or 25% of the time, I think, Twitter complied. Um, so
Okay.
and there, I don't know, there was weird. So I mean, I don't know. My solution to all this is I understand the fear. We don't want the government to have undue influence over social media. And I think it's a completely justifiable fear, regardless of whether you're on the left or the right. So my
But do
solution to
you
all of
think that they
this,
should have any?
well, my solution is that I think that they can definitely ask these private businesses to censor things or to do things, but I think it should all be transparent. I think we as the public should be able to see the requests that the government gives to
Ooh,
Twitter in real
you think
time when they give
so?
them out. So,
That's interesting.
and if it actually makes sense because if the whole point is that the government's trying to stop what they consider to be misinformation from spreading on Twitter, why should it not be public that the government's saying this is misinformation? Why does it have to be secondhand through Twitter?
Okay.
So
I
that's my
wouldn't
position on it.
agree, but I think that would be an interesting debate.
Well,
None
I
of
mean, do you think that what's your position on the government, basically influencing social
Well,
media?
I don't believe that conversations of moderation should be transparent in real time
Hmm. At all?
at all.
So, well, I guess the question is so
So
like,
if you think about like YouTube
mhm,
and their banning, or you think about Twitch and their banning, there's a reason why they don't do it transparently. Um, there's sometimes errors or there's sometimes like threats, risks. You might ban somebody who you think is going to commit a crime and like I don't know. There's reasons for anonymity and for silence in something that you think is a potential threat or a harm
mhm.
that I believe like these companies deserve and our government deserves some like anonymous air. Like what if they are reporting on what they think is going to be a domestic like terrorist attack? Like
Right.
why
Yeah,
would we want to
obviously,
alarm the
yeah,
public?
right.
But then
Obviously,
for
I would
that to be
agree.
the case, we
Mhm.
would need all of it to be anonymous. Otherwise, it
Well,
doesn't work
I don't
if
think it
we
has to
demand
be all or nothing.
transparency.
I mean, I would agree that when you have things of like national security, if someone's spilling state secrets, someone's planning to do some domestic terrorism, I would agree that things of that nature can be moderated without it being
But
public. I'm talking
don't
more about
all
when
of
they're
their
making
things have
claims
to do with
about,
national security?
well, no, I mean, you can broadly define national
Misinformation, right?
security, right? I'm talking about
Exactly. So
issues of
what's the
national
point?
of misinf what they consider to be misinformation.
But that's for national security, right? We're worried about our democracy and influence of
Yeah, but
elections and stuff like
so
that. So
right,
I
but
think they will
mhm.
find a way to label it under like national security.
They could dishonestly do so, but I guess you'd have to question like, so when you're talking about like a terrorist attack, and you say, well, that should be there should be some that should be hidden from the public. Well, the reason that should be hidden from the public is because either a publicly, giving the sources could, prevent the person from being arrested. It could get other people to commit the terrorist action. It could, uh, it could out whoever told the FBI or whoever,
You
that
could,
this terrorist attack, right? So there's like very practical reasons for this. When you're talking about like COVID misinformation or voting misinformation or whatever the government's asking, none of those practical considerations come into effect in those situations.
but the other issue is when you reveal to people what you're moderating, what you're
Hmm.
looking for, and how you're moderating, you're basically giving a map on what to avoid next to the people who are looking to get around TOS and moderation that you've put in place for good reason. That's why I think for the most part, these moderation tools are put in private. Like the TOS is public, and how they find these like what they need to moderate and how they select and choose um is privated for I believe that reason.
Hmm.
As soon as people realized you can't say KYS, everyone figured out ways around it.
Yeah, go Roblox yourself. Yeah, yeah, I
Yeah.
understand what you're
So
saying. Yeah,
essentially, we didn't stop telling
right.
each other KYS. We got creative. And I think I understand like
Hmm.
we are always going to do that. But I think there are instances where we don't really want people to do that.
Well,
And so that's
yeah,
why I'm cool with
no,
anonymity.
well, I mean, I agree. We always are going to do that, and I understand that the potential problem that can cause in moderation. However, I think when it comes to the government's influence on moderation of private companies, especially things regarding free speech, I think that in my mind, anyway, that principle of making sure that the government's not overstepping their boundaries is more important to me than whatever potential moderating issue would arise from people knowing how to just word things very specifically to avoid TOS.
I think that that's going to be super hard because when we're talking about like national security, like we always think about like misinformation, terrorist attacks, something that feels imminent to us. But then what if the government is giving information and stuff like
Mhm.
that for how people are exchanging like child pornography? That's not national security, but it's definitely a harm, a risk that we're like worried about constantly, especially with like sex trafficked victims. So do we want to give signal out like, oh, the government has figured out how to identify this, and this, and they're aiding social media companies and advising them on how to like silence this. This is against first like our First Amendment. Like, no, keep that shit private. I'm sorry to the public. You're so fucking worried. You'll find another way to tell people that getting the fourth booster shot is fucking soy.
Well, I mean, like with the child, I assume what you mean, like with the CP stuff is like if the government says, oh, like I don't know, maybe
Like
are
you
you
don't want to
like
teach people how to be more incognito with
right,
being
like
a
say they're
pedophile online.
using code words or something on Twitter,
Yes.
right? And then yeah, so yeah, no, I agree. But I again,
But we wouldn't call that national security.
I know, I agree, wouldn't,
Yeah.
but I think there's a reason for that, and I think we would all, I think that generally the public would agree that that's fine for the government to request the taking down of CP and not broadcast the tactics that they use to figure this out to the public. But that's not really what anyone's talking about. We're
So,
talking about
but
like
then
when
I
you
would
have these
ask you,
issues of,
mhm.
well, we're talking about when you have these issues that are kind of politically disagreed upon, and people get very suspicious about the government putting their finger on the scale here and directing speech.
So I would ask you then, what is an instance where the government should step in and advise Twitter or Facebook
Mhm.
that that should be public because it's not something that that is like imminent and requires anonymity?
The voting stuff that they were laying to Twitter, the COVID stuff, I think that's fine that they're asking for these things. I just think it should all be transparent,
Mm.
assuming it's true what they're advocating for, obviously. But
That debate also really wasn't about the Twitter files because you guys both attacked Connor's
Oh
credibility.
yeah, yeah. No, I'm yeah,
well,
I
yeah,
didn't
but we don't
consider
need to
that
get
like
into
a
that. But
that's why it's not like a good debate because no one really like debated the issues and it was like bringing up stuff that nobody remembered that they read and shit like that and just relying on I was like an investigator,
well,
so believe my theory type shit.
here's but going away from that for a second, going back to what we were talking about with the transparency thing. Like,
Hmm.
I think part of the issue with this is, Donald Trump was kind of viewed as pretty incompetent in how he was wielding his power as president. Like, it didn't seem like he could really get the rest of the government, or the rest of the executive branch on board with him. But, what if 4 years from now, DeSantis is president, or 2 years from now, DeSantis is president, and he's far more effective at getting, the FBI and whomever to follow him. I mean, I think a lot of people who are more on the left would feel uncomfortable if, DeSantis was directing the FBI to tell Twitter to, clamp down on misinformation regarding, leftist issues or left-wing issues, and it was all happening kind of under the
So
radar.
That'd be awesome.
so the problem that I see is that like you're saying that these things can be open and public.
Mhm.
Um, I feel like I understand why they're not. I understand why seeing them publicly might put some people at ease, but I think the people who would feel at ease are the people who, even if they see it, they will still be more alarmed. They'll find reason to be alarmed, right?
Some
Um,
people, yeah.
but I think these still fall under like national security because when you look at what happened with January 6th, you look at the amount of people who were spreading misinformation about COVID, like this, that is an effect to our public health, like everyone's health in this country. These things are national security issues. So I
Okay.
guess we would just disagree on that front.
So we agree that we should ban all communists from social media and that we should, like everything should also be transparent, right? That
Like,
was
I have some communist friends, but I do wish that they weren't on social media.
like a point of agreement now.
Well, I'm trying to think of like a specific. So, like, okay, say DeSantis is president, and then the government, he puts in the position of someone in the CDC that's very right wing, and basically they start telling Twitter to censor, or tell Elon Musk now that he's in charge to censor anything that would be an advocation that minors should seek transition therapy, and then Twitter started doing that. I mean, I think if the government is pressuring Twitter to do that, we should know about it.
What?
That doesn't have anything to do.
With banning
I feel like
communists.
that's.
Yeah, what are we talking about here?
We're talking about
Listen,
whether it should be
I'm gonna take what
transparent.
you said. I'm gonna
Hmm.
take what you said. I'm not going to react right away. I feel like I need to think about it.
Okay, fair enough. Uh, Savvy Sparrow for $20 says this conversation hasn't moved me from the idea that this issue is so often overwhelmed by anecdotal evidence and low resolution talking points. This has been an hour of someone describing what they plan to find in an inkblot. I mean, I
It's
think
all
that's
anecdotal.
Was that
I think that's
Sitch
kind of
or
true of everyone's
not
political
me?
Mhm.
takes,
No,
but
well,
we
mine's.
try to
What are you
rely
No,
on
talking
it
about?
as much as
the
possible.
I'm
issue
based
of
in facts.
inequality, the issue of inequality is anecdotal. It's people's experience with in their life and what they're trying to overcome and hoping that the people after them don't have to have such a struggle.
That's true, but the difficulty is when we have to try to extrapolate whether the inequality they experienced was based on like some class-based mechanism or
Yeah,
sexism or bigotry
social
versus just
or
their unique
biological.
circumstances or
Yeah.
something.
Hmm.
So
Well, and also social or
that's why we have to rely on
biological.
data. Like it's kind of like,
Yes.
I get pulled over for speeding by a cop and he's in like he's an asshole to me. And I'm like, that guy's an asshole. But if I was black, I'd be like, oh, that guy's racist. And it's kind of like, you have to try to figure out what's happening in these situations.
Hmm.
Hmm.
Is it a lady
Uh,
cop?
yes, it was a
Okay.
lady cop and she accidentally shot me while trying to tase me.
Okay.
Andrew Clark for $2
That
says,
happens a lot. So.
Andrew Clark for $2 says, my sister played basketball. It was normal and not odd.
Very cool.
Yeah.
Uh, Solodoge, thank you so much for being free for 5 months. Says it's another day and another classified document about military vehicles gets leaked on War Thunder. Never underestimate someone's desire to win online arguments. Was this about people were arguing about whether we were sending tanks to Ukraine or not? Did someone leak classified documents to win that argument? Is that what you're talking
Oh,
about?
no
Because that's kind of
way.
silly if that
Holy
happened.
cow. That's crazy. It's one internet debate.
Texas SB 12 for
Yes.
$5 says, my mother told my wife that women should vote.
My
Good.
mother
Good.
told my wife that women should vote. Who said
A
that?
good.
Yeah.
Texas SB 12.
You're for women voting, right, Chaeiry?
Yes.
Okay, good.
I assumed as much.
We have there's this content creator on YouTube, Kava. She makes really good videos, but she is kind of apathetic about women voting.
The
So,
argument against voting is absolutely ridiculous, and people like to feel really confident in it by saying, because you can't get drafted, so there's no responsibility with your vote.
yeah, I don't like
It's
that argument.
there's
Yeah.
just that's a debate, like a very debatey answer. Like, I feel like I could be right if I just like preface this thing, just press this thing, even though it's not been an issue for us for like decades. There's
My
no relevancy really.
my understanding of voting is to align the interests of the elite governing class with the interest of the voters, the citizenry. And the people that don't vote tend to accumulate all of the costly externalities of everyone else. Like all of us would like to pay no taxes, but someone has to pay the taxes. So
Hmm.
let's just lump the taxes on the non-voters. That's I think kind of that's the direction society goes. And obviously slavery is the biggest example of
Yeah.
that, right?
Hmm.
Let's make the non-voters do all the work. I'm
There you
tired
go.
of working.
Uh, Chachi McSwag for $2 says the female journalist fired was Felicia Sonmez. Sonmez. I think that yeah, because it said on Wikipedia that she criticized a colleague. He retweeted a joke that said every girl is bi, you just have to figure out if she's polar or sexual.
Yep.
And then she continually kept tweeting and criticizing about it, and then she got fired because she wouldn't shut up about it. I remember that. CT for 5 Canadian says, it's ironic you bringing up working on cars, Adam. I told my uncle I wanted to be a mechanic like him. I was 15 or 16, and he said he would kill me.
Oh, really?
There you go.
Are you a woman or a man?
Is CT a woman or a man? I don't know.
Oh, it's CT. CT is an adult human female. I know this.
Yes. Yes.
He would really? Okay. What a sexist piece of shit.
Well, you don't know if it was sexism. Maybe he just didn't want anyone to be a mechanic like him.
Give me his number. I'm going to text him right now on the show. We need to get a response.
CT, did your sister also say she wanted to be a mechanic? What was the response then? Savvy Sparrow for $5 says, this is representative of a serious lack of understanding of the average religious household. These are 15-year-aged anti-theist caricatures. Yeah. Well, we clarified.
Right.
There are still very much fundamentalist Christian households.
Sure.
Many of them.
Right. Just not all of them.
Yes, not all.
Do people know whereabouts?
Hashtag not all.
Whereabouts in the country you live, Chaeiry?
I live in Jersey.
Oh, okay. So people do.
But my family is in the South.
Okay. So you've experienced the South. I lived in the South
I have.
before. I lived in New Orleans.
Nice.
Yeah.
I was they are in the rural parts of Georgia.
Every time I talk about my experience with racists in the South, the chat gets really upset with me. And they proclaim that it's very much improved in the South.
That's because you're a West Coast elitist, Adam, talking about how racist New Orleans was like 50 years ago.
Well, I mean, yeah, it's hopefully it's
I wouldn't
better
say
now.
it's improved. I mean,
look at this.
Somewhat, but not
we
really.
We had TJ Kirk on. Oh man, and everyone was just completely triggered because he was saying the South is basically still living under Jim Crow.
Right, right.
And everyone was saying he was basically full of shit, that he was just lying for political reasons. So,
living in South Florida, I can't comment, but
you're not allowed to. Why?
We're not really the South. We're so South. We're not really South. So
yeah, he's a coastal elitist.
Yeah, South Florida is very diverse.
Yes.
I live in Los Angeles, so obviously.
I used to also live in Fort Lauderdale.
Oh, nice. Fort Lauderdale's a nice place.
Yep.
Dear Inma for $5 says, Chaeiry couldn't be more wrong about conservative households. Every conservative dad would love their daughter to be into cars.
Okay, so tell that to CT.
Oh, no.
Got him. Angie Clark for $5 says, I never saw or experienced any of this gender normal garbage. My church never told anyone what was normal for a boy or girl. Kids did what they wanted.
Might have been in a progressive church. I don't know.
Yeah.
That cringe for 5 months says, can you ask Chaeiry if she accepts that women look down on men that show emotion, if she thinks that's men's fault, or is there another reason for that?
Oh, good question.
You would have to tell me what emotion. There are lots of ways that men can express emotion.
Mm-hmm.
I do believe that there are some women who they want to be so progressive. They want to just act like they can handle and that they are fine to watch their man cry or break down in front of them. And yeah, not every woman might be as receptive to that as they think that they are or that they will be.
True.
Do you know why culturally we make sure men are less are conditioned less to show displays of emotion than women?
We look to them for stability and confidence to be like providers, protectors. And if they are not okay, there's something about you that doesn't feel okay if you are partnered with them.
Yeah, I think that's definitely a big part of it.
I disagree.
Well, you think it's entirely because of violence. I think they're both part of the answer. But
I think it's because men's emotions often lead to physical violence. And
Okay, so then that's what I say when it's what emotion, because the
Right.
emotion of anger is very inherent to men. We don't warn them not to be angry.
women
We
don't get
accept that
angry?
that's
Oh, man.
no, but I'm
Well,
I
saying
thought you said,
we don't warn men not to be angry. We warn men not to cry, not to be sad, not to be
right.
vulnerable in that way. We don't tell them that anger will make them vulnerable.
Well, I think Chappelle had a good bit about this, and it's kind of relates to the red pill stuff. When they say like, "Oh, women are more emotional," what they mean a very specific set of emotions. And
Hmm.
Chappelle's bit was like, well, how, you look at prison, and who are all the violent people in prison? They're all men, and you're telling me they're not emotional. For some reason, when people say women are more emotional, they don't mean like, popping off anger, into anger,
Yes.
right? They mean like to cry and to, and
And
be
that's not to
sad
say
or
that,
nervous or
yeah.
something.
to
And that's
be
not to say that the two don't do
vulnerable.
the opposite. I am very
Right, of
much a
course.
woman who
Of
gets
course.
angry, but it
Of
puts
course.
off a lot of men. Not most men can't handle it. I've been through relationships because most men are not they're not looking for that in a woman. Some
Right.
think it'll be fun for a moment or two, and then they realize that it's really like threatening to like
Hmm.
their masculinity. Whereas like some women, they think that they want to be very wholesome and very open and accepting of men and all their complexities and what they need, and they realize like men feel lonely, maybe men are misunderstood, like my husband, you can cry to me, you can be open to me. All of a sudden the husband does that and they feel less of an attraction to them, less secure with them,
Right.
and bam, there goes that relationship. Like
Right.
I don't know.
If the feminists got their way and men showed more emotion, which I think obviously you can see they're advocating for that, and violence in society kicked up by 20%, would it be worth it? Would it be a good trade-off?
Probably not.
I I don't even know if the two would correlate, but
Well, I'm
if
just saying I'm
violence went
saying
up,
I'm saying
I
hypothetically.
understand what you mean.
They have
So
this
I would say
deep
no
desire to make sure that
because
men can show their emotion, right? It seems to be
yeah.
top of their list. They're like, this
So
is what's destroying society. Men can't show their emotions.
now, if the data could point to that, then yeah, I would say no, because I do believe that like um part of
Based.
part of why I'm in support of um a woman's right to an abortion
Hmm.
is because like the data has shown that
Hmm.
we have less crime because of it, because less children are being birthed into
Freakonomics.
situations. Yeah. So I would have to be consistent. Like obviously, yeah.
We don't
Do
care
you
about
think
consistency on the show, but
I mean, I
the
don't compare about complete consistency. I don't know if you've seen some of the panels where like the need to be consistent all of a sudden makes people feel like they have to co-sign people fucking dogs.
oh,
Yeah, so I'm not
that's
going
one of
that
the
far on the
reasons why
right.
consistency.
yeah, that's one of the reasons why I'm like fuck consistency. If I have to go down
Yeah,
the dog path, no, I'm like I'm
yeah.
gonna be inconsistent as can be. The the
Base.
thing is though, I mean, I just think it's interesting that it's so pragmatic. It's like, yeah, I don't like 5% uptick in violence. No, man, stop showing your emotions.
Yeah.
Hmm.
Like it's a very
Or
pragmatic
find
thing.
better ways to show your
Well,
emotions.
that's the whole point of the
Hmm.
yeah. You're supposed to direct your that emotional injury into a positive format, but a lot of
Or
Yeah.
at
people
least an acceptable
fitch
one.
that. Yeah. Sitch, you want to say something?
Um,
Are you
no.
pro dog fucking? Oh, okay.
Wait, what were I totally zoned out. What were you guys talking about dog fucking?
Well, because of like a lot of people end up on these
Yeah.
panels and they're like, to be ideologically consistent, I have to basically agree that bestiality is totally cool.
With consistent with
Hmm.
what?
With
It
their
usually
moral principle.
What
it
prince?
usually
What?
it usually starts with the tax code. But
Mhm.
yeah, it ends with dog fucking.
How do we go from taxes to dog sex?
No, I'm just kidding. It's
Okay.
usually the dumb fucking like vegan debates or
I think
talks about consent and it just everything to do with
Sounds
philosophy ends
dumb.
with can I fuck this dog?
I think
No.
veganism and bestiality are the moral equivalency. And I think that's the consistent position.
Mm.
Wait, so are you saying that all vegans should fuck dogs? Though?
You mean carnivores and
No, I'm
bestiality?
saying nobody likes dog fuckers or vegans. It's just like
Oh,
it's
Oh,
like
well, okay.
true.
Hold on.
dog fucking
I
and
will defend vegans.
veganism
Mhm.
weaken the bonds of human love more
I
like equally.
No, I will defend vegans. No one has a problem with vegans. The people who debate veganism are the problem.
Right.
It's them alone. They're making a bad name
Militant
for
vegans,
vegans.
yes. Sure.
Yes.
Right.
The whole point of morality is to strengthen bond relationships between people. And if veganism weakens relationships between people, and so does dog fucking, then obviously
Okay,
they're the
yeah.
moral equivalent.
There you go. There you go.
Look, you don't want to look. Nobody wants to find out their dad has been having sex with the family pet. Don't tell me that's going to go over well at Thanksgiving. You know it's true. That's why these
I don't
things
know.
are not acceptable.
Did you watch that recent dog fucking
I
panel?
no, of course not. Why would I?
Because there
Why?
was a guy, on there. The reason I bring it up, he was very set on being consistent. And to be consistent, he ended up having to agree that he would be fine if he found his 16-year-old daughter fucking the family
He's
dog.
lying. He is
Yes, he's
so
lying.
lying.
He's lying, but there are probably like autistic people watching the debate that are like, okay, yeah, now I have to be okay with this.
Yeah.
The fact that you'd let your 16-year-old daughter fuck a dog just so you can be consistent in an internet debate that's
fucking weird.
disgusting. That is
Yeah.
so disgusting.
The internet
Yes.
debate is not that serious.
Yes. Yes.
Be a little
Look,
inconsistent. Have some self-control.
yeah, don't throw
Well,
your family away for some stupid internet
Listen,
debate.
I
Jeez.
think you can be consistent. I think he just maybe hasn't fleshed out the positions. I think you can be consistent and not wanting to fuck dogs or think that that's
I hope
acceptable in
so.
society. So
Oh my God, what kind of crazy diseases
I mean, like, come on. There's lots of reasons against dog fucking, but anyway, maybe I'll check that panel.
don't whatever you
Yeah,
do.
check it
like,
out.
Are you brave enough to Google what are the
Because
downsides
the whole
to
thing
No.
started. The whole thing started because
My
did you
God,
that Twitter
no.
account, the naughty person?
Yes, I
that
know.
people
I
thought-
saw that. I was just like
Yeah,
dumbfounded.
people thought she was a troll, but she actually is trans canine, and she
Oh
thinks
my
that
God.
fucking
There's no
humans
such
is
thing.
bestiality.
There's
Yeah, there's no such thing,
Yeah.
but like obviously
There is
mentally
now.
ill. And there's like a video of her fucking a dog.
So
And
do
I
you
think
Oh
think
my
she's
God.
So she doesn't find that disgusting. Obviously, she finds it attractive.
Right.
and I find it disgusting.
We find it disgusting. But-
Which you should. That's the normal human response.
Oh, there you go. Doomer in the chat says, I'll defend the dog fucking.
No.
Oh my god.
There isn't a bad position. Doomer won't defend. There you go, Doomer.
Oh my.
If you want to defend dog fucking, we'll have that conversation at some point.
As soon as that debate gets out, Bosch is going to be reviewing it like 5 minutes later.
There
Oh,
you
remember
go.
that guy that made that video about me?
Finally,
Look, it turns
validation,
out he's a
yeah.
dog fucker.
There you go.
Okay, how much longer are we going?
I mean,
You're welcome to
jump
go
out whenever,
anytime, yeah.
but we
I
go
guess
for
we should have made
too
that.
long.
I guess we should have made
Yeah.
that clear. Yeah.
Do you want to jump
We
out
have,
now?
we have some more super chats to do,
Right.
but you're
I will give you 2 more.
All right, cool. Let's
Make
see.
them
I wanna see if
nice
there's some
ones.
good
Yeah.
ones.
make them at least nice.
Blah blah
Did you?
blah. Here we go. Contro for $10 says, "What a great guest! The conversation is so rich, with everyone adding in and never getting boring or awkward. Please come back to the show. You were a wonderful addition."
Nice.
Oh, that was
Look
a
at
really
that.
nice one.
Well, there you
Thank
go.
you.
There's a good one.
Yeah, you're welcome to come back and chat with us.
Yeah.
Obviously, yeah.
Yeah, for sure.
Let's see. Magor for $2 says, "The banter on the stream is top tier. Thanks for the amazing content. Also, please get Brett Weinstein on and ask him if owls are birds."
Oh,
Make
no.
sure to do that.
I'm working on Brett
Uh,
Weinstein.
Oh, here we go.
Yeah.
Chaeiry, you didn't have to donate $4 to us because we're talking to you right now.
I didn't.
Oh, well, are you sure? It says that you did. It says Chaeiry for $4.
Definitely wasn't me.
Chaeiry says, "What people I think don't understand about misogyny is that we are taught that women are not as good as men at math, science, and computer science. But the truth is that women are actually way better at them than men. This means that the wage gap needs to be solved by the government regulating companies by forcing them to realize that women are better at these jobs than men, so they will start giving them more raises."
Wow.
Yeah, that's not me.
Oh, okay.
I think we just work on the socializing aspect. I think everything is like, I think the most we can do is already in law, right?
Right. There you go. Dirty, dirty Chaeiry imposter.
Well, thanks for coming on, Chaeiry. This was a lot of
Yeah.
fun.
Thank you so much
Thanks
for
for
having
coming
me.
Yeah.
Okay, bye.
Later.
Bye-bye.
Okay. Oh, she said that in the chat. I never noticed the Zoom chat.
Oh,
She
what'd she
probably wasn't
say?
paying attention. Well, she asked how much longer we were going for.
Oh, I didn't even
It's
have it
fine.
up.
Let me go back to. There were some super chats I skipped, so let me go back.
Well, she didn't
Tech.
say it long ago, so that's
Yeah,
good.
no. No, it was good. That
We're
was
good.
good. I like talking to Cherry. She was cool. Techno Viking. Thank you so much for upgrading your membership to Outside the Simulation.
Wow. My God, there's like 3 of them out there now. Tell us what's going on.
Um, Justin Matthews, thank you so much for joining the Free Will Seekers. Christian Baller for $5 says, Sitch, that Oreo take is the last straw. I'm jumping on the A train. Choo choo. Economic talks and mega stuffed Oreos, drinking half and half for life.
Nice. Look at that. That's a true A-teamer right
There you
there.
go. There you go.
Sweet. Welcome to the half and half world.
There you go. Are you a big Oreos fan? I didn't
Half
know this.
milk, half cream. Delicious. All delicious.
Adam really likes drinking white, creamy, liquids. So
White, creamy breast milk.
really, you're into breast milk, huh?
Yummy.
Okay. All right, buddy. Whatever gets you going, I guess.
Have you ever tasted breast milk, Sitch?
No, I have not. Have
Oh,
you?
really? Well, I'm sure I have.
What do you mean? You sure you have?
Well,
You either know or you don't know. What
I
do you
was a
mean?
baby.
Oh, well, I mean, okay.
What the hell? Your
Yeah,
mom
I don't.
did.
Okay. Yes, I don't remember what it tasted like, Adam.
What a loser.
Jeez. Oh, he doesn't remember what it was like being newborn.
Can't even
God.
remember when he was breastfeeding.
Can't even remember sucking on his mom's titty. Jeez, what a loser.
We thought
Don't
you
you
were
think that'd be
smart.
weird? Don't you think that'd be super fucking weird if you remembered what it was like to be a baby, like coming out of a
Mom,
vagina, like sucking your
mom,
mom's tit, and just like,
mom, remember when I was sucking on your tit that day?
Mom, remember when I was crying and you put your boob in my mouth?
I, that was really nice of you. Oh my goodness. You got to try that.
Wow.
Listen,
Humor says
my
he wants
mom,
to debate fucking owls. Well, there you go. We'll
my
move
mom
from
would
fucking
slap
dogs
me
to
if I
fucking
said
owls.
that.
Yeah, there you go. Uh-oh. Daniel just says in all caps, Sammy G, where are you? Adam just gave me an idea on what I want to commission from you.
Oh no. Please no. Please no.
Baby Adam and Mama Sitch, is that what that is? Is the direction we're going? Please don't draw that picture.
We have 2 more. We have, I think, 2 more things. Do you have a take on the, just on the law? Did you read anything about the new law?
I didn't read the law at all. No, I mean, I
Okay.
can read it on stream if you want to go over it.
We could just take it out of the title. It's not a big deal.
I mean, what's the law?
It's not a huge deal.
It's not a huge deal.
It just means the law basically says that if you online say anything that they can call white supremacist or encouraging white supremacist or accuse of being stochastic terrorism, they can accuse you of conspiracy and throw you in jail.
What
If
the
like if
fuck?
yeah, if somebody like you know the thing that they're always trying to do with Lauren Southern, they're trying to say she caused the
Right.
Christchurch shooting.
Right.
It basically enshrines that into law so that they can go after Lauren Southern and say, listen, you're responsible for Christchurch and we're going to arrest you because of all the things you said online.
hmm
So it just made all these shooters that are obviously doing it, they're psychopaths and just want attention and have no caring for human life. They could basically just use this law to go after any content
Okay,
creator.
let's read this. Let's read through this. It's pretty short. Bill HR 61, House of Representatives. A bill to prevent and prosecute white supremacy inspired hate crime and conspiracy to commit white supremacy inspired hate crimes, and to amend Title 18 of the United States Code to expand the scope of hate crimes. Okay. So let's see. They
That's
say,
very nicely worded there. They did a great job.
here, I'll send you the link. I don't know if you want to bring it up.
I have a I think I have a graphic on my Twitter I'm going for.
Okay. Why send it to you if you don't? Let's
Okay.
see. It says white supremacy inspired hate crime. In general, a person engages in white supremacy inspired hate crimes when white supremacist ideology has motivated the planning, development, preparation, or preparation of acts that constitute a crime or were undertaken in furtherance of that activity that, if effectuated, would have constituted a crime. Okay. I guess we'll have to, I mean, I don't disagree with that, but we'd have to look up what is the legal definition of white supremacy, because I don't think this says.
How
So,
can you have a bill that says that and not have the definition of white supremacy in the bill? That's kind of
well,
crazy.
probably because whatever it's amending has the definition in it already, I would imagine.
Oh, okay.
So, let's see. Conspiracy to engage in white supremacy inspired hate crime shall be determined to exist if blah, 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 two or more people, blah, blah, blah. It's all useless. At least one person who published material advocating white supremacy ideology. Oh, wait, maybe here's the issue. Conspiracy to engage in white supremacy inspired hate crime shall be determined to exist if. And then we go to section A is pretty standard. Section B, at least one of whom published material advancing white supremacy, white supremacist ideology, antagonism based on replacement theory, or hate speech that vilifies or is otherwise directed against any non-white person or group, and such published material was published on a social media platform or by other means of publication with the likelihood that it would be viewed by persons who are predisposed to engaging in the action in furtherance of white supremacy inspired hate crime or who are susceptible to being encouraged to engage in actions in furtherance of white supremacy inspired hate crime. So, okay. So I guess what this is saying is person engaged in white supremacy inspired hate crime and white motivated planning. Conspiracy to engage shall be determined to exist if. Well, okay. Wait. A conspiracy to engage in white supremacy inspired hate crime shall be determined to exist if between two or more persons engaged in the planning, development, preparation, or perpetration of a white supremacy inspired hate crime, or so that's in key, or between two or more persons that at least one of them engaged in the planning, development, preparation, or perpetration of a white supremacy inspired hate crime, and at least one published material advocating white supremacy ideology, antagonism based on replacement theory, blah, 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 online. Okay, so here's the question I have, I guess, interpreting this bill. Is it saying that do they have to do both criteria? Is it saying that someone has to commit a crime and then also have published this information online? Or is it just saying that publishing the information online constitutes as a crime within itself? Because I'm assuming that the latter is how people are interpreting it and why people are pointing to it as being a problem, right?
Yeah, exactly right. Obviously.
Right.
Maybe it's just like the too vague type situation where it can be interpreted either way, so it's a bad bill.
Where's our resident lawyers?
Yeah, where's our Twitter lawyers?
Where's our resident lawyers? Yeah,
Where's Joe?
Because it seems like it's saying
I'm
at least
very
one.
angry about this law. Don't try to chill me out, whatever you do.
Because it says.
Democrats introduced bill to make conspiracy to commit white supremacy or anything that vilifies non-whites into criminal hate crime offenses. That's another thing. The bill says specifically non-whites in the bill.
Yeah, right. Instead of just saying
Which is like
racism, but it's a white supremacist
right
hate crime thing.
So, but if you want to plan a hate crime against whites, and obviously this bill this bill does not prevent you from doing that. So you're good. You're fine.
Well, we have to look up what is Title 18 of the United States Code, criminal procedure, and how this relates to all this stuff. Because I mean, under current law, hate crimes do not just only apply to non-whites. Like you can commit hate crimes against white people. Yeah. Subsection 249, hate crimes. Offenses involving actual or perceived race, color, religion, or national origin. Whoever, whenever, or not acting under the color of law willfully causes bodily injury to another person through the use of blah, 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 blah on the basis of race, religion, color. Yeah, so the actual hate crime law doesn't specify like white people or anything like that.
Okay.
Um,
But this law does.
this law does, right? Let me see if is white supremacy defined in the law. It's not. Okay, well that's kind of a problem.
Do you
So
think
yeah,
the people do these crazy laws because they know, like, the Democrats control the Congress and they really can't do anything because Republicans control this? Or hold on, it's wait, no, they what? The Republicans control the House right now. This is a
mhm.
House bill, correct?
Yes.
Okay, so this
Yes.
can't really amount to anything.
Well, yeah, I mean, well, the Senate could create their own version. This is obviously virtue signaling because it's not going to
Right? Yeah.
pass.
Not in a
Um,
million years. And I don't like this
right.
wouldn't stand a Supreme Court challenge ever.
Well, it depends how, I guess, if whether we're interpreting correctly or not, how it's being interpreted.
Well, just the fact that it's aimed at like it's a racially seg, discriminatory bill, just in the fact that it's only aimed at non-whites.
Wait, here we go. Wait, section, let me look up section 249. Okay, wait. It says, I sent you a picture too if you want to bring it up for people to look at.
I do like pictures, so
Well, it's a picture of the bill text, so don't get too excited. But
this is a terrible picture.
why is it terrible? Because it's
Oh
just text,
man.
so people can see what I'm talking about.
Okay, I'll bring it up.
Gee,
But it's
Jeez,
just it's
Adam.
like a boring picture though.
I know. I'm so sorry. It
And I don't people
says,
never read this on the screen anyway.
well, some of them might.
I don't know if you even can. I don't know if it's even possible.
People are able to read, unlike you. But
But wait a second. It's
like,
tiny text on the screen. They're on their phones. They
there
can't
you
read
go. Well,
that.
if you're on
It's
their phone, yeah.
ridiculous.
Okay, wait a minute.
Section
This is
1, short title. The act may be cited as the Leading Against White Supremacy Act of 2023.
so okay. Wait, here's what's interesting.
Mm-hmm.
So, section 3, which is not in the picture, says criminal offense.
What? What?
It says section 249 of Title 18 U.S. Code shall be amended. Now, section 249 is what I just read that
Mm-hmm.
said the hate crime is an offense involving actual perceived race, color, religion, or national origin, right? No problem
Yes.
with that. Okay. They want to amend that to say uh, after it says race, color, religion, or national origin, it should also say or because of white supremacy based motivation against any person. What is the point of that? How is that not incredibly redundant?
Hmm. Well, and I just like, what's the definition of white supremacy that they're using? Because
They don't say. That's another
if
huge
they're
problem.
using the CRT one, I mean, everyone's a white
Right,
supremacist.
right.
You use the ATM at the bank and you're a white supremacist.
Right. Well, that is true. I assumed incorrectly that white supremacy, that the definition existed in the original amended law, but it doesn't. So yeah, this is a terrible bill because it doesn't even define what the fuck white supremacy means.
Terrible.
Yeah, no, this is garbage bill. So,
That's why
oh, there
everyone's
you go. Garbage law, garbage bill won't pass, but just done for virtue signaling points.
right. Terrible. All right, cool.
There you go.
Now there's one more thing in the. I mean, we probably have a bunch of super chats left, but there's one more thing in the
Yeah.
title of the stream.
What's that?
I watched some interview with Sargon of Akkad, Carl Benjamin, and he was laughing off transhumanism, or he said something like "fuck transhumanism," and it made me
Yeah,
think.
he said that on our stream to you directly.
Did he?
You don't remember
What
the
a
robot
meanie.
waifu treehouse picture that was drawn?
What a meanie.
Where we were in the treehouse with our robot waifus, and Carl was like outside
Oh,
shaking his fist.
I do remember that.
Yeah,
That was hilarious.
right.
Well, I never really knew your position on transhumanism. I guess
So define transhumanism for the chat.
technological immortality.
Yeah, based,
Yeah.
obviously, right.
Whether
I
you
don't know if that's
can
what most people mean when they say transhumanism, though.
whether you can download your consciousness into a computer or well, theoretically if you could do that, you could put it in a robot, right?
So transhumanism, isn't transhumanism like the merging of people with robots or machines or
Well,
something?
yeah, but I mean immortality is the real goal of it. I mean, we've always been after the fountain of youth, right?
Right. Sure.
Transhumanism is the latest iteration of the search for the fountain of youth. But
Right.
I thought it would be fun, and I haven't pitched this to Carl yet, but I think he'd be down to just
Hmm.
debate transhumanism because I don't like how can you be against technological immortality? I mean,
Sargon's against it. We asked him this specific question.
he's gonna make a bunch of well, I don't remember the claims he made. Like it's just
He
you're
just
no
thought it would
longer
make.
human.
Yeah, I think he said that you would be no longer human. I always bring up the Wally example. He thinks that the future is going to be Wally, with humans being fat in chairs when robots do everything.
Right.
But no, to me, it's going to be so weird and different because there would be issues like if we were just as we were, but we were all immortal, society would look very different and be very weird. Doesn't mean it would be worse, but it would be different.
Right.
But if we had that technology that you're talking about to just live forever, it's going to be weird because it means that we're also going to be able to essentially program our brains and our personalities to some extent. And that could go in very poor, bad ways, or it can go in very good, positive ways, depending on how the technology is used.
Right.
Because, it's kind of like if you like imagine if you put a chip in your head and you can control your emotions, right? So you had a little button that you could press that made you feel motivated. When you feel like 10-10 motivated,
Oh, it's
those
great.
like handful of times in your life where you feel 10-10 motivated.
It's awesome. I felt it
Yeah,
recently. I feel it a lot, actually.
right. Right. And people, how much people would pay to be able to just control that? So they could feel that whenever they wanted to.
There are ways, yeah. But
People
yeah,
would pay infinite money for that.
yeah,
Right.
yeah.
People pay, but then there's a problem. It's like, okay, so people pay to feel motivated, but what if you just want to feel content all the time? You just do nothing because you're just content all the time. So you just sit in a
I'm like
chair staring at the wall. Yeah.
every single thing that you say, I'm like thinking of the drug that does this. Yeah,
No, but you're right. That's the thing. So right now we use chemicals
of
and drugs
course.
to accomplish this. But in the future, you won't need it because you'll have a chip in your head that just makes the chemicals. It doesn't even make chemicals. It makes your brain, get those chemicals naturally and kind of control it that way. So presumably be healthier than just doing the drug that does that thing, which usually has some sort of negative side effect.
It seems
But
so crazy to me that anyone could argue against immortality.
well, it's usually I would think it comes from a religious perspective. It's interesting because Carl's position is it's from a non-religious perspective.
Well, from
So
a religious perspective, is even stranger to me since most of them believe in immortality.
yeah, but so if you're religious and well, it depends on your religion. But say you're religious and you believe that there's some kind of afterlife where you're with God. By being immortal in your physical form, you'd be essentially cutting yourself off from God forever. So you would be against that.
Right. Well, you could die, obviously, so you could go anytime.
Well, you could die, right? You wouldn't die via aging or
Right.
sickness. Like, you could still be killed, you could still choose to die, right?
Sure.
Um,
Yeah, this
Vampires seem
is
pretty depressed in the media. Well, it's interesting because a lot of our media portrays immortality as innately like a negative experience, but you have to wonder how much of that is because we're not immortal. So it's like we're like tricking ourselves. We have to tell
yeah.
ourselves, "Oh, it'd be terrible to be immortal." It's like, well,
We're the depressed
yeah,
ones.
you know, it's kind of like the person who's like has some kind of disability, so they're like, "Oh, I'm proud of my disability," right?
Hmm.
Like I'd be a lesser person if I didn't have it. And it's like, well, maybe that's true to some extent, and maybe it's also what we kind of tell ourselves to make ourselves feel better about whatever problem we're facing in our life. So, to me, the question is, it's not if, it's definitely when. We're going to have these technologies, we're going to use them. There's no way to stop. There's literally no possible way to stop us from using these technologies. So, and I
We've
think they
been
could be
obsessed
used,
with immortality as long as we've been conscious. Of
of
course, we're
course,
gonna.
right.
Yeah,
So,
there's no
I mean,
way.
right. So I think it's just a question of how are we going to use these technologies to benefit society and ourselves as opposed to in some sort of negative way. But I mean,
Well,
I understand the fear because I mean, I think humans will essentially become a thing that's almost unrecognizable from what it means to be human or what it used to mean to be human. But I don't think there's any way to stop that. And it doesn't necessarily mean it's a bad thing. So,
yeah, interesting debate. Don't robots make the immigration question moot?
how so?
Because a lot of immigration is needed because of a demographic shift, aging population.
Right.
Yeah, as soon as you can have uh, automate care, automated humans, you don't need immigration anymore.
Well, that'll be interesting because that's something that people don't really talk about, which is that when we have like really a lot better automation and robots, the immigrants won't have any jobs.
Yeah.
And so what
Well,
will
we won't
happen
need to
then?
import young people. We'll be like, well, we'll just make young people.
Right.
What?
Yeah, that's would be interesting. So there you go. If you're on the right, you should be advocating for those robots as fast as possible to stop immigration.
I saw this video about Japan, like how the demographic situation in Japan is just so dire that they're the government is paying people to move out to the countryside because there's absolutely no people. Like there's towns that are
Right,
just disappearing.
right.
And I guess they produce things in these towns that are necessary stuff for the cities. So they're like, listen, we got somebody has to stay here and work on the farm. But automate the robots would just change all of that, right?
Well, it would, but there would still be a shrinking population,
Yeah.
which maybe is good, maybe is not good, depending on how you look at it. I
Well,
mean,
as
Japan,
lifespans grow, though,
right. Well, yeah,
reverse
exactly. That's the
aging
thing.
is reverse aging is the technology we need.
Well, and I don't know if you saw, they've supposedly made some pretty big strides in that very recently. They were able to reverse age mice.
Yeah.
They were able to reverse and increase, accelerate age mice. And they figured out the process. It was kind of interesting. They're saying that, like, essentially, there's like some code, I guess some DNA code or something that your body uses as a map to heal itself. And then as time goes on, it gets damaged. And so when it gets damaged, it can no longer like basically keep copying the or like looking
Yeah.
at the code to create the correct version of yourself that should exist. And if they can fix that, which apparently they were able to do the mice, it kind of reverse aged them, let
Right.
the body heal itself. So
Yeah. DNA is a copy of a copy of a copy of a copy.
right.
So if you can, save your 20-year-old DNA and just,
Keep copying that, right.
right, or fix it algorithmically. Like,
Right.
look at your DNA and say, oh, this is what it would have looked like when you were 20. Here, let's just shove some of that in there.
Right. And it's great. They were able to make the mice live twice as long as normal. So
Then you're,
even if it's not like immortality, it's still, if people were living to be 200, that'd be pretty crazy.
that would be pretty awesome. Yeah.
Yeah. So I
I would,
think there's a good chance it'll happen in our lifetime. So
yeah.
here's hoping, right?
Hell yeah. See, this is
So
why I'm like, Carl, hold on. Why?
no, telomeres do something different than what this is.
What do
So
you mean?
I
Sneak
think
attack him on the debate? Is that what you're saying?
no. I said telomeres do something different. I thought, but
Telomeres. Yeah.
telomeres. Oh man, I was saying it wrong. But yeah,
The they do think the length of telomeres is the shortening of telomeres over time is some sort of way that because your body doesn't want you to live forever because of evolution. Like the shorter your lifespan can be, the more evolution you get, the more
well,
change
okay.
you
So I
get.
guess like the telomere says when the cell divides, it gets shorter and shorter, and then when it comes too short, it can no longer divide. So you're saying, is that what's causing the nicks in the code? Maybe that's what's causing the nicks in the code in the first place. So maybe
Everything
the article I read didn't really talk about that, the exact process of how it happens. But
everything humans do is completely against our evolution. Like we
of
are just
course,
fundamentally against nature.
well, well, not against evolution. Everything we're doing is basically us we're basically being driven by our evolutionary impulses, but for ways in which evolution obviously did not program us to deal with
Right.
at all. I mean, that's why you go and eat, want to eat the tub of ice cream,
Yes.
something that you would never find in the
Well,
wild.
and you want to
So,
live longer and longer and longer. When
yes, of
evolution is
course.
like, no, have kids when you're 20 and die when you're 30.
Right.
Have lots of kids. Keep the process going. That's how evolution works.
Well, evolution, I don't think evolution, because of the physical reality of nature, evolution never had to select for a creature wanting to die.
Yeah.
Those creatures just die. So
Right.
it didn't have to build in a stopgap, in the human. So, or
Yeah.
select for, I should say. So,
Yeah. I was super obsessed with transhumanism. When I first really started, devouring books, transhumanism was like the first thing I was fascinated by and would read everything I could on transhumanism. So, always
mhm.
been a topic I've been fascinated by.
Sure. Yeah, I'm a big fan. I'm a big
Okay,
fan.
cool.
So,
I never knew that. Look.
there's a study on calorie deprivation slowing telomere unraveling. Yes. I mean, I've heard that, that's why people do the what's it called?
Yeah.
The fasting diet stuff.
Have you
Yeah.
ever done that?
No. Well, in college, I had really bad eating habits, so I kind
Right.
of did it by accident, but
There
never,
you go.
never on purpose. So
Calorie deprivation.
yeah, but it actually I think it was hurting me because I was having like acid reflux problems. And if you have acid reflux problems, especially when I was in college, if you just don't eat for long periods of time, it makes it get worse. So,
Ouch.
but I was also eating very unhealthy foods, so it probably wasn't helping either. So. The long lifespan in humans is very beneficial as it allows for more knowledge gathering and passing on that knowledge. It's like an intelligence cheat code. That's very true. That's very
Yeah.
true.
Yes. Multiple generations. Yeah, that's exactly what's going on.
The thing is with Japan, I'm pretty sure, I don't know, it's going to be weird because Japan is very, or at least the stereotype, I'm assuming this is true, is that Japan is very protective of its culture, trying to be sort of culturally homogenous. But I think they're just gonna have to start importing people in their country. They're gonna have to start allowing immigrants in their country. I don't know if there's any way, I don't think there's any way around it. So,
Yeah.
and I mean, you can do it in ways to, quote unquote, protect your culture. Just have to, do it very specifically and methodically. But
Maybe I'll move to Japan.
Sidis77 for 4 months says no one should live forever. Think about if people from the Civil War were alive today, bigotry and biases would be perpetual. Well, that's a good point. That'd be part of the issue too. A lot of times it feels like people's opinions don't change, they just die off,
Yeah.
and the next generation has a different opinion. Um, I think that's true, and I think that's gonna be something we're gonna have to deal with because I think before we can be able to program our emotions in our brains, we're gonna unlock immortality first, and that's gonna be sort of the issue. We've unlocked immortality, or at least drastically increased the life expectancy before we do some of the other things, which maybe would be better first. And so it's going to be like, well, now that we're all living like 300 years, we have to figure out how to like not be fucking terrible.
We have already drastically increased
So,
human lifespan. I mean, we've pretty much doubled it.
well, I don't think we've doubled it. We've definitely increased it. Um, I think if you account for infant mortality, we've increased it by like 20 years or so for the average person, 15 to 20 years.
Hmm.
But I don't know if we've doubled it. But that will
Yeah.
be fixed. It'll be fixed because one day we will be able to program our emotions. We're all going to become robot Vulcans. That's the human of the future. I don't know what to tell you.
Yeah. Be
We're going to be
great.
having our brains inside some kind of machine. We could fully program ourselves. So
Yeah. Get my stoicism update.
it'd be a very interesting world that we live in at that point. The Butter Ample for $2 says, I'm anti-max at this point, but watch the clip. Well, yeah, there was no clip. Clip doesn't exist, apparently, so.
Well, as someone who turns my camera off and stands up every once in a while just because
Right.
long streams, you're rear end starts hurting. I get
Sure,
it. But at the same time, Max is a weirdo, so he could
that's
have been
true.
trying. So it's like,
That
I
is
don't
true.
know. I don't
If
know.
well, there's two things. First of all, you're right. Max is a weirdo. So if anyone was going to do something like that, you
It
could
would
see
be
it being Max,
Max. Yeah.
right? But secondly, it sounded like Cherry was saying that she walked it back, that she thought she was mistaken. So
Yeah. They both retracted.
right, so that's fine. Uh, let's see.
Somebody said we missed a super chat on the last stream too, and I couldn't find it. I look like
There was a
crazy.
Streamlabs we
Oh,
missed from
might
last
have been a
stream.
Streamlabs.
So,
There we go.
but I kind of skipped around some of the super chats, so I'm just making sure I didn't miss any. Uh, there's Doomer being shitty as usual. Doomer for $2 says Peterson is kind of like Andrew Tate, though. There you go, Doomer being Doomer.
That's funny, right? Though
I mean, it's funny because it comes from Doomer.
it is
We
kind
know
of
that he
funny.
wants to play the classic heel, so. Uh, read that one. I read that one. Read that one.
Caffeinated tweaker for 5 Canadian says it's ironic you bring up working on cars, Adam.
We
I
read that
told
one.
my uncle I wanted to be a mechanic like him. I was 15 or 16 and he said he would kill me. But was
Doomer
he
for $2.
joking?
Doomer for $2 says, "I'm still here, so voting doesn't work." So the majority of people did vote to ban Doomer. Should I ban Doomer?
No, it's just funny to know that he's unwelcome. It's more fun to let him stick around and torture him.
Perfect. It's just funny to know he's not welcome. There you go. I love it.
Take that, Doomer. How do you like voting now?
There you go.
I feel like we learned something in this voting exercise.
Mhm.
Yeah. Come on. We know, look, we know the tyranny of the majority here. We know the majority really wants to get rid of Doomer. But we have a bill of rights in our chat here. We have to respect the rights of the minority even though everyone dislikes them.
So there's some fan art and some good memes.
Sure, I'll bring up some
So
fan art.
so I'll send them to you to bring up.
Oh, wow. It's amazing.
Wait, why did that send? And send the picture. The other this picture is it's a great meme. It's gonna be might be hard to bring up because it's like a very long picture.
Mhm.
So you have to do some
Magic.
magic. Yeah.
Who did the gator?
So the gator was done by Blaine's Corner. Blaine's Corner. He said, is it up?
Yeah.
He said, Sammy, can we make Gator Gear armored Sitch happen? Here's the concept doodle. It says Sitch Gator Gear. And there I am. I have a little gator head helmet, gator skin cowboy hat. I have a gator pauldrons, gator tail spear, gator skin cowboy boots with claws to attack, and I have my gator back shield. So there you go. This is when I have to go out in the middle of the stream and shoo the gators off my lawn. I can put my gator gear on. Let them know I mean business.
Yeah. Back in that swamp, gator. How dare you come over to my house?
There you go.
Don't come on my lawn, gator. Get. You like my sound effects?
I do. I do.
Get, gator, get. Okay, I got the other thing up now. Good Lord. What is happening in there?
So okay, so
what
we
does
have
this
this is our
mean?
we have the classic
Mm-hmm.
okay. We have the classic steamed hams
Meme?
Simpsons meme. Only instead of the kitchen being on fire, we have what was her name? We have the asexual model from
Right.
the video we watched on Sunday.
Mm-hmm.
And the superintendent says, "Good Lord, what's happening in there?" Asexuality? Asexuality? In that dress? In this setting? With everyone's attention localized entirely within her cleavage?
Mm-hmm.
Yes. May I see them? No.
No. Oh, he does the face first. He's like,
I know.
no.
No. No. So thank you. Jack of Spades made this meme on Twitter. This is perfect.
Yeah.
This is the perfect meme. So I love it.
Yeah, I guess we were supposed to talk about, people wanted us to talk about asexuality a bit more because I was making a bunch of jokes on Twitter. But I mean,
Mm-hmm.
my jokes were very just shallow and mean.
Well, I think there was some confusion what I was hearing from sort of like the response, which is I'm not saying that asexual people don't exist. I think there are people that are asexual. I just don't think that that person is actually asexual.
Right.
So,
Did you see my poll? There's only 20 minutes left in my poll. This poll is for asexuals only. If you are not asexual, do not respond.
I did see
Do
that poll.
not do it. So, of course,
Yeah.
you don't know the results because you didn't vote in the poll, correct?
I didn't, and I said, and I looked at that poll, I said Adam fucked up because he didn't put a like a choice for I'm not asexual, but let me
I
see the
messed
results.
up?
Yes.
No, I didn't mess up. What are you talking about? Come on. You can wait. Just wait till the poll is over.
Oh yeah, sure, sure,
What are
sure,
you doing? Come
sure.
on, this is the ultimate marshmallow experiment.
Hmm.
Well, you can't wait. You got to vote in the
No.
poll. You got to mess the poll up just so you can
Okay.
see the
They did.
results.
What do you
Huh?
mean? Most of the people that responded were not asexual. There's way too many responses for it to be only the
There's
asexual.
only 347 responses.
There's not 347 asexuals on your Twitter, Adam.
Well, some of them are faking. 40% of them are faking it, according to the poll.
Like 99% of them are faking it.
There's I'm faking for attention. I'm trolling conservatives. Sex bores me, yawn, and sex is physically disgusting.
Hmm. How many answered the last one?
20.7%.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Interesting. That's way higher than I would have expected.
I guess really the curiosity that I have is it I'm just apathetic or is it physically repulsive? Because apathetic is kind of like I'll take it or leave it, right? I'm not really grossed out by it.
Well,
You know, there's some food that's disgusting and there's some food that you're just like, eh.
yeah, I guess those would be different things. Sure.
Yeah.
I mean, I still think it would be, I would still imagine it's the minority of people that are like apathetic about sex.
So you think people are physically disgusted by it?
No, I'm saying I'm saying that there could be people that are apathetic by it. But I mean, the minority, like overall, like I still think it would be a unique enough category to merit like its own term
Mm-hmm.
if that was the way someone felt.
Yeah. I don't know. I mean, people defended the Instagram model saying that she can be like being sexy doesn't change the fact that she doesn't care about sex.
But
And
then, but that to me, that's a contradiction. Why is she being? Why is she? Because she's not like it's not like she's just wearing what you would consider to be okay. She's wearing normal female human clothing, which maybe shows off her body. She's very intentionally wearing sexual outfits,
provocative. Yeah.
provocatively sexual outfits.
Yeah.
Okay, that's a
Design.
decision. So
Yeah.
what is happening there? Why is she doing that and then saying that she's asexual?
She wants to
Is
make
it a
money on
troll?
Instagram. She wants to, and she knows this is how to get followers on Instagram.
Mm-hmm.
And then you can do ad spots and stuff. It's just a business thing.
Is that just for money?
I mean, you could be just selling hamburgers and it's not like a sexual thing. You're like, oh,
Right.
people like hamburgers. Here, let me sell you some.
Right.
Here's my hamburgers.
I don't
What
know
do you?
because listen. I think there's people that are asexual. I mean, I've
Right.
known people that are asexual, and they dress very not sexually provocative, and they
Right.
dress very not sexual one way or the other. But I don't buy the idea that someone's like, oh, I'm asexual, but like my tits are always out. That just it seems like such an inherent contradiction. Unless, as you're saying, it's literally just a cynical ploy for money. which is possible, but I'm skeptical. I'm skeptical of that
Isn't
because,
all Instagram models a cynical ploy for money?
well, like, so there was a picture of her that we couldn't even put up because she was probably too scandally clad, where
Hmm.
she was at like some kind of, I don't know if it was like a pride protest, and she had a sign that said like, "This is what asexuality looks like," and it's her literally wearing like almost like the equivalent of a bra top and like super super short shorts with fishnets.
Hmm.
And to me, I'm like, how can you say that that's what sexuality looks like? That's bullshit.
Yeah.
That's not what asexuality looks. That's you're being hypersexual. What are you
Right.
talking about? So
Well,
I don't know.
asexuality though you can't see. It's
Yeah,
basically
but
they're pitching it as a sexual orientation. That's what they're attracted to, or not attracted to, rather. Which
yeah, but
makes it that's weird.
if you say, and she says that she's both asexual and aromantic, okay,
Hmm.
which I assume means she doesn't want to be in a romantic relationship
Hmm.
with anyone.
Right.
Okay,
She just
why
wants
would you then be dressing as sexually provocatively as possible?
to make
Because
money
the whole point of dressing sexually provocatively is to signal to people that
that
you want to
you're
get down.
that you're available for making money.
Right. That's the point of doing that.
Okay.
Do you disagree?
Well, yeah, normally that's what it's
Okay.
about.
So yeah,
Yeah,
so I don't know.
you're like, here's the wares on offer.
Right.
What do you say?
So I don't know. I think she's full of shit. Or maybe she's just grifting for money. Or maybe both. So who knows? Fondue for $5 says, Adam, your way of looking at voting has been working for my normie friends. It helped me explain the value of protesting for him.
Nice. Yeah, that is the
Right.
value of protesting. Yeah, you show, hey, here's a huge voter base. It's pissed off at you. Make them happier. We're going to throw you out of office. And
Sammy
we
says,
don't.
I can explain this better. What, the asexual thing?
Okay, let her on. Send her the link.
Are you an asexual advocate, Sammy? You gonna red pill us on the asexuals?
Send Sammy the link. I want to hear.
Okay.
Better be good though, otherwise we're gonna have to kick her. Let's put a poll up. Should we kick Sammy before she? No, I would never. Look, Sammy is an adored member of this community.
Mm-hmm.
I should have never said that. I
How
retract.
dare you?
I retract that statement. I
Look
don't
at you, Adam.
apologize. I don't apologize for it,
Mm-hmm.
but I just retract it. That was never
This
said.
Adam's a simp.
A Sammy simp? I mean,
Yeah.
a little bit, obviously. Sammy's awesome. What are you talking about?
That is true.
Why are you not
But
a Why are you not a Sammy simp?
but it's true. Adam is saying this because he's threatened. He feels like
Threatened?
yeah, he feels like Sammy has like this guillotine over his head, but it's like the guillotine of like drawing Adam as a baby being nursed by a
Look,
mother Sitch or something.
I show those
So
pictures to my wife all the time, and she laughs her ass off. Like it's just we look
get Blep on. Does Blep want to come on talk about
we look
asexuality too?
we look forward to Sammy's degenerate art in this household. We really do.
That is true. That is true. Sure, if Blep wants to come on, we can have all of the Wymans come on and tell us about asexuality.
Oh no. Oh my god. It's going to be like 2 hours of mansplaining just to get through this.
Wow, look at this sexist.
We're going to have to tell it how it is.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, we can't let
Okay.
them just walk all over the stream like that, right?
Mm-hmm. Well, I'll send Blep a link too. So
Look, people tune into this stream to get examples of how mansplaining works, okay?
hmm
We're here to give those examples.
it's the Woman Day. We're gonna have nothing but women's on today. Okay.
Really?
I mean, yeah, we had Cherry on. Now we're gonna have a bunch of Wymans. So
Now we have to send Doomer the link. Damn.
yeah. Got 'em.
I mean, if we're doing a Woman's Day, we got to have our best
Our
girl
top
on.
woman. So yeah. There you go.
Are we done
Where
with super
was?
chats?
No,
Oh, nice.
I'm looking to where we were. Oh, this picture that CT drew is why are you playing the harmonica? We're not
Oh, I
done.
thought.
No.
Anyways,
Uh, see, so I made the mistake 1 year of I
playing
forget it was
Angry
something.
Birds.
No, it was. Oh, Bluff says I don't want to be on stream. Thanks though. Just tell Adam he is wrong. Well, there you go. Bluff says you're wrong, Adam.
Blep. Oh, I'm sad now.
Based. Um, no, I made the mistake 1 year. I forget what the context was of using that Zim quote of when he was trying to woo Tack, and he says, he says, "My magical love pig, your like love adventure begins." I forget what exact quote is, and so now I've been drawn. Me, CT, and Harker have been drawn as the love pigs. So there you go,
Wow.
and we are the
What an
best
adorable
Pokemon.
sow.
The best Pokemon. A chunk.
I feel like I have Harker's scarf. I think I've
Oh,
worn
you
it
have
on
a
stream
really?
before.
You
Yeah.
should wear it. I think you did. Yeah, I remember saying like, "Oh wow, you have Harker scarf. That's interesting."
Yeah. It's one of my favorite scarves, by the way. Harker has excellent taste in neckwear.
Does anyone have a problem with like their Twitter DMs not refreshing recently, unless you actually refresh the
Yes, of
window?
course.
I used to never do that.
I've been
It's all
refreshing like crazy now.
it's all fucky now. So
Did you actually send the link?
I did.
Oh, okay. I mean, I
She
was
said she
just
was doing stuff, or
Oh.
she said, "Give me a minute" or something.
Oh, okay. I thought she blew you off.
You know how women are,
Said, how
Adam.
dare you?
Never
Listen,
ready to go.
listen, I'm married, okay?
They always take
I
some time. Okay.
I've probably banked a year, maybe 2 years waiting for my wife to get ready to go. Like, what are you talking about? 2 years of our marriage has been spent me waiting to like leave. Oh, you're not ready yet? Okay. Okay. That's cool.
Gene the Aircream with $5 says, "CT, come work on my vehicle. Safe bet she can't be worse than me." There you go.
Okay. She'll figure it out. Yeah, CT's good at that stuff.
Andrew Clark for Joe says, "Very Republican church." There you go.
Look, Chaeiry did good. She didn't say racist.
That's true. That's true.
So I was, yeah.
Right. I figured it out.
Hey, Sam.
What's
It
up?
takes me a minute. Women, I just need a bit of time.
It's okay.
Typical.
It's okay.
Typical.
Typical.
Mm-hmm.
Tell us about you're the asexual expert, apparently.
I actually think I am.
Oh, are you asexual, or are you just the expert on it?
If I'm talking to someone who's on the left and
Yeah.
they ask me questions like that, yes, I will refer to myself as an asexual. Yes.
Oh, okay.
And I can tell you
Really?
why. Oh, yes. Okay,
Wow.
listen. Because most of my friends are lefty liberals. I'm not really friends with a lot of people who are conservative, and that's fine. I'm more on the left. I'm more a centrist. I wouldn't even say I'm really conservative. I'm just, I'm pro don't be an asshole. It's
Didn't
kind
you
of just,
vote for Donald Trump?
well, I don't have Trump's arrangements.
You right-wing conservative racist.
I voted for the memes. It was funny. We had the best 4 years because it was freaking hilarious. You can't tell me y'all screaming, but that was the funnest shit we ever had.
Not gonna lie,
The country was on fire,
accurate.
but it was fun.
Totally accurate.
Okay.
Donald Trump was
Anyway.
the funnest president.
Plus, I can't vote for anyone who unironically uses Latin X, and I'm sorry. When I hear if anyone says that, I am going to be so repulsed and blindly vote red. Sorry.
That's fair.
You are Latinx, aren't you?
Oh God, don't say it. God.
Latinx.
No, Adam. You can refer to me as a Hispanic, okay? I am both.
Hispanic. Oh my goodness.
I tell that
That's good.
to like
I like that.
whenever like
That's
some lefty
hilarious.
person goes is like, "Are you like Latinx?" However you say it. I go,
Latinx?
"No, I'm a I'll look them
Latinx.
dead in their eyes and I'll respond Hispanic. And they look at me because they're not sure if I'm serious.
Are you is this person trolling me or not? You're like,
Fantastic.
no, say it. Say it.
Yeah. Well, they never believe me. They never believe me because that's like I guess I don't look Hispanic. So they're like, "Oh, you got to prove it." I have to prove it. No.
You have to,
They'll ask
how do
me
you
what,
prove it? What are you supposed to do?
I have to speak Spanish.
Oh, okay.
Even though, I'm American, we're in America, I have to talk with a very accented English,
Like,
some
do you
words.
carry
Los
black beans in
palabras,
your
like I gotta
pocket?
talk like a little bit accented, and then maybe they're like, oh, I see, like she is Hispanic now. Oh my God.
You have to code switch. Does that annoy
Yeah.
you when you have to code switch?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes, it does. It's very
interesting.
stupid. It's also stupid that it's people in Florida asking me because you
Right.
could throw a stone in Florida and you're going to hit someone who's Hispanically mixed. Like, what are we talking about?
It's funny, like one of my best friends is Hispanic, but he has no quote unquote Hispanic accent whatsoever.
I don't have my relatives, I guess some of them have accents. I don't. My grandmother was I know this isn't the discussion we're going for, but my grandmother was just not into her kids learning Spanish. My mother doesn't know any Spanish. She looks more
Really?
Hispanic. Oh, she was not, because they were very pro-American. They loved America. My grandmother, American flags everywhere. They're from Venezuela, so they're even more a little bit bitter about the whole communism, socialism shit. Like they're not into that. So everyone's just super pro-American, which probably and they're very business type people. Like, I had some, I wasn't into the whole women can't progress in business because I've never experienced that. I don't know what that is. But if we want to talk about some tea on the asexual community,
Yes, tell us.
Okay. So in college, because I went to, I don't want to, women aren't that old. I'm not that old. But when I was in college, the hot thing was everyone was on Tumblr. Like everyone was on there. It was toxic. I think Tumblr is to blame for most of the 200 everything LGBT stuff because it was fun at the first start, but then it just kind of devolved into we need subcategories of literally everything. And I just watched it unfold. And so I guess I went to a more liberal kind of arts college. It was very science focused because I didn't listen to my parents. I didn't want to go to art school. I wanted to go to sciences. So I went to a predominantly science school. There were more females on my school since this school was very known for their veterinarian classes. And I wanted to be a veterinarian. Don't go into that field. And because of that, there was a lot of talk about LGBT stuff and everything. So everyone wanted to kind of, you kind of had to like, well, what are you? I didn't give a shit. I don't give a shit. I'm like, I'm here to just survive my classes. And and then essentially what ended up happening, let me think if I can remember. We had like this flamboyantly gay friend in my class. I didn't know he was gay, but apparently everyone's like, it was obvious. Mm-hmm. And I just was not interested in the whole sleeping around culture, the hookup culture. I've never been into that.
That doesn't make you asexual though.
Adam, let me explain to you. I have never been into that. I thought it was weird in high school. I still think it's a bit odd. My parents aren't, I wouldn't say necessarily very conservative. I mean, my mom's religious, but she's not like the super strict kind. And then my dad's an atheist. It's not like, it was a really strictish home, but I just was not into that culture. And so you get into college and that's very strange. And so people start asking me, well, Sammy, are you a lesbian? My friends to this day still have bets that I'm a lesbian.
Sammy, are you a feminist?
We have to go with lesbianism? I don't know. It's just the trans thing wasn't really on the table at this point in time. Like it wasn't really necessarily a big debate. So it was mostly like, oh, Sammy's probably a lesbian because she's not into like hooking up with everyone. I'm like, what the? Okay, no. And I guess I wasn't as much as a degenerate back then. So maybe it was not as obvious. But I was just more focused on school and stuff. So I picked school and sleeping as my triad instead of maybe more of the social life. My bad. So, because of that, what ended up happening is people want to know what you are. So my gay friend is the one who's kind of like, oh, well, then you're asexual, honey. So naturally, I'm like, what the fuck is that? What the hell is that?
You're immediately labeled.
I think this is like 2012 at the time. So we're not in the thralls. Like, I understand, what was it? I don't know, in 2010s maybe, when a lot of more internet stuff kind of, I mean, because it's important towards the context of just everyone getting sucked up into all this, I think. And so I went up and looked it up. And at the time, I would say Tumblr maybe wasn't as toxic. So everyone kind of had really fun, I guess you could say, fun things about sexuality. And it was all about this, like, oh, we're here. It was very friendly and inviting, okay? Like anything is, of course. And I just, it was entertaining. And I was like, and all the prompts, when you read asexuality, a lot of it really is stuff like, oh, you're just, when everyone's talking about like having sex all the time, you're like, there's like other things to talk about. Like, I'd rather talk about anime. Oh my God, you're asexual. Congrats. So they put these very broad explanations. And I even know asexuals will go, well, that is proof that you're asexual. The fact that, sex isn't on the brain 24/7. And now when I talk to my conservative friends, they're like, well, that's normal. Like this is basically my theory. And this is me being in and out with this asexual community, is that essentially if you're conservative or religious, you have these views that you don't want to sleep around with a bunch of people, then you're conservative and you're religious. You have something to fall back on. But when you're on the left and they're not necessarily into that, and you are in this group that is hypersexualizing everything, and everything is you have to, being sleeping with people's empowering, all this stuff. I think intuitively there are people who just aren't into that. And there's nothing wrong with them. It's just when you're in a group that's like, that's a little weird, you don't want to sleep with people, you feel like an outcast. You are considered broken. At that time, LGBT never really recognized asexuality. It was not part of the LGBT, and they didn't want to talk about it. It's the same way they don't want to talk about the bisexuals. They're just like, yeah, I guess you guys exist. They tried to include us. That was the whole point of the A and the long acronym, but who has time for that? And so I think, so if you weren't getting gaslit into, oh, well, maybe you're a lesbian, or maybe you're trans, or maybe you're poly, a lot of asexuals talk about that they move around different identities before they have somewhere to stop, like asexuality. And I think they stop there because I can just tell someone, oh, I'm asexual, and they leave me alone. Because they're like, oh, I got you, because you're kind of condensing this, like, and I understand people are like, Sammy, that's so complicated. Why are we like this? I don't know why we're like this. I don't know. Okay. It's just when I tell someone that, they just leave me. They don't try to like sleep with me. And if I don't say anything, they go, oh, well, maybe you're these things. They try to box you in this stuff. And I'm not, honestly, when I read the asexual definition, I'm like, that makes sense. That doesn't mean I'm sex repulsed. Now, because people who are in the, asexual community, and it's expanding, and people want to break everything down into demisexual, aromantic, you have allosexual. I hate the allosexual. I hate that definition.
What does that mean?
I fucking hate that one. Allosexual is essentially you like spending time with someone, you really appreciate their like time with them, but you don't necessarily want to sleep with them. Or, the more normal term, friendship.
The friend zone.
Friendship. That's called friendship. You don't make it.
Oh, the friend zone.
Stop.
Damn.
And this makes, to me, I think this really ridicules, asexuality, when you start taking normal terms people know. And I know why they do it, because they're trying to get very specific, so that when I encounter someone and I tell them my identifying marker, they already understand how to interact with me, I guess, if in a sexual situation, which is a bit, I guess that's okay.
Well, this would be like a date or something, right? But do you just not go on dates?
You don't go on a date and tell someone you're asexual. I guess.
Well, yeah, but I guess if someone asks you on a date, I mean, it's convenient if you don't want to go on a date with that person. You say, "Listen, I'm asexual."
Well,
if you want to go bowling or something, like knock yourself out. But
yeah, I'll give you an example. If I went on a date with someone and they have this idea that, oh, well, after this date, I'm going to go sleep with her. and I'm not gonna do that. I need to know you. Some people find that strange. They'll call you
hold on
prude.
a
They
second.
call you
That's not strange. I need to know. Like, there's a courting ritual that goes on between men and women.
It's strange now, Adam. I'm telling you.
But it's not.
There's
It's
a
not
reason people are
asexual
gravitating
strange.
towards this term.
It's like, let's see, if we can have a relationship before we jump into bed together. That's not
Adam,
that's not strange or asexual. That's normal.
Adam,
That's pretty weird.
I think
Adam,
you're a
what we're talking
boomer.
about.
Well, obviously I am a boomer, but
I agree with you, Adam.
There's
I don't
still-
think it's strange, but
still
you
the
get
tech-
gaslit. I'm telling you.
there's still, look, even though I'm a boomer, there's still the technical challenge of finding someone that you're attracted to, that you get along with, that you could potentially spend the rest of your life with. That technical challenge doesn't change because I'm a boomer.
Adam, I am glad you're a rational person, but we're dealing with people who are terminally online and on Tumblr. Okay,
Right.
so this is deemed as very strange, and everyone's got to sleep with everyone. Everyone's got to have multiple partners. That's just and this is just for people who are over in this whole over sexualized kind of area.
This is like the porn effect. I guess.
Yeah, if you're not in this community, that celebrates sexuality every 2 seconds. You're not in this community, then you're fine. Then you would either stay over in your conservative side. But because people don't want to be labeled as conservative, they're like, oh, well, I'm asexual. So if I'm talking to more lefty people, it's not that I'm really conservative, it's just I'm not interested in sleeping with people, but they'll automatically, if they know this language, these terms, they automatically go to asexual. And look, if that makes you, go for it. I'm not into meeting someone saying, hello, my name is Sammy and I'm asexual. I'm not into that. That's stupid.
Well, but this conversation kind of sounds like if you're not, addicted to sex, if you're not a sex addict, you're asexual.
Yes.
That's how they perceive it. Yeah,
that's how they perceive it, Adam.
But
because if you're not sleeping with someone, it's bigoted. I'm telling you. So to me, I think the asexual community is majority females. It's majority females, and some asexuals will argue it's because of society tells men they have to sleep with everything that society's promoting men to not be to be sexual.
There's the asexuals and the incels. Let me think. What's the
lot of incels? I think are tacking on
here.
There is an incel issue, I think, also in the asexual community as of more recently. And I don't honestly, if someone tells me 12 different, like I'm these 12 different things and they tack on asexuality, I'm not going to believe you. And a lot of people, and I've seen people who identify as asexual and are hot. What do
you mean by there's an incel problem in the asexual community? What's that mean?
I think there's a lot of people who maybe necessarily, and I understand this is maybe even a taboo thing to say among some of the asexuals because they don't really want to.
They're not going to revoke your
this.
card, are you? We don't want you to get in trouble here, Sammy.
Okay, listen. If I'm a true asexual, I don't give a fuck.
Okay. It's true. What do you got to lose? You're already not having.
We have to be very specific here. So, are we talking about
I can give you examples.
Well, no, I mean so do you actually feel asexual, or is it just like this is a shield I use to shut up people from badgering me to fuck other people?
If I were to read
this is like the sex pest gate,
right?
Well, I'm telling you, the whole idea of asexual is that I don't have sex on the brain 24/7, and I work, I have a job, I do other stuff. So because of that alone can get you thrown in this category. That's why people tack it on. That's why
evil.
I'm just telling you.
Right,
and
but I'm saying, like,
it's
do you
dangerous.
feel?
I think it's very dangerous.
Do you feel that that's appropriate for you to label yourself that way?
I think there's a danger, and I understand this is maybe even, Sammy, that's inflammatory language, in labeling yourself as asexual, because it gets to this point of when you're using this label, and I would even say maybe more when I was younger, maybe I was a little more gung-ho about it, that there's this danger that when you start identifying with this label, there is this propensity for asexuals to kind of prove themselves. That if you date, the same thing with the bisexuals. Oh, you're not dating both genders, so surely you can't be bisexual. Or, you say you're gay, but you don't date men. Stuff like that to prove yourselves. And I think asexuality runs to this issue that there's this idea, and I know a lot of asexuals who say, no, I'm an asexual in a relationship, but there is this notion that an asexual, if you're in a relationship, then you're not really an asexual. And I find that's very dangerous because I think humans like need each other. I don't care if you want to be in a gay relationship or not, but this idea that you got to prove it, and the second you kind of come out of one of these identities, that they're going to villainize you. No, you're not really that thing. I think it's very dangerous. And that's why some of the asexual community, I think, has tried to, fix some stuff by making these subcategories. I think when you get things like demisexual, demisexual is basically, I mean, the conservatives have a different definition for this, but the demisexual is essentially, I'm not sleeping with anyone except for this like one person. Like you see that one person
it's
right
monogamy.
there. I know.
Hilarious.
You see that one person, I love that person, but they're not going to call it monogamy. They're not going to call it that because they kind of use things like, well, it's not really marriage, and it's maybe I like this one person, but years later I fall in love with a different person. So it's not exactly like marriage or something. And I'm kind of over here like, okay.
You just want to be special, bitch. Shut up.
I know. And back to kind of the femcel thing or just the incel thing, there is this issue, and there are people who kind of go against this, but there's this issue of okay, I don't want to be mean. I'm not going to be mean, but
Be
mean. Okay, there are some people who may not be attractive and come into. I'm just saying there are some people who may be 300 pounds or bad personalities or shave their head bald, all these things, and they go, I'm an asexual advocate, and I get a little pissed. I do. Because it's kind of annoying that, if you're really trying to be taken seriously as a community, and I've seen documentaries where they show some asexuals, and there's some pretty people who identify as asexual, but then you will get some of these people that make you look crazy. And then they'll start talking about these terms like allosexual that a lot of people aren't on board, like they don't understand. There's a WTF sexual. It's like, okay, hold on a second. It's you got to come back and realize people aren't there in this conversation. You got to come back. Like if I'm trying to explain this to my boomer parents, you got to kind of start at square one, but they'll be on like square 200 over here. And if you don't understand, then you're a bigot. It gets trapped in some of this woke stuff. There's a lot of stuff in asexuality. If someone says asexuality is not real, you should punch them in the face. Which I remember,
shit! I'm in trouble.
It's a real problem. But it's
Holy
okay.
cow.
I think it's okay if you don't think it's a real thing. I would go as far as to say it's a definition thing, and I think a lot of things that conservatives, because I talked to some of my conservative friends about this, and they're telling me, well, by your definition of what asexuality is, that makes me a conservative and asexual. And I said, well, if you were talking to people on the left who are really involved in all this, yeah, I guess it would.
I think only
get
attractive
canceled
people.
for my asexual tweets.
I think only attractive people should be able to identify as asexual. Because if they're ugly,
there are some attractive people as asexuals.
If they're ugly, you're like, they don't really know if they're asexual. They just can't get anything, right? I mean, you can't really be sure.
But asexuality really isn't tied to sex drive or anything like that. I know a lot of people are like, oh, your libido's low. It really is that it's just people who don't think about it 24/7, and then people saying, well, that's really weird you don't think about it 24/7.
That's a bad definition. Though.
You don't want to sleep with 200,000 people. That's
a terrible
really
definition. Like, I know you didn't choose that definition, but it's like
there's probably a better definition, but that's essentially just from my experience what it is.
Well, but okay, so do you like to, so again, I don't know if I got an answer. Do you like to identify as asexual, or is it just the shield you use to shut up these people that you have to talk to?
I would say in the past, I would definitely just be more open. If I go to a pride parade, yeah, I'd probably wear the little, like the colors and everything like that. But honestly, it's cringe. Like, it's cringe to me to put so much pride and to put your character invested in how you like to sleep with people.
Of course.
It's weird.
Yeah, but like, okay, my issue is like, if someone is just not thinking about sex all the time, but they would open to, or they would want to be in a relationship with someone where they'd have sex. To me, that's not asexual at all.
Yeah, that's
how they define. Well, but then Sitch, they would put you in a demisexual. If you're into monogamy and all that, you're a demisexual.
Right,
You
right.
want to find that special
Mhm.
person and be with them. You're a demisexual, and people,
Yeah.
people are not okay with the term demisexual. They're a little even confused by that, and
Hmm.
that's fine. But asexual is essentially the big umbrella, and then they've broken down everything. And I should also give a little caveat in order to even understand asexual, in my opinion, you have to have the concept. This is why a lot of my conservative friends just will not they're not no, I'm not using, I can't even get onto this, is you have to be able, and I think this is the same for a lot of the LGBT, you have to have the concept of sex and love are two different things, because in asexuality it is separate, and that's what an aromantic is.
Oh God.
I hate
Wait,
everything.
wait. So what is the aromantic is what?
So if an asexual
Yeah.
can they seem to be, and this is more in the demisexual asexual area, they are more, they do want a relationship, but they don't necessarily need the sex for that. It's not a priority in the relationship. They want to have a bond. Demisexuals even go so far as to be like, well, not after I have the bond, then like, I'm into that. Versus an aromantic would be the flip of the coin of that. So an aromantic is basically friends with benefits, that you can sleep around and not have romantic feelings.
Well, how are you both asexual and aromantic? Isn't that contradictory?
In aromantics, kind of like it splinters off. It's in the asexual community in terms of terms, but you are correct. It can't, you can't necessarily be asexual and aromantic. People will pair those together because an aromantic is under the same umbrella as the asexual community, and this is because asexuality has developed more and more terms as the years have gone on, as Tumblr keeps, it was Tumblr, now it's TikTok. They keep wanting to find even more minor explanations of asexuality. Like the whole allosexual thing is like, even like, if you had to kind of think of it like a branching tree, like allosexual is even more specific, and they'll have like, other things that really funnel down. And yeah, that's the whole thing. I'm just watching here with my teacup. I'm like, okay.
Okay. Well,
But
so
yeah.
I'm looking this up. It says
Mhm.
characteristics of aromantic. You don't express feelings of romantic attraction. You
Right.
feel that you do not need a romantic relationship to feel complete
Right.
or fulfilled.
Mhm.
You do not experience crushes or being in love with someone else, and
Mhm.
you have a hard time relating to romantic stories.
Which, there's certain things, like I have issues relating to women on like feelings things. Like, I'm a nice person, okay, I'm nice to people, but
But those bitches,
okay, some women are emotional, okay, and I don't do that. When my friends are crying,
yes,
I'm the friend who's going to want to fix the problem. Like, I want to solve why you're crying,
you're such a
and they'll
man.
sit there they'll sit there and they'll go, no, I just want to cry for 2 hours. And I'm like, okay, well, you can go over there to Sarah. That's Sarah's job. And when you're ready to fix it, I'll be over here. And
Nice.
because of that, I get a lot of crap. My friends, like me, but they've now figured out, oh, okay, we'll come to you when we're ready.
Right.
But because of this, because I guess of this emotional detachment, there's a lot of things kind of in, I would think, some of the asexual identity or definitions that I can latch onto and go, oh, that's me. The same way some people can look at horoscopes and go, wow, that really relates to me. When really, if I were to argue, like, I think the conservatives do have some ideas of what that is, that emotion, but they just put it in different terms, or they have their religion to fall back on. And I just don't think the left necessarily has that in abundance. And so people feel broken. They feel they don't belong in this over sexualized culture. And I think asexuality is the group you can fall back on. And when you use asexual, people they will leave you alone because, oh, you already found a group. Okay, so we can't maybe gaslight you as much.
Right. That's interesting.
Yeah.
So,
And then there's
uh,
a whole culture around it, and then then you get the whole social aspect of it. So,
mhm.
then it pulls people in, becomes an identity. It's a whole thing.
Blep says that Sammy got it perfectly. In
Mm-hmm.
super lefty circles, if you aren't a hookup culture sex crave
Yes.
feminoid, you are either ace or at least demisexual.
Yeah.
Using that label isn't always just something someone uses to feel special or stand out. It's quite the opposite in most cases, in my experience. They want to be left alone. Sammy is right on the money.
Yeah. And like I said, if I'm talking to a lefty and they ask, I probably would respond asexual. Not because I think they're going to hook up with me, but just there are a multitude of definitions and I guess stereotypes you could say that are tied to certain LGBT um, tags. And it is a way of me just giving you like the rundown on that. Now, do some people then go, "Oh, you're asexual. I can change you," but but whatever.
You
But
say you're
I just
asexual now, but let me tell you, it's one night with me, baby.
I just I just it's a lot of trouble to
Did
sleep
Sitch just
around with
ask you
people.
out? Oh my god, I feel like he did.
In the most misogynistic way possible, yeah.
He's got to do the gator ritual, Adam.
That's right.
He did say he'd go to a Comic-Con with me. I'll put him on the spotlight. He did say that. He said he was going to put on a dress and go.
Wait a
I hope
minute.
everyone holds him to
Wait a minute. I'm pretty sure I said that.
No, I
in
remember. I
jest.
remember this
Okay.
clearly.
No,
It happened.
no.
Chat was there. Everyone was there. It has to
No.
happen.
No.
J-Mac can confirm.
No,
It's
I know.
all
I need
facts.
confirmation evidence. This never happened. Fake news. Fake
That would be the
news.
best
No.
face reveal of all time.
No,
He
no,
should.
no.
He should do it.
Mm-mm.
He should even just come in a Deadpool suit. He doesn't even need to do a face reveal.
There you go. Deadpool in a tutu. That's a little much, but
Okay, it's happening. All right.
no.
Yeah, there's a convention in March, Sitch. Let's go.
No. I don't know if you know
March
this.
is right around the corner. This would be awesome.
Adam labeled you on stream. It says Sammy G, Latinx asexual smut artist.
Yeah.
I mean, it's accurate, right?
Yeah.
That should be your Twitter bio. Latinx asexual smut artist.
I can.
Can you
change
see?
it.
But here's the. Can someone be a pornographic artist and asexual? That doesn't make any
Yes.
sense. No.
Yeah, there's a
no.
lingerie model, and she's very pretty, and she identifies as an asexual.
Yeah, but she's just doing it
because-
for money, then, right?
Well, maybe she is. I don't think you get a lot of street cred for calling yourself an asexual. I think you get shitted on both sides. So for you to say that, I really don't think you're making bank off of that.
This
to
is
be
the
honest with
first
you.
I've ever.
No.
heard.
Like, okay, wait. I mean, someone could be asexual and be
Yeah.
truly asexual. They're
Mhm.
not interested in having sex with anyone, and yet
Mhm.
they could be like hot, and then they use their body to make money, like be a
Sure.
model. I understand that.
Yes,
That
it
makes
has
sense, right?
nothing. Yeah, it has because
What?
it's essentially asexuality is essentially you don't think about it 24/7.
Right. But if you're a smut artist, you kind of have to think about it pretty often, right? Like you're literally drawing porn.
I'm drawing art.
Well, I'm not saying you specifically. I'm just saying in a hypothetical situation, there's some pornographic artist. It'd be hard for me to
There would-
imagine that they're asexual.
I hear what you're saying.
Yes.
But I know a lot of people who would say you're wrong and that you can be asexual and write smut and do all that because, I'm having a little difficulty, but I have heard the argument, and I think it has to do with the fact that I'm blanking is not good, but I'm trying to like have the gears turn in my brain what the reasoning was someone explained to me. It's because it's not necessarily yourself. It's different. It's characters.
If they just do it for money, that's different. People in the chat are saying they can just do it for money. Yeah, if anyone could just do anything just for money, sure. But if they actually like enjoy it, like I would think if you're asexual and you're drawing porn, you're not really enjoying what you're doing.
You're not drawing it to be pornographic or because you like porn. You're drawing it because it's. I don't know how to explain it. I've had someone explain it to me before. I'm just trying to remember. It's just because you don't see. Okay, it's kind of like this. A lot of asexual people will kind of comment on they can watch porn and they get bored. Like if a pizza was being delivered and they bang, the asexual is gonna go, well, why aren't they eating the pizza? Like they're looking for the plot, right? Like why does this not make sense? And so I guess it's along those lines of it's not necessarily the act that's interesting. It's more about the story. And then a lot of asexuals will even say that they are very disconnected from some of the romanticization. A lot like they don't connect with that because even that's why some people would maybe call them broken. Like it's not something they relate with. So writing about it may not necessarily, not even that they're virgins, maybe they're not, it has nothing to even do with virginity. They may understand sex, but they don't perceive it the same. And maybe you can sit here and say, well, maybe that needs to be studied. Maybe there's something we're missing here. Maybe I don't know. But yeah, but it's a little taboo for some people to want to do. First of all, there's no money in it. No one's going to go do research on asexuality. But I would even say I don't think some of the community would want the answers, even if there were answers to this. I think the answer is we're just having Sitch's Law's problem, and you're all
Right.
we're in a hypersexualized group, and if you're just not compliant with that, you're seen as a weirdo.
I mean, you're right. It bothers me because the definition just is way too broad. And I think,
I know,
like,
but that's why they're trying to make all these specific. And trust me, there are other stupid words in these.
Yeah, of course. There's always a million annoying sexualities and all that crap. Like, if someone, was like, "Oh, I can only watch porn that has a plot," like that doesn't make you asexual, okay? It just makes you a story fiend or something. I don't know.
Or if you're not interested in having sex because it brings a bunch of diseases, that's a little strange. You don't want to have a disease, bigot. Like really? Like come on now. Like
even that would be like someone's disgust/fear mechanism for cleanliness just overrides their
right. And not all, like I said, not all asexuals are sex repulsed. And I know some people say, well, that's pretty, if an asexual's having sex, that's kind of Sammy. Those two things don't mix.
Yeah,
at that
that's
point,
kind of contradictory.
Because it has nothing to do necessarily with the physical so much as it has to do more with, I guess, the mental space. That a lot of asexuals who identify as asexual and they're not into that, they'll have sex because their partner wants sex. So it's for the partner. There's also this I call it an issue. There's a lot of polyamory in the asexual community in terms that an asexual will join a polyamorous group. This has to do with that they're okay with their partners. Yeah, they're okay with their partners. They understand sex is a physical need for some people, that some people do think about it 24/7. And so they would be okay with their partners sleeping around with someone else because then they don't necessarily have to do it. It's more of a chore for them.
Interesting.
Kind of thing. Yeah.
Well, see,
so
that
and I
actually
understand
makes sense to me. See, I would actually trust someone was asexual if that was their position. I'm like, well, I mean,
a lot of asexuals who go into polyamorous relationships, there's a lot of communication and rules and everything.
Sure.
But this idea of sleeping around with someone is cheating is not necessarily a concept for someone who identifies as asexual, because they don't value that as much as someone else would. Like if someone, I guess, was more conservative and someone cheats and sleeps with someone, I would think someone on the conservative side would be mad because that's a breach of trust, versus someone on the left who identifies as asexual proactively may be okay if with their partner sleeping around, of course, with, consent, you talked about it, because they just don't value that. That's not a breach of trust if that's not something they value.
Can we talk about levels of attractiveness? So do you not
wait a minute. Before you ask that, the real question, is Sammy going to let her boyfriend sleep around because she's asexual?
Well, unfortunately, I'm Latina, so that's a no.
Okay.
So you do experience jealousy then?
Well, to me, that's the true test of whether you're asexual.
That does kind of break the asexual model, obviously.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, I would say, there's low. I would say on average, I don't know. I don't take notes of everyone in the asexual community. I would say, the jealousy thing is certainly a factor. I'm going to say I'm very low in jealousy, and a lot of the women in my family are not jealous women. And I say that, and to even use my mother as an example, we're not the kind of women who have to watch. I have friends who have to monitor their boyfriends. Oh, you can't go on guys' trips. You can't do that. My mother, my dad went on a Vegas trip with some of his boomer friends, a year or two ago or something like that. And my mom let him go, but all the other wives had a problem. And she basically says, no, he can go. I trust him. But if he cheats, he's dead. There is no jealousy here
Okay.
because he knows he's dead.
Well, that is jealousy.
Yeah, of
I
course,
mean, you're
no
just
jealousy.
defining it something.
but
different.
we
No jealousy, of course.
yeah, there's no like I saw my guy talking to a woman. I don't like bug his phone, or I would never go through his text messages. Like that's crazy.
I know what people would be interested in is like the attractiveness question, because there are certain people that, you know, we innately find attractive to a level that, you know, that's we want to have sex with them. That's what inspires us to want to have sex with them. So
Sure.
like, do you have a type? Is there a type of person that's like so attractive that you're just like, oh, I have to sleep with this person?
I'd have to know them. Like I can't. I understand if someone's smoking
yeah,
hot,
it could
but
be.
I cannot even fathom sleeping with someone just because they're hot.
Right. Well,
So Brad Pitt's like, hey, Sammy, and you're like, I don't know you.
Look at attractive. Let's open attractiveness up not to beyond just physical looks. Like they're funny, they're charming, they're.
But on the first date?
Yeah. No, I don't, like, I'm just.
Why? No, because my logic kicks in, and I'm like,
well, this
okay,
is,
I guess
but this
I've
just all seems like normal coyness from a smart woman. Like,
Yeah, but that's because you're a boomer.
But Adam, that's weird. I'm the weird one. Do you?
They're all degenerates nowadays.
I'm either a lesbian. I'm Sammy.
I don't
just
think
want to be a man.
But calling yourself asexual implies that you are not interested in having a relationship with anyone ever. That's what it implies.
That's the problem I have with asexuality. That in order to like prove it or to really stick it to people that I'm asexual, it goes to that extent where people will self-isolate.
Yeah,
I think that's dangerous.
Well, no, I think if you're going to label yourself that and you're going to date, you're a fraud. I mean, I just think it's that simple.
I agree. Yeah, no, I see what you're saying, Adam. I see what you're saying. It's just it's not. I just know
don't
some
label.
Who
I don't think you should label yourself that. I think the problem is the label.
Probably. Well, the whole thing, everything's problematic. I mean, come on. There's a lot of things in the LGBT that I can, sip my tea at as problematic. But
if you met someone that asked you out on a date, that you found acceptable.
Acceptable.
Well, I'm just saying. So, like, physical attractiveness.
I guess you're acceptable to approach me.
Look, physical attractiveness is obviously in a range.
Like, I mean, you got to be put together. Like, I'm not going to lie there. If I'm going to be put together and wear cute dresses,
toothless
you gotta be put
bum, like it looks like he hasn't showered for a month, comes up to you and asks you out.
No one likes that.
You're probably going to say no based on looks, right?
Right.
You're probably going to go, oh, screw you.
Based on smell.
But. Yeah. So I'm just saying, like, if somebody reaches a certain threshold of attractiveness, I'm not asking you to define it specifically, you would say yes, but would you tell them immediately, like, I'm asexual? It seems like that would be kind of...
No, I would never tell a guy that because it's cringe.
Yeah, exactly. Like, a guy is asking you out because he's interested in, potentially having some kind of
the only
relationship
guy who's going to know what an asexual is in a normal conversation is like going to be someone who has... I don't want to be mean, but...
Blue hair.
They're gonna have a certain look to them, okay? Like it's like poison dart frogs, like the frogs, and they have bright colors. Like you kind of know, like you shouldn't go near that. I'm not saying they're bad frogs.
Are you saying they don't meet the threshold of attractiveness for you to go on a date with them? It kind of sounds like that's what you're saying.
What?
I mean, that's what
there's attractive people on both
Look
sides.
At this.
It's just I think I'm just saying the type of guy who's probably going to know what an asexual is probably going to call me a bigot if I said I think Trump's not that bad. Those things kind of go hand in hand.
It's a political thing. I didn't know
there's a political
I am legitimately worried about being canceled over my asexual tweets now that I thought were just funny.
You probably will get canceled for me even daring to say like maybe asexuality is like conservatism just for the lefties.
There are
they
people
just don't want
who
to
probably want to punch me in the face. I mean, I've been making jokes about asexual for like a solid
I'm
week
probably
now.
the best, most rational person you're going to get to talk about asexuality. Because
No,
a
I'm
lot of them,
glad. This
they
is
just,
fascinating.
I think it's really cool. I love observing it. I have friends who identify as asexual, but I have noticed there is a little bit of coping for people who kind of latch on to this if they're not necessarily attractive and they don't try. I think there is an aspect of asexuality of incels in there. And that's fine. And if you want to do that, I just again find it a little dangerous when you self-isolate like that. Like I do have to call them out. I do have some female friends who do identify as asexual and they're just not interested in dating and anything like that. And they're like, asexuality is me. Not that they're trying to be asexual, but it's like, do you want to be alone your whole life? Like that doesn't seem appealing to me. But I don't know.
Yeah, asexual is a label standing in the way of that, obviously.
Well, but there are
or
asexuals in
promoting it.
relationships. Those are
Okay.
things. Those are things. But if you are in a relationship and you go to the Pride Parade and you're wearing an asexual flag, people are going to give you some like, oh, sure.
So does asexual label
Mhm.
open up your dating pool or kind of
No, I
limit
don't.
it?
It's not
I
a.
think it
It's
would
not a
shrink it.
conversation. It's not a conversation.
Okay, so
It's not. It's only a It only comes up if I'm like
it only
talking to
comes
people
up
about
if a guy asks
LGBT
you out who's
LGBT.
hideous.
Yes.
Oh, wait, what? What'd you say?
The ugly, hideous guy with blue hair comes up to you and
If
asks
I
you out, and
go
you're
to a
like,
Comic
listen.
Con,
And then
not
you're
to be,
like,
if I
no,
go
I'm
to a
asexual.
Comic Con and I say asexual, people tend to know what it is. I'm not saying everyone at Comic Cons are ugly or inside. I'm not saying that. It's just you have to almost be on the left to even understand that premise.
Gotcha.
And it's just and even if you do know the LGBT, it's asexual is like just not necessarily on the top leaderboard for best sexuality because like no one necessarily wants to be asexual. Asexual shouldn't even be, I think, in the LGBT because it's the antithesis of pride. It's personally,
shame.
it is. It's not even like to say that it's like, oh my God, Sammy, but it is. It's the opposite of pride. It's
Sam, are you ashamed of your lack of degeneracy? Don't be ashamed, Sam.
That is pretty
We're
funny.
here for you.
That is
well, my
pretty
degeneracy
hilarious.
comes from my weakness, and
Yes.
that's a whole identity in its own.
My name is Sam, and I'm not a horny fiend.
Yeah.
You guys like my art. I do it for you. I know you guys collect it.
Yeah, but I
share
always
it
thought
around.
I always thought girls who were interested in gay guy art or
We're big
doing gay
perverts.
guy art were their
You know?
fantasy was just to have like two guys at once. Like that seems like why I mean that seems like why people are into like sexualized gay
No,
porn
I
and
think
stuff like that.
yaoi is made for straight women.
Yeah, who want to
don't-
have two guys at once.
Right.
Hmm.
Is that it?
Because the gay thing kind of
No.
opens the door for that, obviously.
As a straight asexual woman, Sam.
It's not to sleep with more men. I don't think that's why. Listen. I was in Japan, right? Okay.
Yes.
That shit's crazy. Okay, why do you say it like that? Why do you say it like that?
It's so
Because
awesome.
I know the story.
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah.
Listen,
all those
there's
Japanese women going crazy for the yaoi.
Yeah, they go crazy. There was Yuri on Ice just came out when I was in Japan, and that's that figure skating anime. Oh my God. It's all girls draw blood just to get like the Yuri on Ice dojins at the comic kit.
What's
which
going
is like
on
this.
there?
Oh my God.
What's going on there? Why do straight women like this gay men stuff?
Okay. Well, if you I'm not sure about the gay stuff, but I can tell you from an artist point of view, okay? If I had to line up yaoi, yuri, and hentai, I'm sorry, yaoi usually has the better art. It just does.
Well, are you saying that because it does, or is it because that's what attracts you?
Yeah,
No,
asexual,
objectively,
Sammy.
no. Stop. Don't defend. Listen, you're not allowed to make women cry. Stop. No, I'm going from an artist
everyone
point.
loves it when I
Right
make
now, we
women
have
cry.
to
What
put
are you
on our little berets. No, we gotta put on our little berets and be snooty art people. This just the way some of those are drawn. And it's mostly women drawing yaoi versus Yuri is usually men drawing that. Not always, but
hold on.
it's
What's
just
yaoi?
the writings, but it's just
What's yaoi? That's mostly drawn by women. What is
Men hooking up with
Yuri
gay men.
is females.
Yaoi is
It's
gay men, Yuri is
gay
gay
men.
women.
Okay, so it's mostly women drawing gay men.
Yeah.
Look,
But why
all
would
the
they-
take a
all
lot
of
of-
the evidence is on my side
What
here.
what is drawing them to draw that in the first place? That's the question to me. you
Because
could
they
say,
want
like,
to
if-
they want to get
I don't
they
know.
want
Japan's
if
a
it really
repressive
wants.
culture. I don't know.
because if
The
it's
whole
primarily
gamut.
female artists, it would make sense that women would be attracted to that artistic style because it'd be drawn by
I
women.
mean, I can tell you a lot of there's some shonen manga. I mean, like Black Butler's got kind of the same like pretty. I mean, granted, is Black Butler's like borderline. That's what's gonna get you in. That's one of those animes you watch that you're on a razor thin line and jumping into the whole yaoi crazy. That's like an entry drug is Black Butler. But that kind of some of that stylistic preference of that, I would think, kind of pushes you towards that direction. If
I
you
thought
need
Black
an
Butler was just
example.
porn, wasn't it?
What?
Isn't Black Butler just porn? What is this?
Technically, no.
Technically, no.
Her editor doesn't let her.
Oh, okay. So
She was
oh, I
going
see.
to make it like a porn or some shit, and her editor said, "No, we will
I
make
see.
more money this way."
Gotcha.
It's something
Okay.
like that. I think it was something like that kind of story. Like she is stopped by her editor, but no, it's not. It's shonenai, Sitch. What
Okay.
I draw is shonenai. There's
Some-
shonenai, and then
Mhm.
it's yaoi.
I
Okay,
see.
there's a line that is crossed when you start falling off the cliff.
Black Butler's a little sus. He's got an underage boy. I'm just saying.
Okay, well, they're also like what British people in the 18th century. When is that?
How does
not
that
the
change
case?
anything?
It changes a lot. They're like
That doesn't change
aristocratic British people in like the 1700s or whenever the Black Plague was. Okay,
Yes,
all right.
yes.
Yeah, okay.
anything. There you
Anyway,
go. Okay. Well, I don't know if we got an answer. I think Adam
What?
might be onto something, but
what answer? What
that,
answer?
well,
do you need?
why is it that women like this gay guy stuff?
Oh, I thought you were back to.
Oh, no. I don't know. It's interesting, but
I don't know.
A team proves correct once again. Obviously,
right.
I just have an intuition for these things.
I don't know. Maybe I'm too pure. Like, I don't think it's all for the horniness. I think there is an art aspect, but I mean, granted, I don't know.
Trying to imagine a bunch of like women like sitting there with their wine glasses, like, oh yes, the way the light just reflects off the hair of the 13-year-old as he's being stroked by the 17-year-old man is just the artistic endeavor.
You laugh, but I think there's actually people like that.
I mean, I'm just saying, like, I don't think women would be clawing themselves to get this art if it wasn't sexual. That's just, that's just my take.
Okay, so back to why I tend to be in the asexual community.
Yes.
I'm looking at the plot, you see.
Oh, of course.
I'm collecting art references. I'm not sure why
sure.
you all are there, but
I look at hentai for the art references.
there are some hentais that are beautiful. Okay, listen. I have to improve my skill, and I think
Oh,
there's a
God.
direct correlation. Listen,
Yeah.
listen. This is just listen. I've been around
Yeah.
the art block. I think there is a direct correlation between your improvement in art and the degeneracy levels you're willing to go. Okay, what was it? The mangaka for Dr. Stone, he has a hentai. And I'm sure there's other mangakas who write under pen names. I'm just saying, I think there is some kind of line there. I don't know what. I'm just explaining the science, you see.
Of the science, yeah, of course.
Yeah. I'm about
Yes.
science. I'm a smart woman, smart
course.
business woman.
I watch hentai for the plot. I don't know why you guys are so degenerate. Just the plot and for the art references, okay?
Yeah, as far as I go is, hand holding. That's pretty lewd as it is. Okay,
There you
that's
go.
God. Disgusting.
I should have.
I wouldn't, Adam, I
Adam-
wouldn't even do that on a first date. How lewd.
Do
You wouldn't
what?
hold someone's hand on a first date? Wow.
Really?
Maybe
What
you
if
are
what if
asexual.
they were like inside a burning building and they needed help out?
Burn.
Would you be like,
Natural selection.
There you go.
oh my, oh geez.
I probably set the
What if
fire. I'm
you
gonna
need?
cover
Yeah.
my
What if?
tracks.
What if?
Holy
What if you
cow.
need them to hold your hand to guide you out?
No.
You're like, I guess I'll die now. Hand holding.
If I die, I don't gotta go to work. I get to sleep, right? Like,
Oh, that's I
good.
guess you get to sleep forever.
Well, I mean,
That's
if you
true.
can't have sex, what else are you going to do besides go to work? I mean,
die.
Work is fun.
It can be fun. But
Uh-huh.
So there you go. There you go. There's
Okay.
your explanation. I'm sure
Interesting.
if you get angry tweets, they can redirect them to you. Okay. I'm nothing but nice. I'm simply just sharing what I have observed.
A lot of people did get mad at my asexual tweets, but I just was like laughing, having a good time. And now I kind of feel like, oh, maybe they're serious or something. Jeez.
Why is everyone
Stug,
saying I'm digging? Get out of here. Leave me alone.
Stug for $5 says, Sammy, what do you want on your gravestone after digging this deep?
Oh my, holy.
Yeah, Adam. Soul Dose for $5 says, well, Sammy, the real asexual test is if watching Spy X Family makes you want to start a family on your own. Darn Shinzo Abe psyop show.
I mean, wasn't there like an uptick in adoptions or something like that because of the Spy Family? Like
That's
something.
funny.
Listen, I'm all for influencing the people through anime. Okay, I'm all for that. Maybe the right animes. Maybe not all animes. There's some animes I would say no, but Spy X Family is certainly a plus. Yeah, I pronounce the X in Spy X. Hunter X Hunter. Yeah, I do that.
There you go. Not Gay Ben for $5 says, as a not gay man, I only watch, quote, videos that involve gay women, as I don't want to be seeing dudes in my videos, so this totally checks out to me. There you go. You're so not gay. He only watches lesbian porn. Makes sense.
Oh.
So there
of course.
Go.
I guess we know his answer to the porn question now, don't we?
Right.
Yeah.
Zero Fox wants to know, Sammy, balls or no balls?
Yeah, I saw that. I don't.
You have an answer for that one?
I don't know what you're trying to imply there.
Is that
that's
a
is he asking if I'm a lesbian?
No, he's asking you the Fuda question.
Oh, I see. I'm not that much of a degenerate then. Ha.
Oh, okay. I don't believe it. I think you're faking it. I think Sammy's an ultra degenerate.
Do you think the asexual is like a secret identity or something? Like she's like a superhero of degeneracy? And she has to have like
during the day, she seems like a normal Latinx smut artist. But at night, she's a degenerate.
Well, I'm just saying,
it's a pretty lame superpower, but okay.
I mean, it depends, doesn't it?
Well, I'm telling you, like, God, I'll even tell you when you go to a pride parade and you wear an asexual shirt, there's a bunch of people who go, oh my God, you're like you exist. Look at and they'll like praise you. So I can almost see why people would almost even this? Like, yeah.
Okay.
There you go.
Wow.
You go to a pride parade. I mean, you wear rainbow colors and shit, don't you?
But did you wear an asexual shirt to a pride parade? Or you just saw someone at a pride parade? Okay, so you have.
I have, because I think it's cooler. I'm cooler than the people with the rainbow flag.
Wow.
Jesus, there's a lot of people in the chat that are in the Fuda. That is shocking to me.
What is Fuda?
Is it, Sitch? Do you think I have 500? Do you think my followers just follow me because of my 1 or 2 cosplay photos? Really? They're not there
because they think you have a penis? Well, I don't understand what you're saying.
No, they're there because I draw degenerate art of you two. I'm fairly convinced. They're all degenerates. We're all degenerates.
I guess.
Okay.
Wow.
Okay. I have enough quotes from you two. You are also degenerates. It's fine. It's okay. It's all good.
Sure. Yeah, okay.
I'm a wholesome degenerate though. It's different.
I'm a demisexual,
So
you are. Adam, you can use that. If you're married to your wife, you love your wife, you're not sleeping around, yes, you by definition are a demisexual. Congrats.
Good.
I don't know if you want to bring this up, Adam. We have some references of yaoi art to
I saw them, but
we have some references that show how great the quote unquote anatomy is of yaoi art.
I know.
Okay, well I'm not referring to the yaoi art like prior to the 90s. They were figuring things out.
Okay, some of these pictures are a little sus.
Rough, little rough.
We got some eldritch horror people here with very long arms and giant.
We don't talk about that. Listen, art has evolved. We've gotten better.
I see. So you're in the category of the yaoi art.
Damn it.
Self-report.
No,
Got him.
no.
Yeah.
Listen, I just had
Yeah.
1 or 2 art classes while in Japan. Okay, it's not a
Oh.
big deal. It's okay,
Mhm.
just whatever. You should see the shit my host sister draws. Oh my
Oh
god.
my God.
Oh my god. She was a little embarrassed about it. She's like, I draw art. And I was like, oh great. I was in Japan with some of my other friends who are game developers, and you know they're all into this shit too. Um, and she was telling us about how she's gonna go to Comic Kit, she's gonna have a booth and everything, and we're like, wow, that's great. What do you draw? She gets real quiet. She kind of looks at us. She goes, well, it's like these comics. And I'm like, and she goes, but they're kind of like, they're girl comics. And we go, oh, yaoi? And she looked at us like a deer in headlights, if you know what that is. I'm like, yes, we're Americans in
Yes, we're
Japan. We know
perverts.
freaking anime. No. No.
Yes.
But her
Put up
art's
the
really good. I can't ever share her art because people would find like it's pretty good. Makes me feel bad.
Put up the
Yeah.
the other picture, Adam, the one right before that one with the
What the
really
frick
long
did
arm.
you send me? Am I gonna regret looking
It
at
looks
this?
like
It's
pedo
not
shit,
pornographic, but
Oh
it's
God.
just
Oh
the
God.
anatomy is like
We
insane.
we have evolved.
though. No, we
Oh
can't put
God.
that one up.
It's like the
Let's-
Juno Romantica, like big. Oh God.
Mhm.
Oh God. It's dark times.
Do you know
Dark
what that's
times.
from? Are you aware
I
of this?
don't,
Okay.
because I read
That's
manga for art, and if art is not good in the manga, I don't touch it. Better.
So you don't read for the plot, you read for the art.
I read for the art. Yeah.
Yeah.
I am very picky with my manga.
Art is important.
Zoki for $5 says the artist of Dr. Stone had to use male gay porn for references because he couldn't find a good reference for straight porn for his hentai. I mean,
It makes sense.
sure.
I've seen his
right?
style.
That's what he says, right?
Listen, Dr. Stone. I mean, I like Dr. Stone, but just when you read the manga, you're like, oh, I get it. I get it.
You get it. You're like, this looks like porn.
There's some scenes. There's some manga panels. It's like,
So I've never read Dr. Stone, but now that I look at pictures, I'm like, yeah, this looks like porn.
But it's not. Like, it's not.
But it looks
It's
like
like
it
it's
would be.
basically Minecraft the anime, I guess.
Well,
Like
that
they're
sounds
building
cool,
stuff.
actually.
And then it starts getting unbelievable, and then the ending was something. All I know, just you know how like the explosion that turns them all into stone.
No, I've never seen this, so I don't know.
Oh, okay. So in the anime, basically the whole world gets petrified in stone. And 3,000 years later, the main character wakes up because he's super smart. And he basically has to restart like humanity from the start. But he's this genius boy. So he's able to create like stuff. Like he builds shelter, then he gets fire, and then he's able to make like a computer in the Stone Age. Like everything,
Gotcha.
the whole world
Literal
is converted
Stone
back
Age.
to the Stone Age. Yeah,
Right.
Dr. Stone. And so this is all fine and dandy. The anime's like pretty entertaining. Like, I would put it on dub so you can do other stuff in the background, but it's interesting, and some of the things are really cool how they build stuff out of nothing. It starts to get a little unrealistic when you're like, oh, we're gonna build a rocket, and go to the moon, even though we have the technology of squirrels. And I'm like, God, about that one.
I mean, if you get a lot of the squirrels running in a little treadmill,
They go to America. Well, there's like in the manga, they go to America because they have to get corn, and it's just they keep the language barrier there, which is interesting. And it's Americans have guns somehow. Of course we do. I love it.
Stone guns,
but
yeah.
I just want to say, and I won't say what causes them all to turn to stone, but just know that this ray that destroyed humanity came out of South America. That's all I have to say from that. Like I was retweeting all that to like my Brazilian friends, and I'm like, this is your fault. This whole anime is your fault.
Was it the giant Jesus statue? Did it make the world?
No, I don't want to spoil it. I don't want to spoil it. But I just thought it was funny. Like they give the coordinates of like where the explosion started, and you can go to Google Maps and find the location. It's in like Brazil or something. And I'm like, of course it is. So or maybe it's not even Brazil. It's because I guess they traveled down Chile. Where were they? I don't really care. I just thought it was funny. Sammy, not all Hispanic. Okay, well, I can make these jokes. It's okay.
You have the pass.
Kind of.
Kind of. Oh no. My
grandparents probably have the better pass, but mine's a little watered down, but it's still there. The white supremacists wouldn't accept me in their community. So
You were definitely white passing, so I mean,
I know. Well, my
you have,
dad's like German.
you have white
Oh my
privilege.
God, you're a
Oh,
you're a
look,
halfer. You're a mutt.
I'm a
you're
halfer,
half
but I'm like
white.
100% American.
Might as well be Nick Fuentes at
You're
this
half
point.
white, all privilege.
Yeah.
I mean, I think if I tracked back my grandparents' lineage, I'm sure their like great grandparents came from Spain or something. I'm pretty sure
Hmm.
because it's not there. I don't know. I don't know. We have one of those generic Hispanic last names, so
I found a thread on Twitter of Chaeiry fighting with Max, Mr. Girl. You want to read
Okay.
it or bring it up or?
I mean, is it worth looking at? I don't know. I don't know what
mean,
you're
it's
talking
pretty
about.
funny, but I don't know. Let's go
Uh,
back into the asexual stuff. So,
WTF
I
1A
think I
1A
covered
for
it all.
yeah.
yeah, for $5 says asexual sounds like celibate without the religious undertones. Also, Tumblr
Oh,
caused the issue of the LGBT message.
yes. So that is something that if you bring up celibacy to the asexual community, they get really pissy.
Yeah,
They
why
get
not just
really
be a
pissy.
nun? Why not just go into
It's
the
not the
nunnery?
same. It's not the same
Oh.
though, because celibacy is seen as a choice versus asexuality. They see it more as a
Oh,
you were born that way kind of mentality.
right.
It's not asexuality is not a choice. It's I didn't wake up one day and go, "Hey, I'm not going to have sex on the brain 24/7." Versus the left constantly says, "Oh no, everyone's everyone every 24-second, every millisecond is thinking of sex all the time. Women, they just want to be like men and sleep with everyone. Like that's completely normal." And you know what? There are women like that. I know friends of mine who won't switch boyfriends or they won't break up with their boyfriend until they have another one lined up because they have to make sure they have all their needs, at least they don't cheat, but they have to, they gotta have everything under control. That seems a little weird to me, but I'm like,
Their
okay, you do you,
needs.
girl. You do you, girl. Yeah, but the
They're
asexual
like,
thing
Sammy, I have
is not.
needs. You got to understand.
Well, my needs are money. I like money. You call me money
Wow,
sexual.
what a classic.
But not from a guy. I'm gonna make my own money,
Oh,
and
okay,
then
never mind.
I'll treat the guy. So
Oh, look
I'm
at
not
that.
I'm not a gold digger because I have the gold. So like, honey, if you clean the house, like maybe I'll go buy you a Tesla. Like you're like that kind of setup. That sounds
You
great.
want a nice housewife? Is that? I mean, a
Yes,
house
yes.
husband? Is that what you're saying?
That sounds fantastic.
There you go.
Like all the other women in my family. Sounds great.
Wow, is your family just like all the women are?
Well, but
Exactly.
my dad's pretty Chad. He was more a
Mhm.
blue collar worker, worked in construction. But my mom's the breadwinner. My mom's the one who worked all the time.
Right.
It's that's pretty normal to me, and they don't. It's not weird. Like I don't see it as weird. I mean, I don't know. I wouldn't even say my dad's more like female. He's pretty. He's very masculine. He's like the beer chugging, like sports guy. Like he's pretty. Fixes the car. My car goes wrong. I have to call my dad. He didn't teach me how to fix that. That's okay. Fine.
Adam Thoth also wants to come on to talk about asexuality. Do you want to continue this
I don't care.
asexuality?
It's your call. I don't care.
Sure.
I'm down.
Thoth has been a fan for a very long time. So.
Okay.
Someone
Do it up.
hexadecimal said that asexuality is like being picky.
You could.
I mean, kind of the way you were describing it.
They're not. If you said that to someone who's really gun-ho about asexuality, they'd get really mad at you. But could someone say it's like being picky? I feel if you did that more for someone who identifies as a demisexual, because it's kind of in that you have to be you only like one person. But they'd get mad at you if you say that.
Do you think that woman, does your asexual sense tingle when you see that woman, or do you think she's a faker?
What woman? What are you talking about?
The
The
asexual
Instagram model.
Did you said be a picture?
No.
She was in
Instagram
the.
model.
It was in the
She-
stream we watched the other day.
But we can send you a picture.
Oh, I had to go back and watch that. I'm a bad
Yeah.
noodle. I'm sorry.
I think. I think.
Oh, he asked if I'm picky. Wow.
No blue hair. No uggos. No
I mean,
no
I don't-
lefties.
I don't think I'm very picky, but I'm also single, so like I guess you I'm not I'm not hung up on the whole height thing and everything like that. Like a lot of girls are really hung up on that. It's very weird. I don't know. Can you cook and you present
Aren't you
yourself well? I'm
pretty?
pretty good.
Aren't you pretty short though? I mean that.
I'm 5 foot. Everyone's taller than
Oh
me.
my
Like
God,
it
Like
doesn't
if
I'm
you're a
like, it's
6 foot
fine.
woman, it's like your dating
But
options all of a
I
sudden.
know women who are tall who date short men and they're in very
Out
happy
of necessity,
relationships. I
yeah.
have seen it.
Out of necessity, though. I mean, it's like
So I have heard women that are like very short, but they're like, no, my guy's got to be like 6'2". You're
Uh,
like, what the
I
fuck,
can't
lady?
talk to people who are 6'2". My neck hurts.
Yeah,
I have friends
exactly.
that are 6'2". I have to look straight up. I am
Yeah.
already at their waist. I mean, maybe in other situations that's good, but in like when I'm trying to have a conversation with them.
you're like a short guy's dream, Sammy. You're like,
Well, but here's my issue with short men, and I'm not
Uh-oh.
saying this to be
Uh-oh.
me. Listen.
Uh-oh.
Listen. And I have friends who are to the contrary of this, but they all have something in common. So let me just so the issue I see with short men, why I would be a little more if someone was like 5'2" and a guy, why I would have an issue with that isn't because why are you saying don't I'm being nice. I'm giving
Sitch
you
is
like
taller
just
than
the
you.
reality. Are you short?
I
Sitch?
like the
He
rationalization
says
I'm
you
about to hear.
are.
That's why I'm laughing.
Sitch is 5'3", so he's
I'm
in.
5'3". I made the cutoff.
Okay.
He's
well,
perfect.
the point
You
is,
can look straight across at him.
we'll see when he goes to that convention in that tutu. The thing with short men is that they have a chip on their shoulder, like the world's out to get
Oh,
them.
that's what's wrong. You got it. That's why he's always doing the mean stuff with the S class.
I am not going to sit here. I'm not going to sit here and say that's not the case. I understand. I've watched all the red pill stuff too. I understand men are struggling. I got you. But I just think that a lot of women maybe go for instinct. Some women are like, oh, I'm fine with dating short men. I think they instinctually sense this chip and it comes with aggression. And I get it. I'm a short person. I'm angry at the world. I can't reach cabinets. I get it. Okay. But I think that's a problem. And the only short men I've ever met that have their heads screwed on straight and have girlfriends or in very good relationships, they all do martial arts. They're all badasses. Like, yeah, they're short, but I could put you in a pretzel kind of, so they don't, that's the only thing I've ever really seen. Like,
Sounds
and
like
it's
a lot
been,
of cope.
Sitch is 5'10".
just telling you. I'm just telling you what I've seen. This is just,
I don't.
I'm fine with dating a short guy, but if you've got this chip on your shoulder that like everyone hates you and
Sitch
it's
is
all about your height, like you got to get over yourself.
5'10" and
It's not
does
attractive.
have a chip on his shoulder. So
Women like confidence. Women like confidence. Some men can express confidence with their wallet or a nice car, but that's what women go for. And so when women are like, yeah, I don't mind short men, they're referring to if they have enough confidence.
Sitch drives a Maserati, so you're in.
Listen, Adam. You don't have to lie for me. I'm actually 4'11". Okay, I'm very short.
Sitch.
When I do these streams, I actually sit on a phone book just so I can reach somebody.
All I know is, according to CT, Doomer is taller than Sitch, and I'm taking that to heart, and that's all.
Doomer looks like Jay. It's very bizarre.
I've never met Doomer, so I don't know. How tall?
Doomer looks almost exactly like Jay from Red Letter Media.
How tall is Doomer allegedly?
Yeah, how tall is Doomer? I don't even know.
I don't know. It's just, it doesn't matter how tall. He's just taller than Sitch. It's just important notes. That's all. I'm keeping it to myself. So, but we've been ignoring the other guest. I'm sorry.
As I'm working on the comic, I always make sure in the shot that I'm like an inch taller than Sitch.
I knew it. I knew it.
I'll just make sure.
I knew it.
You'll notice this in the comic when you guys get it. You'll be like, oh, look, Adam's taller than Sitch in every shot.
What's up, Seth? Tell us about your asexuality or lack thereof.
Yeah.
Oh, never mind. His mic's not working.
You muted him? Oh my god.
He's not muted. It's on his end. Doomer is 5'4". Is that true? I'd actually believe it if you said.
Who really?
Doomer actually 5'4". Is Doomer actually a short king?
Well, that explains why he has that chip.
Yes, it does. Oh my god, you were right the whole time, Sam. Oh my god.
Thank you.
It all makes sense now.
I know.
You're talking about the guy who wants to be a foot taller syndrome?
Yes.
Everyone is familiar with that.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Where do you put buddy daddies on the schedule?
Wasn't that
Buddy Daddies is a great anime, and it's actually not gay. Just
Buddy
sorry.
Daddies. I haven't seen that.
Yeah, it's like Spy Family, but 2 dudes, but they're
Oh.
not gay. So
Oh, okay, sure.
Ure for $10 says, "Hola, Senorita Sammy. I too work construction for 4 years, do yard work, and I'm taller than you. I'll be your top guy." There you go. Here's
Well,
some
thank
potential
you.
suitors.
Unfortunately, I don't have an OnlyFans, so I'm sorry.
Oh,
I know.
I mean,
what's wrong with you?
Why don't you?
Oh, because I have money. I don't need money.
Oh, okay.
That guy
Sorry.
could be a good suitor.
Like,
though.
darn my grandfather for working hard
I
and
know.
providing his family. God damn it.
Terrible.
Do you have an email address or something he could email you? And, I mean, maybe you want to go out with him. Look,
It's okay, Adam. I'll settle in my existential dread. I'll be single.
Look,
It's
I
fine.
think you might.
It's fine. It's not like my birthday's coming up or anything. I'm not thinking about it. It's fine.
I do like.
Fine.
I
Women
do
don't
like
age
the
past
way
25.
that
TikTok.
I do like the way that Tumblr has this structured like a 12-step program, so you can make it back to demisexual eventually. You've got all these different steps of sexuality.
Demisexual is just really monogamy. I'm telling you.
Yeah, but that's where you're headed towards. You're like, listen, I start off at asexual, then I go to the whatever sexual, and then the whatever sexual. Pretty soon, you're a demisexual, happily married. You got a couple of kids.
Demisexual is a more appropriate term if I was talking to a leftist, because I think getting married and all that would be nice. I live in that la la land. That'd be great. I'm not with this whole empowered woman be single forever.
Stop telling people you're asexual. Stop going to pride parades wearing an asexual t-shirt. You're totally shooting yourself in the foot.
There you go.
Adam, I go to pride parades. Pride parades are just fun to go to. They're a little cringe. When they have
it's not a great place to pick up someone and get married, though. I mean,
you don't go to pride parades to pick people up. You go to just get drunk and
to show
pride. All my friends are into pride. I have bisexuals and gays. All my friends are in there. They love that
you have
shit.
them?
So,
you own them?
I do actually.
Binders full of bisexuals.
I have one friend. No, listen. I love my friends, but they understand I'm a little okay, don't test Sammy. I have one friend and we have a written document. And I got it all
bring it up. Message it to me. We'll bring it up.
I don't have it, but basically I have the rights.
Online.
I have the rights to name her first accident child.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Oh, wait. So is it like you're chastising her for being too?
No, because she was like my first roommate. And she went on and on and on about how she's never gonna have kids, never gonna happen, pro women, rah rah. You would never know I have a kid. I would just abort it if I ever got pregnant.
Right.
Well, she found a guy. He's a great guy. He's a fantastic guy. But he's so wholesome. He's too wholesome. And he wants a family and everything. And so, now it's almost 10 years later, she's like, okay, I could have kids with him. And I'm over here
But you still get to name the kid, right? Because this was an accident.
Well, but it was a contingency that it's an accident child.
Oh, okay.
And I'm going to pick a name she hates. And her husband knows about this and he's fine with it.
What's the name?
So I can totally... Jimmy.
Jimmy? What's wrong with Jimmy?
She hates that name. She just hates that name.
It's a pretty white name.
Well, she's white, so it's okay.
Okay. Jimmy.
She just hates that name. I'm sorry for other Jimmies. There's nothing wrong with the name. It's a normal name.
Jimmy.
I mean, I could be mean and name the child Naruto.
You should name him Lester.
Lester.
Oh.
Like molester.
That's terrible. That's terrible.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
What's up?
Oh, thought.
I literally had to restart my computer. Ignore my real
Your doxing of your name that's on
Yeah.
stream right now? Yes.
It's not on stream, so
It's fine.
we won't tell.
I was listening. I was doing what I normally do, listening to my stream, doing homework I normally wait till last minute to do.
Yeah.
And then Sammy G comes on.
I'm sorry.
And literally explains most of what I've been through high school and college. So
Yep. Welcome. Hello.
Oh, you had the same experience of everyone fucking and you're like, I'm not interested in this. And then you're like, I'm asexual now.
Well, I thought since middle school I was asexual. Part of that I think was definitely my peer group. But in around 8th grade, I started to look into psychology and look into the medicines I was taking. And I'm starting to think that it's more asexuality itself is more of a byproduct of a lot of other conditions, like autism. Autism's a big one, and if you know me, you know I'm very autistic. So
I would never have suggested that thought.
I do think the LGBT ropes autistic people into different categories. I think asexuality may capture more of them, but I do find that.
Are you autistic, Sammy?
I don't know. How would I know? I can't read.
We're all slightly autistic, I think.
What do you mean you can't read?
I'm like Adam. I can't read.
You have dyslexia?
Yeah.
Okay.
Don't make fun of us. We're people too.
I mean,
that's like a requirement when I date. Can you read?
Just less
I can't. People. We both can't not read in the house. Like if we raise children, that's not good.
Someone has to be able to read in case there's an emergency. Okay.
Where's the fire alarm? Fuck.
I can't read. There's too many buttons. There you go. So is it just autism, Todd? Did you realize at some point that you weren't asexual?
I realized I thought people were very ugly. So
you're just really picky.
Well, you'd think, but I use ugly to also mean personality wise. So what I realized I was on not an SSRI, but an SNRI, which is not just serotonin reuptake inhibitor, but a norepinephrine reuptake inhibitor. And the most common side effect of those two together is, especially since childhood, is asexual tendencies. So
is it really? I thought that sometimes it made you more sexual.
It might, but norepinephrine is basically adrenaline, and adrenaline would trigger your sympathetic nervous system and make you more like in the moment.
Most of those a methamphetamine, and they cause. I thought they caused more.
That's ADHD medicine like Ritalin. This is a SSRI. So serotonin is it's the normal people drug, as I call it. It makes sure that you uptake it. You don't uptake it all at once, and you parse it out through the day, as opposed to that.
Right.
And I definitely think that because we know that like certain mental conditions are on the rise in personality disorders, I wonder how much the seemingly rise in asexuality is just a result of that. A result of I don't want to say asexuality is a mental disorder, but like the certain chemical imbalances.
I mean,
but I see what he's saying, and I have no reason to necessarily say that that's wrong to say, because no one looks into this. But I think asexuality does fit umbrella, like it's a very broad term. So maybe it is catching people who do maybe have more like a medical kind of thing intervening there, but no one's gonna.
Well, also with autism and other traits, I don't want to say antisocial tendencies, but more asocial tendencies, and that might be part of the reason why, because is the slightly aloof kind of not as gelling with people a lot, or like not as empathetic. That could just be a result of not. That could also result in probably not as sexual and not as invested in sex.
Possibly that might be it. I mean, I know I talk very flamboyant right now, but I am more an introvert whenever I do tests and stuff. I'm just also a little crazy, if that's what that is. But
we should do a poll. How many asexual people are in our audience? Seems like there's a lot. Or maybe it's just a lot of autistic
I think
people.
they just broaden the term so much. It really, I mean, I'm telling you, like it's I really do think there's a definition issue here. It's like sometimes a lot of introvert, way you would explain an introvert could even run into some of the asexual definition. And I also have issues like when I read some things about like trans, like what a definition of like, are you trans? There's some stuff in there that I identify with, and I'm over here like, oh, okay, like that's I mean, I don't know. It's just a little dangerous. I guess that's why you go find experts to do therapy and everything. But
Don't do therapy with an expert. Just
Self-medicate.
find a
It's
friend.
self-medicate.
Yeah, or
well, unless your
self-medicate.
You're
friend
trans now.
gaslights
You're
you.
trans and asexual.
I'm thinking.
Well,
like,
because I have more masculine tendencies, and that's strange. And I'm like, okay, all right.
Maybe you do have autism.
Maybe I do.
I think that is a trait.
I do think my family is riddled with a bunch of like learning disabilities, and because we had to cope and like get through things, we're like uber successful in like business because we had to like work around the system. I really do think.
Stog Fortuna says, "What if the chip on the short guy's shoulder is a flaming hot Dorito, Sam?"
Dorito? You think I eat Doritos?
Yeah, Sammy's a health nut. She doesn't eat any of that junk food.
Cheetos are better.
Oh, never mind. Take it back. Flaming hot Cheetos.
If I'm gonna
They're
put
pretty
crap
good.
in my body, it's gonna be the gold stuff, you know?
The gold standard. You're ready for $5 says, "Pardon me, Miss Sammy. I'm looking to date. I'll open jars and reach the top shelves for you."
That is nice. That would be nice.
Wow,
I
look
can't
at
read
this.
them.
I really think like an email address would be helpful here.
Oh my god, I don't even.
Let-
I can't even answer.
let's
Oh
see
my, I
if
can't even
some of
answer
these
my
guys
dating
can woo
profile app.
Sammy
Like
G.
that thing. Oh my god.
Adam is the serial setter up.
Am I allowed to ask Sammy if do you want to have kids someday? Is that a desire
I
of
do.
yours?
I
Okay.
do, and all my
Well,
friends think I'm weird.
I'm going to ask you.
Wait, weird
this is-
for wanting to have kids?
Same.
Yes, none of them want kids. I think they're adorable. I think it'd be so interesting to
Well, that's
see
kinda
like a
weird,
little
but-
clone of myself. Like
Ego, jeez.
They don't want kids.
The
Just
ego.
kidding.
Ego.
Well, listen, I'm curious about this, and I think if I was a woman, I would definitely consider, if I was in a relationship and I wanted to have kids, being a single mom. I'm curious if you've ever considered that.
I mean, I could support being a single mom just financially and the way my family is. I could be a
Well, then
single
you could totally consider it. That most people, I don't think, are financially able to be a single mom.
Right.
So it's like that they have to get over that hurdle first. But I mean, if I was, like a high powered attorney or something, and like I wasn't married, I think I would consider, being a single mom. Just doing like the nanny thing.
Well, let me tell you why I'm not into that. There's two reasons I'm not into that. I'm sorry, the guest probably came on here to talk more about asexuality. We'll get back to that in a second. Adam's grilling me because he's trying to set me up with the chat, I guess.
Well, no, I just like maybe a sperm donor. I don't know.
Look, I'd simp for Sammy, but she's short,
thank
so.
you. Oh, okay. Damn. I guess you can't have those genes spread,
I'm over 6 foot. I can't.
Damn. That's so tall. That's not fair. What the
I didn't ask to be tall. I just woke up one day and was like, "Oh, I'm tall now."
It's not design flaws. God
it's
fucking
good.
God
It's
real
too bad
that he messed up.
It's too bad you're on the asexual train.
So wait,
because, like,
Sammy,
6 foot
you...
that's like good on a dating.
Sammy,
profile.
It sounds like you have the short chip on your shoulder.
It kind of does. A little
Yes,
bit.
I do, because I told you all short people have this chip. It's just some people are able to come to terms with it, and I think martial arts is a great outlet for that. That's just facts.
Nice.
I mean, that's what my dad did.
Yeah, there we go.
Yeah, but I'm assuming, was your dad short? I mean, if you're 6
My
feet tall.
dad is like 5'9".
You can't hit people. You better hit a bag. That's just how
5'9"
that
is
works.
like the average height. Well, if you're like some sort of giant dog, I guess. But
Okay, I should be honest though, no one knows I'm 5 foot because I always wear heels. Like some of my friends are shocked to find out I'm 5 foot. They think I'm 5'3" or 5'4".
man, so some impressive heels. Damn.
I know, thank you. I skateboard on my campus. I would skateboard.
You're only
in heels.
5 foot. That's,
Maybe 5'5", like a
Wow.
little bit, like a little over. Like I'm not like under 5 foot. I'm maybe just a tad bit over. If I kind of like, I stretch a little bit that day, like maybe I could be 5'1",
oh, that's great.
Doomer is angrily DMing me because I banned him from the chat.
Who did?
Doomer.
Well, you
was a
timed him out
temp-
for like
It was a
30 seconds.
timeout.
He
He
can
was he
He's
was
such a simp.
challenging me. He was asking for it. Okay.
Tell him to spend another 30 years playing video games.
I think Doomer's demisexual, and we really need demisexual representation in
He's
the
just
chat.
Sitch sexual. That's why he keeps coming back.
I think that's what's happening. Yeah.
Yeah.
The model that's current.
Sitch, I'm demisexual. How about you? Are you demisexual?
I'm demerge sexual.
I'm part of the
PDF
demiurge.
Yeah, I don't know what that means. PDF sounds a little too close to something I don't want to be associated with.
I'm a Gnostic. I'm a demiurge sexual.
Right.
I think it's fine if you want to use these identifiers. It's just we're all getting a little just too specific and little just making them identities. But Adam, you did say, like, you know, do I want kids? Yeah, I want kids. Could I do the single motherhood? I could. Maybe that's a last resort, but I wouldn't want to do it for two reasons. And one of the reasons is I'm kind of a romantic. I think it'd be really nice to have someone to spend my life with. It'd be nice if I had a kid too. Like, I could spend the life with the kid too, but like a spouse to go like travel with and go do things. Like I think that'd be really nice. Call me a hopeless Disney princess, you know, like romantic crap. Fine. Leave me. I think that's just really nice.
I think you might be a demisexual.
Yeah, it doesn't sound very sexual.
I do think part of it is the difference in mating strategy. Because I'm basically the same thing. In that I'm the hopeless romantic type of I want to find someone who loves me and not just have mindless sex in college.
Yay.
Yes. Yeah, and that is a common thing that is in the asexual community. Like it's and I'm over here like,
asexual,
stop it, Sitch. It is. I'm telling you.
No,
I'm
it's
telling
not.
you.
That's why I said I think it's a difference in mating strategy.
Oh,
This says demisexual falls on the asexual spectrum.
The problem is when you start falling into aromantic, because like I said, aromantic would be that flip of the coin.
I can clear up the asexual spectrum thing. So it's basically the progressive way of saying there's kind of this gray area of like diminishing sexual interest. And like, it's not exactly like black and white as you would think. And it's more like, I'm not really that interested in sex, but I'd still have it versus Adam in his 20s kind of thing.
This is all bullshit. I'm calling this
Adam in his 20s could be a whole other identity.
It does definitely.
It definitely was a whole other identity.
I definitely think that there is something to it, but it's probably conflating a lot of things because that's what Tumblr politics does.
Yes. Everyone is all over the place. And
which is why I think it's either a difference in like sexual strategy or it's like a specific result of like personality disorders and dissociation.
Maybe.
Or maybe it's a result of all of them and humans are just a weird mix of everything.
I think a bunch of people just want to feel special and they create labels for themselves.
That's definitely part of it.
I'm special as an individual. I don't need a freaking like label tag. Like, you want to be special, be just yourself. That is very unique. Just stop.
I don't like this label. It's too broad. Asexual to me will always mean someone who's not interested whatsoever in anything sexual.
I had a personal disinterest in it as a label because it's very broad, it's very inaccurate, and it's kind of already used in biology to describe something completely different. And so I would much prefer like this difference in term that's kind of more of less of a label that like you use at pride and
should
more
call it. I have the perfect label. Okay, we're gonna replace asexual and demisexual with
full cells.
Not a whore.
Not a whore.
With what?
Not a whore.
Not a whore. Yeah, actually though.
Not a slut.
A normal human being with a normal fucking sex drive.
Yes.
Yes, but you are called weird. I'm telling you.
A non-slut. There you go. Non-slut. I got it.
On my college campus, like I remember I switched schools. And so the second school I went to was in near Miami. Okay. All right. And
my God. I'm reading these things on demisexual and phrasexual. It's so bizarre.
It's all convoluted. You're gonna go down. You're good luck with that. But it's But I just remember like the first week of school, I made friends with this one girl. It's the first week. We're the first week of school. And I had a car because I was older than some of the freshmen, but they put me in the freshman stuff. And I'm driving. This girl
This
wanted
is
me to drive her
college
to
or
the
high school?
convenience store. This is college.
Okay, college.
And she wanted me to drive her to the convenience store, and her friend hopped in the back. And they're talking as if they're like they've been friends since they were 5. And I'm like, oh my God. I made the mistake of asking them, where did you guys meet?
Mhm.
And the first girl goes,
just now
oh
in your backseat.
Well, no, they. So the first girl goes, oh my God. She talked like this. She's like, it was the craziest story. You won't believe it. And the other girl's finishing her sentence. She goes, oh my God, do you want me to tell it? No, I'll tell it. And she goes and she says, well, you see, there's this guy in our like intro class, and I slept with him on Tuesday, and she slept with him on Wednesday, and he scheduled us both for Thursday.
Oh my God.
And we showed up at his door and we're like, no. And so we became besties. It's Friday. I almost crashed my car because I just was not expecting this, like, and so now they're like inseparable by the hip. And I'm like, what the hell? First week of school, I was organizing my dorm room. What the? And so that gets me labeled as an asexual. Fine. Okay. God.
Wow.
I think you're just a curmudgeon. I don't think you're asexual.
I'm just prude. Like, whatever. You want to make a sexuality out of it, fine. But it is more, I would say it's not as simple to call asexuality celibacy or prudeness or pickiness. It's not, it's just a tad different. I know some people are, yeah.
What I find very strange is I score very high on openness. And you'd think, opposite of prudishness. Maybe I'm just a hopeless romantic or something. I don't know. But it's very opposite to what you would expect, because people who are typically high on openness are very liberal and very sexually open.
Right.
And I'm not, aside from like jokes and us playing Gartic Phone, I'm not at all.
No.
I don't
Someone
remember.
in the chat said that they're dick sisters.
Jesus Christ.
It's a good name.
We were near Miami. Okay, listen.
Oh, wow.
You're blaming it on Miami?
Well, it was in Miami and like some private school, so like everyone there's like wearing Gucci and shit.
People are like that where I am. So
but I don't remember what I am in openness, but I know I'm very low in neuroticism. And I remember being told that's very weird. Like,
well, women's typically women do score higher.
And I score very high in aggression or something.
Nice.
Because with women, if you're not neurotic when the baby's on fire, there's something wrong. Because women were...
It's annoying.
How often are babies on fire, though?
It happens.
Occasionally, I mean.
Yeah. Well, it's slightly hyperbolic, but in terms of evolutionary psychology...
They do climb into the fire.
People don't overlook women in evolutionary psychology, because when the men were out hunting and dying and doing what men normally do, women kind of were very important at keeping society together and making sure that people like weren't falling apart and distributing resources, which is why you see women as accountants a lot.
Interesting.
Women run society. Going on about this, men were in charge. You are out of your goddamn minds if you think society's gotten this far because men were running it. Okay, we let you run it. That's really cute.
No. As soon as women got the vote, everything was downhill. Haven't you heard?
Oh God, Kavanaugh getting to you.
Nora Zorro is here for $20. Says, Sammy, since you only read manga for the art, does that mean you don't like One Piece? Blasphemy.
You're gonna get me canceled. No, wait.
Don't
say it.
What?
Don't start on the shonen takes.
Wait. One Piece is a very well written story. I would say is one of the best stories written. 10 out of 10.
Interesting.
If I had to take my personal bias and rate One Piece art, it's not going to be high. If I were to rate One Piece art objectively, I would say it deserves its high praise because it's very unique and different than other mangas. It's not your typical anime style. It has more of that cartoon Western style. Whether you like it or not is fine. And it's a fantastic story. It's also a life commitment story. It's not necessarily something I just advise anyone to get into unless you're ready, you're ready to buy that straw hat.
Right.
Yeah, but I like, I like the One Punch Man, the nicer looking manga. That's beautiful. I think The Gray Man in its newer chapters, if I could have any art style, oh my God, that woman has improved her art like a Pokemon evolving. It's insane. Oh my God.
I mean, the real question is, has the
Pandora
One Punch
Hearts.
artist drawn Yaoi yet? That's the real question.
I have no idea, but that's a good question. I mean, but because the guy who draws the manga isn't the actual artist guy.
Yeah.
It's a different one.
I would laugh so hard if the writer drew yaoi manga.
Oh my God. That'd be
I
amazing.
mean, I don't know. Oh, wait, Adam. The part 2 to your question of like, for the kids thing, the reason why I wouldn't be a single mom is not only because I'm a hopeless romantic, but the second part is I don't know if I feel comfortable kind of depriving a kid of a second parent. Yeah.
Right.
I come from a 2-family home, and everyone in my family is a 2-family kind of unit. Not that I would get shit on by my family if I did want to do the single motherhood thing, but I just think that, I don't know. I mean, I would tell my kid and be like, yeah, you just don't have a dad. And I think they'd be fine with it. But I just don't, I mean, if I cannot do that, that'd be great. It's like a last resort thing. I become a single mom, I guess.
Right. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
True. There you go.
But like, I find it hard pressed. I wouldn't be able to find a husband. Maybe I'm being a little full of myself.
Wow.
Okay.
Well, I mean, you're already getting offers in the chat, so.
I mean, I'm not going to key a guy's car. I don't think I'm that crazy. So it's like, and I don't do horoscopes, so I'm already, I think, better than most women.
Have you seen the television show Love is Blind?
Yeah, I love trash.
I thought you were about to ask her if she saw Love on the Spectrum, and I was going to be very disappointed in you.
Well, have you seen the show Love on the Spectrum? Like that's a great
I have
show
seen
too,
it.
I don't know if
that's the
you
one where they're in the
qualify.
pods, right?
Yeah,
I wouldn't qualify.
Not for Love on the Spectrum. I don't like you. It's
I'm
Love
not
on the
pretty?
Spectrum is a show about people who have autism or
What the fuck? What?
yeah.
Wait,
Yeah,
what? You mean Love on the Spectrum? I thought you were talking
Yeah.
about the Love is Blind.
Love is Blind. Yes, they're in the pods. They don't see each other, and they propose to
Yeah.
one another. They don't get to meet each other until after they fall in love and propose.
They
Like, would you
propose?
go?
Wow.
Would you go on this show? I find this show
I don't know.
fascinating.
What if
I don't
he's
know,
short?
'cause
What if that
looks
door
are
opens and he's short?
important.
Look,
need
I
to
need-
find-
Looks are important.
They do. They restructured the show so everyone is like attractive, basically. So,
Wow.
but they need to structure the show so it's more like Russian roulette. Like they need to have some. They need to have some really
Dirty.
unattractive people.
How is Sammy
Dirty.
supposed to draw yaoi of her husband to be if she can't see him, Adam?
True.
Yeah. Well, no, I mean, you've obviously.
I wouldn't.
Okay, so okay.
You wouldn't without his consent.
Yeah, all these people are hot. I'm looking at the Love is Blind cast.
Yeah,
This is
see,
bullshit. There needs to
God,
be
you
some
know-
uggos mixed in there.
I'm sure my mother would find a way to put me on that show. Oh
they
my
need
God,
they need some
don't.
like real uggos with like
I am
really
too-
sexy voices.
No, I would find it really funny if they just put one guy with Down syndrome, and then
I think I'm too evil for that
Yes.
show.
I
I
am
try
too
to cause
evil.
like problems to manipulate the women.
Wow. Okay.
Not because I'm mean, just because like I know
You've
it's
never
a show
seen
and
this
I don't want to
show,
cause a
Sitch?
scene.
I've
This-
never seen this.
This
show,
show's
no.
pretty.
I don't like being mean to people. I just
Show's
You-
pretty
I
awesome.
think
just
my
like
little
being mean to
shitness would
people.
kick in. I'm a little shit.
Okay.
It's pretty like my friend's having a wedding in April and we're planning this whole elaborate prank thing. Like we gotta listen.
Are you gonna get a male stripper to like jump out of the cake?
No. So one of our friends doesn't want to go to the wedding, so we're gonna go hire a body double to pretend to be her, but she's gonna go in a costume. So our friend, I know this sounds crazy, just listen.
This sounds
One of
ridiculous.
listen, shush, we are ridiculous people. She really likes that Spirited Away movie. Like she even has tattoos of it. So she really likes the no face character. So we're gonna have the body person be in a a no face costume, and we're gonna tell her, oh yeah, this is Sarah, but she's not gonna talk because she's so in character. So that way my friend gets the she was at the wedding thing, but not really. And then also my friend thinks it's funny. But everyone else is going to know that's not Sarah, but we're totally going to think it is, and we won't tell her for another years later it's not her.
That's so weird, but okay. I'm on board.
You should set it up so when they throw the grail, the no face gets it and then walks away.
And if anyone's asking why, I don't know why. We stop. I don't know. We're okay.
Because
one of my friends got.
You got to watch the world burn. Okay.
Just a little bit, but safely, and it has to burn and have a good outcome. You know, like you can't just burn and have people suffer. You got to burn and have a good outcome.
Everyone laughs about it afterwards.
Yeah, chaotic good. You know.
There you go. Chaotic funny. Silence You Idiot for $5 says, for all this time of like a full year, I didn't know you guys have a Discord. What am I wasting my money for as a normie? There's 2 Discords.
Unfortunately, Adam is on there like twice a year, and Sitch is on there like
once. You want me to come less? You want me to get on there?
Yes, we need less A-team, honestly.
I can't figure out Discord. I'm a terrible young person.
Sitch is on there like once a week.
Boom.
If you tag me, I'll show up, but like everyone's having such fun conversations, and I'm like, oh, I don't know where to even interject. You guys go at it.
If Adam can figure it out,
you just gotta care less, Sammy. You gotta jump in there and you gotta go, hey, stop what you're doing. I want to do my thing.
No, I think I might be too nice in that department. It's that agreeableness kicking in.
I thought you said you were high in aggression.
I am, but I think it's in like business.
You're aggressively agreeable?
She's a Latina, or she's high in aggression.
You're very aggressive in how much
DNA.
you agree.
I don't think any of the women in my family are like pushovers. They're nice people. I'll give them.
There's no weapon on earth as dangerous as a Spanish grandma with a flip-flop in her hand.
Oh my god. I have PTSD.
The dreaded chungla, yes.
I've seen my grandmother beat someone up in a grocery store. You don't understand.
Nice. My grandmother was French, and she spanked my aunt on her wedding night because she was being a bitch to her.
Amazing.
So that's where I get my temperament from.
This is the last time I can spank you.
Yeah, but my mother's not a crazy Latina. She's too Americanized, so it was just my grandmother who was the scary one. Nice. I loved her, but my God.
Captain Don, thanks so much for joining the Free Will Seekers. Gene the Angry Penguin for $5 says Robot Adam is going to slowly slice Meat Adam to tiny pieces as he is a lesser being.
Ooh, that's a tough call right there. Nah, let Meat Adam live. Let him live for
Meat
a
Adam will
while longer.
merge with Robot Adam, right? That's the goal.
Yeah.
You guys will have a robot meat sex and become one.
I want my robot harem. Adam's wrong about that point of it getting old.
Depends upon whether or not you have a destructive brain scan or a non-destructive brain scan.
Right. You want your robot harem, Sammy? Is that what you want? Is that what you said?
The
asexual Sammy wants a robot harem? Is that what just happened?
Look, as long as they're good conversationalists,
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. If they're going to agree to everything, it's going to be great. You don't understand.
Yeah, okay.
It's going to be great.
Don't you love it when your grandchildren come over and like they see grandma and a bunch of buff men in like rabbit suits?
You're damn straight. Mm-hmm.
Like Playgirl bunnies just
I feel like women are more forgiving with looks than men. And I know instantly people are going to say, oh, no way, guys, they're horn dogs. They'll screw anything that
Men are
moves.
more forgiving with looks.
Women are more forgiving of looks than men, yeah. But the thing is, yeah, a guy will obviously have sex with any woman, but getting a guy to marry any woman, that's...
not any woman.
That's the hard part.
I think a woman is only, and just based on my friends, not to call them out, I think a woman is only forgiving on looks if he's funny.
Well, yeah, but that's what I mean right there. That is forgiving. Like they have an opportunity to bring some personality, some
I think that's
confidence,
the
some
same for a lot of
charisma.
people, isn't it?
Well, I don't know
Or
that women have that option. I really don't. I mean, a super charismatic woman who's not attractive is probably going to have a harder time finding a husband than an unattractive man who's charismatic and funny.
you'd be surprised.
Mm-hmm.
I'm pretty sure if bards have taught me anything, so take
Mhm.
this with a grain of salt. But I'm pretty sure that a charismatic woman would be able to seduce just as easily, because I think that's built into what charisma is.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know.
I don't know. Mitchell Line, thanks so much for $25, says the beauty of life is in its tragedy of its fleeting short existence. To get eternal life is to destroy life's beauty. I disagree. I
Wow.
think that's
What?
something we tell ourselves because we have to, but I think as soon as that goes away, that thought goes away too.
Because it's a
I'm not-
massive cope, right?
I think it's a massive cope, yeah.
I mean, I've played Warhammer. I know what the Dark Eldar did when they got immortality, and it wasn't pretty.
Sid is 77. Thanks so much for being a free will seeker for 4 months. Andrew Clark for $2 says, we solved cavities, but dentists blocked it.
Yeah, he sent me something.
What does that mean? Is that
solved
like a
cavities?
pun? Or is there like a...
He sent me a DM.
Cavities?
Whether a mouthful of genetically modified bacteria could keep tooth decay away for life. The scheme involves replacing your mouth's natural cavity-causing bacteria with genetically modified bacteria specially designed to prevent tooth decay.
Wow.
And evidently
Should you
they had this in
Mhm.
2002, but I didn't it doesn't say anywhere in the DM that they
Well,
blocked
I'd
it.
be a little bit cautious with that because one,
Fuck with those
long-term effects.
bacteria.
Yeah, and two, like,
Well, you know, Dennis would totally block that though, even if it was safe, effective, and a
but they
miracle
would
cure.
block it if it wasn't safe either. So it's
Right.
kind of at an impasse.
J-Mac for $20. Thank you, our circuit father. Says, didn't you watch Pinocchio, Adam?
I did watch Pinocchio, actually.
The new one?
I loved it. Yeah, it was
It
amazing.
was good? Oh, okay.
Everyone was saying to watch it, and I don't know why people wanted me to watch it, but I mean, I
The
thought
one-
it was awesome.
The one about Jonathan Haidt, or the one about
No, I didn't
Okay.
watch that one.
The one with Pauly Shore.
yeah.
No, I watched the new one. Who's the
Benicio
Pan's
Benicio.
Labyrinth guy, right? He's the guy
Del Tormo.
yeah,
whatever.
Guillermo del Toro.
There he is.
Yeah. Have you not watched that, Sitch?
No.
Oh,
I
man.
don't really have a desire to.
It's so good.
I
Stitch is
do.
a
I
man. He
don't
needs a
have
woman to
time.
force him.
Yeah,
Why not?
why don't you I think you could why don't you take Sammy out and watch the movie together?
Watch Pinocchio.
Yeah.
Yeah, there you go.
That's something you could do even
She
like
can-
long
That's
distance.
a very romantic movie.
She
I
can
mean,
dress-
it's not worth flying out there. She's not even going to hold your hand. So don't.
He's not even going
don't
to hold
go-
your hand while you
don't
watch
go-
Pinocchio.
Don't go
Sitch.
crazy or anything.
You know, she can dress up like Tifa. You can dress up like
I know.
every Jewish comedian from the 1900s.
What is that?
It will
How
be
was that?
fine.
What does that dress up look like?
Seinfeld.
Oh, okay. Like the
Seinfeld
long
in a
sleeve,
T-bow.
Or si-
single color pastel shirt.
Or Sideshow Bob, depending on
Okay.
the circumstances.
I'm wondering if we could organize an ecstasy party with all these asexual people, just as like for science. just to
Nice.
See if,
See what
uh,
happens.
You should. I'd be curious.
Yeah.
No one. There's no money in.
I mean,
Good.
I don't do drugs, but if you
Mhm.
fucking lace me, I
Well,
won't have
because-
any objections.
You only run into the problem, Adam, is that it's usually the physical is separated from the mental aspect of it. Like, because I told you, you got to eat the premise up that, like, love and sex are two different things. So it's not even that a lot of them have. I mean, maybe some people do, maybe. And there's never, like I said, no one's looked into this. No one cares.
Well,
Maybe it's
they
that,
have. There's like
but-
this is David and Bus's whole entire career is looking into this stuff. What are you talking about?
It really? Someone's looking into it? I
Yeah,
don't
he's
know.
got half a dozen books on all this stuff.
Mm.
Yeah.
I know one of the things asexuality is correlated with is schizoid personality disorder,
Mhm.
Great.
and that's not schizophrenia, by the way. That's complete apathy as an emotional state, which you would expect.
Right.
Right.
So I am curious if like
I don't
things
know.
like antidepressants would also.
Well, I mean, I've had
I don't
friends
know. I'm not a
before that
depressed person.
I would classify as incels, that we never really knew. Like there wasn't a term incel.
You think they're
Well, what do you mean? What I mean, I don't mean to be offensive. I feel like,
be offensive.
Well, no, you have.
Look, it's inaccurate. I choose not to get laid. I'm a step above in the hierarchy.
Well, I'm talking about my own personal experience. Like, obviously, I grew up hanging out with a bunch of guys. Most people do. Like, if you're a guy, you grow up hanging out. You have a bunch of guy friends, right? But obviously, we all were conscious of where we ranked in the interest of the ladies, like whether or not ladies were, would devote attention to each of us. And
do you think social media is causing the problem that you're kind of describing?
Well, this was like, I'm just sharing my experience from before social media. Like there was no social media.
Like dinosaur age.
Right. Yeah. The dinosaur age, where we actually like would have parties on weekends and like try to interest single women into coming to our house and listening to records and smoking weed. Oh,
you're interested in them coming on a lot of things. So.
Right. Well, okay. We did that. That was not a good move to actually get them to show up. But I lived in a house in my 20s. I lived in a house with 10 people. So, I mean, if just everyone was home, it was like a party. And on the weekends, obviously, people would hang out and we would party like all the time. So, but
that sounds terrible.
No, it was like a blast.
Partying every day.
Look, I always hung out with a bunch of artists in artist type places, but there you recognize, okay, there are certain individuals that are just women find them invisible. And I mean, I feel bad. I always felt bad for those people, but I didn't know what to do, obviously. You couldn't turn to the internet and like there weren't people cataloging all the different ways that your relationship could go in epic detail or anything. It was kind of always just, guys and girls. And I mean, obviously there were gay people and lesbians and that kind of stuff, but so,
Solos for $2 says, "Filthy heretics, the God Emperor will smite you."
I mean, I do think a lot of the issue is Tumblr. I really do. I really do think a lot of the problems.
As someone who was on Tumblr during the Skeptic era and who got in trouble with a lot of people because I was in the Skeptic era on Tumblr.
I think it was Tumblr, and then when Tumblr fell, all the people, like refugees, they all like scattered to different like countries online, like Twitter and Reddit. Like the toxicity scattered. I think most of it went to Twitter, but now that Twitter in the past few years has been kind of like even changing ground there, they're scattering again. But I think they're gravitating more towards TikTok, and I think it's these. I don't even know what you do with it. Maybe it's just humans being humans, but it's just the toxicity festers. And you can't really kill it. It just keeps moving to different platforms. I don't know.
Unironically, I think that society getting worse can be blamed on Tumblr banning porn. So
I do think that's right. I 100%.
They were all contained on Tumblr, and now they're free.
Yes, and now they went to Twitter.
We'd be in a different timeline if you didn't ban the porn. Absolutely.
Because they went to Twitter, and Twitter's where all like the big brands and the public people are. So if you get outrage on Twitter, they're going to do stuff about it.
It's like that scene in the first Ghostbusters when the guy lets all the ghosts out.
Yeah.
That was Tumblr. That makes sense.
Which Tumblr is better now, apparently.
This is the best neo-reactionary argument against... No, the best anti-neo-reactionary argument against why you shouldn't ban porn. Is it will release all the degenerates into the wild and they'll spread their degeneracy like an infection upon society. So you got to keep them locked up in their degenerate holes.
True.
It's strange. I don't know. I don't even know. I don't get it.
That's because you're asexual.
Oh, okay. Yeah, okay. Fine.
Asexual until your robot harem comes out.
It's strange that I don't get some things, and I'm just telling you. You talk to a leftist, that's the conversation. I talk to someone more on the right, they're like, that's normal, and I'm like, oh, okay. They don't bat an eye,
right? Just a bunch of degenerate lefties, I guess.
Yeah, and I'm just not like super religious, so it's not necessarily. My home's pretty split on that issue, so I just we just don't. We're just casual about it.
Here you go.
Maybe it exists, maybe it doesn't. I don't know.
Kat says you're not asexual, you're robosexual. It all makes sense.
Maybe. I don't know. It's possible. I don't have a robot yet. I wouldn't be sure.
Texas SP12 for $20. Thank you. Says Jordan Peterson commented on Crowder's video, but then deleted it. Oh, interesting. Someone sent me, actually, the Daily Wire has released a 42-minute video that is a response to Steven Crowder.
What did Steven do?
What? He had a
drama
video.
I don't know about?
Steven Crowder put out a video where he was kind of criticizing the conservative media apparatus.
Sitch didn't watch it because he was too bored. And
it was very boring.
He's kind of really gone.
I mean,
I
watched half of it. I mean, it was easily summarized.
I was never into Crowder to begin with. He just seemed like a pundit, and I don't get interested in that kind of stuff.
Oh, well, Adam talks about some of, your guys' subscribers subscribe to him. I'm subscribed to his channel, but I don't really watch it anymore because I don't know, like sometimes he'll talk about, he always had like a different take on stuff I never really agreed with, but I kind of follow people I don't necessarily line up with just because I'm curious what people are saying. Like,
Except for
like
us,
that
agree with everything
Pearl
you say,
girl. Right? Anyway, so that Pearl girl that the other guest was talking about.
Yeah.
I watched some of her videos. I mean, I don't necessarily line up with everything she says, but I do like to see other stuff I don't agree with. I mean, there's some people I can't watch without getting brain damage, and I'll just have to turn it off. But like people who argue socialism, I can't do it.
Crowder is unionizing conservative media. Oh, interesting.
Yeah. Well, go do you. I think there's definitely a split in the conservativeness. So I don't know. They're all split on issues. So.
My moral intuitions are definitely on the left. I will say that up front. But I'm so autistic that I think that my writer has a little bit more control than normal. I'm not sure. I wonder if that actually plays out, or if it's just like autists are just this completely weird breed in of themselves, or if truth itself is one moral intuition different from the others.
I'm just in it for the fun. I don't know who's right. I just want to hear what people say, and I'm just listening. I'm like, okay. I think some people are more right than others.
Yeah, we're the most right, obviously.
Okay.
Actually, I'm the most right. Adam is very often wrong, but
I mean, you do got a little bit of TDS, Sitch, just the tad.
What?
Then you have some questionable music takes. I don't know. I
don't know.
What?
Yes.
Based. I don't know.
What are my questionable music tastes
here? I'm just saying.
Wow.
Weird Al Yankovic.
Look, I'm S-class, but I gotta disagree with your Hunter x Hunter take. So
what's my Hunter? You don't like Hunter x Hunter?
We've been watching it in the Discord.
Yeah.
We're near the end of the Chaeiry arc, and I gotta say JoJo is better.
You're crazy. What are you high? Oh my god, you're insane. You're an insane person.
There's just so much exposition. There's so much showing and not. There's so much telling and not showing in Hunter x Hunter.
It's a big brain anime for big brains. Oh, okay. You just don't have the big brain. It's fun.
The Hunter x Hunter fandom is very loyal.
Yeah. Listen, JoJo has one fantastic season, and then everything else is just kind of meh. Okay.
I like the characters in JoJo. I like the fights. I will admit a lot of the plots can follow. Mahler would not like JoJo. I'll phrase it that way.
Wow. Okay.
Okay.
Go away. Yes.
Not that there isn't answers to plot holes. It's just not the best. It's just not the best answers.
Go away for 2 months. Thank you. Says if you commit a criminal act against a protected class, and you have something, say, on social media, it can be used to say it was a hate crime. Oh, interesting. Is that what the law was saying? Maybe. That's interesting. Creeping Pence for $10 says, check out JJ McCullen. He's a moderate conservative Canadian political writer who makes fun facts videos. He might be an interesting guest. He's implied that he thinks Jordan Peterson is right wing.
Canadian.
There you go. No Canadians should be on the show. Is that what dirty non-Americans. With extra pickles, thanks so much for the 14 Canadian. Says, I would consider myself more of a conservative person and a mechanic. The only reason I would tell my kids, 2 girls and 1 boy, not to be a mechanic would be the wear and tear on the body. Otherwise, it's good. Well, there you go.
Oh, yeah. Drawing has some wear and tear on the body. I'm kind of disgusted.
Sure. Yeah.
I'm just imagining like CT's uncle. He's like covered in like oil and like dirty, and he sees this pure little girl, and he's just like, if you dare become like me, if you sully these hands, I will kill you.
That cringe for $2 says, dog pill mentioned. Dev enters the chat.
Oh, Lord.
Oh, no.
Shit.
I believe it.
I do like Dev's channel too. I like his channel.
Let's see.
I don't pick on him like you two. It's more fun.
Why? Why is that? I guess because
It's a hobby.
We can take it too. It's not really.
I guess because my friends don't want me to
vicious.
bother them anymore. They've all run away from me.
You can bother us. I enjoy it, Sammy.
Okay.
I like you picking on us. It's fun.
We can take
Okay. Oh, okay.
We can take
Take a lot of things.
Wow, whoa, wait a minute.
You were saying?
I take it back. I can't take it. Magor for $2 says, according to David Buss, the wage gap wouldn't exist if women hadn't been choosing to reproduce with men who were good at obtaining resources. There you go.
Yeah.
Well, it's another thing is that I don't know if women necessarily want to earn more. I think they want to be in professions that make them happy and like are pro-social. Like my sister.
Well, I think this,
my mom didn't work in a job she liked when she was making bank. She's doing real estate.
I think your family is an anomaly, Sammy.
Is it?
Your family is full of
Is
people
it?
who want to like driven people, I would say.
Driven women.
Driven, yes.
So you're saying there's no like, because my family's like I just have to eat up all these studies saying like this and that because like my family's, shouldn't we want more people like my family who are these crazy people who like to help people and improve systems? And I mean
wait.
When I said anomaly, I mean like not the
anomaly.
I mean, it could definitely be a good thing that we should all be striving.
My grandfather did say that he had a hunch not a lot of people were very driven like him. Well, he went to like
I have
the
that
top.
much.
No, most people are not.
Yeah, but my grandfather was like an orphan. Like he was picking food out of the trash can, and this is
that
what
forces
the 19...
you to be driven. That motivates you. Pretty
Yeah,
good.
it was like the 1920s, and he's more Hispanic looking, had the name, the accent.
Right.
And he wanted to be successful. I mean, back then they didn't even think Italians were passing. So I mean, he certainly wouldn't have been in a very favorable position, but he just worked hard. I mean, he worked his way up the ladder, and he
thinks
the top 100 Fortune, one of those Fortune 500 companies or whatever.
I think
I'm not going to say so I don't get doxxed.
I think the romanticized idea of like the trad wife and is kind of bullshit based off every woman I have met.
My grandmother was not a trad wife.
Yeah, based off every woman I've met from the 1940s, they're all like hard ass and they will kick your ass.
Yeah.
Like
my grandmother had like a math degree. Like she was going to like university in math and accounting, which I don't think was very normal for women back then.
Mm-hmm.
Thoth, you said you identify as asexual. Or do you aspire to be married and have kids one day?
No, he said
I said I used to.
Okay.
I think you could probably say I'm demisexual, but I wouldn't like actively identify as it anymore.
So
but yes,
if you
do.
met a nice girl that really liked you and wanted to like go out and hold hands, you'd be down to do that.
I'm a little autistic, so I'd be red flags because I don't like women with bad taste. So
Oh no.
Wow. Look at
So-
you.
Oh.
So you would tell the woman, "What do you? Hold on.
You
What
can do
what just
so-
happened? What
you-
just happened here?"
you
Although
can
I
do
can get
so.
Don't be
behind
so
that,
picky,
like-
Thoth. Okay.
Well,
can
but like
be-
if
you
someone
can
like me,
do
that'd be a
s-
red flag too, I guess.
So
Yeah,
can
is
do
he
so
saying
much
is he
better.
saying a woman that is he saying that any woman that likes him he wouldn't date? Is that basically what you're saying?
Half jokingly, but I
Okay,
would
I hope it's
definitely.
all jokingly.
Mhm.
Like, do you
I
have any aspirations to have a girlfriend? Have you
Uh,
had a girlfriend?
I have not.
Okay.
I'm working. I'm very focused on school right now, and
Well, that's good.
kind of building myself up. Before I date, I'd want to have a steady income and like be able to
That
be
is
able to
very, very normal. And women
And you're
are
tall.
extremely attractive to small people, to tall people with a steady income. So you're like moving in the right direction.
You're hitting all
definitely.
the right choices.
Yeah.
No, I mean, as a woman, I think. I do think women tend to be I think it's confidence that's really the underlining thing. And I think just having a job or getting your shit together in any way you can,
Instills
even if it's not
confidence,
100%. Yeah, I think that's what's attractive. And then you just have some of these bimbo women who come on camera and like, oh my God, I hope a guy makes like 100K
Yeah,
because
you
I
don't
need Gucci
you don't
purses.
cut those
That's
women
weird.
out. You don't want one of those women.
Right.
Oh, God.
Yeah,
I'd be
yeah.
scared because I'd go home and I'd show her my Warhammer collection. I'd never see her again. So
Can
Well,
you?
then good.
I know nerdy women who are into like, I don't know anyone who does Warhammer because I'm not in those circles, but I know tons of women who have like anime figures and like, the cosplay. Like, there are nerdy women who like those things.
Sure.
Women play video games. Like, this is not like, I have so many Pokemon cards, it's not even funny.
Times are changing.
do you like this? I spent 12 hours painting it.
But that's your hobby and you enjoy that. And I think
What's
any
wrong with that?
person.
It's just funny to think of
Oh,
is
no.
that you hand this woman this tiny figurine and she has no idea what it is, and it's like a Tyranid with birthing sacks all over it.
Well, even if she doesn't, she's not interested in it. I just think it's just a respectful thing, and maybe I'm the weird one. I think it's a respectful thing.
Yeah.
If you have someone who's into something, you should like. I mean, even if you're not fully into it or understand it, you should kind of show interest and be like, oh, that's nice. Like, and try to like. I have guys explain cars to me, like, oh, do you know about the car scene in Tokyo? I don't give a damn about cars. I know there's blue cars, red cars. That's all I go, right? And they're explaining cars to me, and I'm like, wow, that's so cool. Wow, tell
Tokyo
me more.
Drift. Come on.
I don't know cars. I don't know cars.
I don't know cars either. I don't get the
There's blue
appeal.
cars, red cars, white cars. Oh, you mean like a Toyota? I don't know. It's sure.
I just need to get to A from B. Got to get from B to A. Like, this is what I used to get there. What's the
Mhm.
fascination?
Now, I don't know how you find said women
That's
who
my-
have similar interests. I guess that's the challenge everyone
My-
has, but
AnimeDating.com.
that would be a terrible idea. Have you? Oh my
That
God!
would all
Oh
be
my
men.
God! I
Warhammer
don't want-
40K dating.com.
I don't want to be. I mean, I know people who have met at cons and got married. They have weddings at conventions, but
Mhm.
I don't.
Oh,
maybe
look at
I
you,
have that. I
judgy.
don't. I'm.
Judgy McJudgy pants.
Okay, I've stepped on men at conventions. Okay, I'm not
What?
exactly. Listen,
What does that mean?
they ask very
Oh.
politely.
They say, "Could you please step on me?"
Yes, I have been
Yeah.
on 4chan. That's a thing.
Oh.
Not politely, and they don't do anything weird. Okay.
Well, I think getting stepped on
Politely.
is already weird. So,
Okay. Well.
but I understand what
Now
you're
you
saying.
know why she's asexual.
Well, listen, if they're subby, then I guess you're not gonna be worried about sexual assault because they're
Well, I would worry more. I think that's more of a red flag.
Well, you think that, but you remember the
Go ahead.
scene with the gimp in Pulp Fiction, so
That's true. Soul Doge for $2 says, "Thank God we don't listen to those crazy libertarians about the dangers of licensing laws and the regulatory capture effect they have. Otherwise, how else could we witch hunt Jordan Peterson for ROG? Thank good job, comrades." Listen, just because they're shitty and woke now doesn't mean that the concept of like doctors having to be,
Licensed,
regulated
yeah.
and have licenses. I don't think you can get rid of that just because of wokeness.
Yeah.
So, it's too far. My mother Thank you, Mom. My mom has donated $2 to the chat.
Oh, what's she saying? I can't wait.
And,
This should be so
Is she
good.
telling you to go to that convention? You should go to the
Especially in this
convention.
She's like,
conversation.
Sitch, I want grandkids. No, that's what she's saying. Sitch, I'm here to ask you the real JQ. When are you going to fix the real pay gap? All that money you owe me for raising you. You'll need one of those fancy $1 trillion coins to pay me back. The debt's come due, young man.
Oh yeah.
Is that
That's horrible. That's the most anti-Semitic super chat we've gotten in a long time.
You think that,
interesting.
but my dad is the same way, so I think it's a generational thing.
Well, see,
at this
now
point.
now I've drastically limited the people that I now know who does that account, because I told a story to some people on Discord the other day
Oh, really?
about how when I was very young, my parents were playing this joke on me and my brother, where they told us that we were going to have to pay them back everything they spent on us. That there was
No
an
way.
accumulating bill for our childhood. And me, being the wise ass that I am, the first chance that we saw our grandparents, I immediately went to them and I said, Grandma, did you make my parents pay? Did you make my mom pay you back for all the things that she, that you spent money on her in childhood? And she said, no, of course not. What are you talking about? And as soon as she said that, my parents like grabbed her and they're like, can we talk to you? They go into the next room. Then they come back a minute later, like, oh, I mean, of course they paid. Of course there was a bill.
Oh,
I'm like, listen,
hilarious.
parents.
Wow.
I know I'm only 7 years old, but you must think I'm pretty stupid.
Hilarious.
You can't.
You must have been
fool
a
me.
troublesome kid.
That's
Yes, you can't
hilarious.
fool me. No.
And they look at him and they look at you doing that and they go, yep, he's going to be a lawyer 20
There you
years
go.
later.
There you go. Got
Or
that
gator
Jewish
bait.
racial. Arithmus for $2 says, I have a simple policy. Don't eat what you fuck and don't fuck what you eat. That's a moral consistency.
That's
Don't-
awesome. That works. I like it.
But what
There
if
you
you
go.
eat pussy?
Mhm.
Yeah, but
Don't
don't
stick your dick in crazy. That's
you don't
just word.
eat it. Okay. They're talking about the dogs and the animals thing, not the.
Right.
Well, there's
God,
that's such a stupid argument because the answer is the people who did that to animals got diseases and died. And that's why evolutionarily we don't like bestiality, is
Well,
because
there's lots
you'll
of
die.
reasons, right? I mean, people were just having sex with animals; they wouldn't reproduce. So
Well, can't get to that capital future.
You say that,
I mean, you say
but
that
I'm
now,
pretty
but-
sure that every woman on The View has children. So
Ah,
Listen, I believe in Elon Musk to create the capital future. It'll
there
happen.
you go. Cherry for $2, or Cherry in finger quotes for $2, says that is a good point. I think we should raise boys and girls to know that women are superior, as is the truth. When women earn more collectively than men, it'll be because of biological superiority and not misandry. There you go.
Hmm.
Dill's Lover Elephant for $2 says, don't judge me too harshly, but Sammy said confidence is important, and I'm a lonely man, quickly balding. So Sammy, where's my comic of Sitch and Adam tickling fetish? S-Class and A-Team
Important
love
question.
feet pick. Sammy's style is best style.
every minute I regret not being asexual anymore,
Mhm.
even more.
There you go. There you go.
I don't know if I can draw tickling. It's very unfortunate.
That's good. That's
And
probably
I
good.
won't draw feet. We're not going there.
Nice.
Fucking
Yeah, we didn't
weirdos.
read the feet one when Chaeiry was here.
Everyone will have shoes on from now on.
My friend has a whole business plan and has explained to me how you can make money from selling feet online. Okay, you don't
Feet
like
pics
I
or
have
feet.
Feet,
feet
self
pics.
feet.
Feet pics. Sorry,
Oh.
sell feet pics.
He's
Like
just cutting
she,
people's feet off and selling them online.
she has really looked. She's not done it, but she's really looked into it. And I remember her like explaining it to me. I was just like, oh my god.
Get it. Go get it, girl.
And no, I'm good. I'm good. That's okay.
Well, I don't mean you, but I mean her. It's just
Mm.
feet.
It's weird. That's weird.
I mean,
What?
yeah,
Stop it!
that's-
Stop. You're only making it worse.
Well, that'd be interesting because it's like if you were taking pictures of a body part that you found not like no sexual attachment to whatsoever, but other people did, you would, I don't know, it'd just feel different. You're like, if I'm taking someone's getting off on my elbows, it's like, okay, I guess, whatever.
I mean, isn't that what that asexual
Enjoy.
lady is doing?
Enjoy. I guess, yeah, I don't know. Strange.
He's like, I guess my mammary glands are attractive to people.
I guess if it's real asexuality, yeah.
I mean, I am pretty flat chested, so I don't, you know.
Well, she was trying to get you for the dual feet pics. So,
Okay.
Carl Benjamin, I'm sure it's the real Carl Benjamin for $2. Says asexuality is a violation of the social contract between men and women. We must understand that intercourse produces a metaphysical hierarchical order between two entities engaged in an eternal dance of ecstasy.
What?
True.
There you go.
Thank you.
There you go. Thank you, Carl.
Oh, and you know, on asexuality, I don't know if this is a weird thing to say. When I was in Japan, if I had to explain to you what an asexual society feels like, it's Japan.
Yeah,
because they don't
perverts.
They don't talk. Well, it's not even about like not. Well, yeah, they're closet perverts, but it's not. It's not in your face, out in the open, like all the time, like all this hypersexualization. Okay, even from the way the people dress to some of the advertisements. Can you find it? Sure. Is there a giant sex building in Akihabara? Yes, but it's not like blatantly in your face. And I understand that's America, capitalism, rah rah, sex sells. Go, boo boo, you do you. That's great. But just Japan is just not structured that way. Maybe that their birth rates are suffering as a result, but you know.
I think that's actually a good argument against like neo-reactionaries, is that you could probably like tell them, hey, you know, Japan and anime that you hate so much? Well, Japan's very sexually repressed. So maybe that's not like a good idea, because it's just going to make people like more extreme in their fetishes in the long run.
Wait, do people not know about the giant sex building in Akihabara?
I don't think most people know about that.
Oh, there's a building there that I've not been in it, but my friends went in it. It's a tourist destination because of how like wild it is. Stop you.
My friend went inside and showed me the pictures, but I didn't.
Don't make fun of me. You know you're putting it on your destination list if you visit Japan.
Of course I am.
Don't even. So the last two levels of this building, women are the top two floors. Women aren't allowed to go up there. Like at all, like they ban you. I think my guy friends, they went in there because my friend, one of my friends, she went in with them into the building. I'm outside. I'm like, you do you. And I think there's like almost 7 floors or something. I don't know. And they went to the top and they wouldn't let her get past like certain levels. And I think they went in there and they said, yeah, it's just more extreme stuff. There's like, you know, but they just don't let women.
That's silly.
Like, okay.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure it's an Akihabara, if I remember correctly.
It's disguised as a straight sex thing, but like at the very top, it's just a massive gay orgy.
I don't know. I don't remember them telling me. Like, I remember them coming out kind of disappointed. Like, it could have been crazier.
They're like, yeah, women are not allowed here. And you're like, oh my god, it's so crazy. And you're like, no, it's just more like porn. Like, oh.
It's like the plot to that one South Park episode where they want to erase all the immigrants of the future. Yes. So Randy's just the big pile of men having a gay orgy.
There you go.
I mean, Japan's got all the fan fiction. They got the whole comic kit. Like, I mean, and they think it's normal. Like, they're like, yeah, we have a stadium full of women writing fan fiction and selling porn comics. Yeah, of course. We have it twice a year. Is that weird? I'm like, and they're very classy about it. It is so strange.
Very
I'm like,
classy.
wow. They are. And I thought it was weird. They're like, Sammy, it's just a Tuesday. I'm like, oh, okay. I should have took pictures because people don't believe me when I explain it to them. I'm like, that's not real. I'm like, the amount of shit I have seen Bakugo from My Hero, oh my God. Women are. There were like 4 rows of Bakugo Dojin. I was like, guys.
See, to me, that's the real problem with women. It's not that they want the gay art. It's that they like the ass. They like literally the most asshole character in the show.
Well, I'm not going to sit here and say Bakugo isn't the greatest character.
There you go. See?
What the frick?
Maybe.
Are you blind?
Oh, Sammy.
Maybe
his character growth. He's a good boy now.
He's such. Oh, is he? I don't know. I haven't read it forever.
Get wrecked. Get out of here.
They like what do you mean? Wait.
Crybaby Deku? What's wrong with you?
You think the girls only started simping for Bakugo when he became a good boy?
Hold on. The real person you should simp for in the show is All Might. all day,
Well, of
every
course.
day, America 24/7.
Yes,
That's
of
the
course.
best character.
Of
The
course.
second character you simp for is the bunny girl, Mirako. You're not simping for bunny girl. There's something wrong with you. Have you seen her thighs? I don't care if you're straight or whatever. Listen.
Yes.
She's a tomboy, and that's good enough.
We
for
found
me.
the limits of Sammy's asexuality right now.
Listen. Horikoshi drew that character
If
perfect.
she got thighs,
Look, there are two
just kidding.
cannot
audience.
deny.
There are two audience from My Hero Academia: women
Yeah.
who need to get laid and men who need to get laid.
There you go. Ooh.
But it's a toxic. I think that fandom is that's something else entirely.
There you go.
As a fan of Chainsaw Man, I have seen enough things about Denji and Angel. Jesus Christ.
Someone out here saying Endeavor's better than Bakugo. I mean, if you like that look, I guess.
You like the bear look?
Oh, I was gonna say daddy, but if bear is
Daddy
how
bear
you
look.
describe that, then that's fine.
He's got all
Sitch.
that flaming facial hair, so.
We
Hmm.
can settle on DILF.
There
Oh,
you
that's the word. There you go.
There you go. Adam Gadbaugh for $5 says, finally, my area of expertise. The foot thing has nothing to do with disgust or taboo. I see nice feet the same way I see a nice butt. There you go.
Oh, that's the other thing I came on to talk about. It's actually caused by brain damage. Is the leading
Foot
hypothesis.
fetish is caused by
Yes.
brain damage?
Because the part of your brain that is associated with genitals and the part of your brain that's associated with feet
Oh, yeah, they're like
are-
really close to each other.
are like right
What?
next to each other.
Yes.
So
I
the
forgot
theory
about
is
The
that like
fuck?
from football and like all like head injuries in your youth will cause them to like overlap and connect to each
There
other.
you go. Foot fetish. You guys have brain damage. All makes sense. Urban Lagoon for $20 says, Andrew Tate tells men it's on them to become better men all the time. That's his whole stick. The misogyny aspect of him comes when he talks about women's standards, expectations. Have me on sometimes and we can chat about it. Sure, maybe. That could be interesting.
Yeah.
Anyways,
What? For real?
for real.
But I didn't hear the super chat about feet.
I just
Oh,
read that
wow.
one about
Oh,
feet.
you
Was
just
there
did.
another
Yeah,
one?
we
about
just
feet? How many feet
established
super
it's
chats
brain
were there?
dipped.
I
No.
missed it. Oh, I guess you did. Yeah, we talked about it. Look at
There's
me.
just solo doge
Adam's
becomes
so
full
out.
doge.
Look, Adam's so out of it. He's like, oh yeah, we did. We
Yeah,
talked
I'm
about
sorry.
it."
You probably made the stream go on long, bringing more people on.
It's okay.
I don't care. This was a blast. Are you kidding?
Yeah, it
Thank
was a
you,
lot of
Sammy
fun.
Was
G,
it?
for
Was it
coming
a
on.
blast?
Yeah,
It
To
thank-
talk
was.
about asexuality.
Thank
We
you,
learned all
Thoth,
sorts
for
of
coming on.
interesting
Wow.
things
Well,
about
I
all sorts
think-
of interesting people.
I think you're
okay?
demisexual. I think you're like in the asexual closet.
Yeah, you
myself.
guys are all
I'm
asexual.
sorry.
fakers.
I'm just normal. I think I'm normal. It's
Yeah.
other people who have gaslit me into that
Look,
position.
don't let these
Oh,
slutty girls
What?
gaslight you. Okay,
There you
Just
go.
don't- Look, you don't need to listen to these floozies, Sammy.
you could
Come
tell
on.
I'm mad about it because it's like my whole oh Sammy, like that's weird. Like
Destroying the sexual
Leave me alone.
marketplace. Why are they doing this?
You can literally just go up to them and be like, "This is my Tifa cosplay. I could get any man in this room. I have standards." So
Yeah.
I don't know if you should date a
But I'm also
cosplayer. That's a sign
asexual,
of
so no.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Okay.
I always feel I'm normal. I think there's also a lot of people in asexual community who also say that too, that we're just normal, but it's just you do not fit in us. You don't fit in a culture that's all about sex all the time, and that's not only just America. That's the LGBT. That's the
Yeah,
whole.
you're not
it's the whole
asexual. You're
thing.
just lame.
I'm just
Oh,
autistic.
okay.
I can say I'm not
Hey.
normal.
Oh wow.
According to all the red pillars, I'm high value. Okay?
Oh, there you
because,
go.
You know, something.
You're
Mhm.
chaste. Yes.
Yeah.
We
Okay.
should watch my slut shaming is awesome video on the stream sometime.
You shouldn't.
I think that's my best
No,
video.
Sammy's not into slut shaming. You want to go sleep with 20 people, boo boo, you do you. Sometimes, like that's how you can progress in certain business aspects. Not that I've done that. I'm just saying. I'm just
she's
stating
not,
obviously.
She's not trying to shame you. I mean,
Look,
she's better than you, but she's not trying to shame you. or
Look,
Wait,
anything.
who's
Look.
better than me? What?
In order to get better at a skill, you gotta practice. Okay.
Oh, okay.
There you go. Anyways, thank you all for coming. Thank you all for your incredibly generous donations. Thank you, Chaeiry, for coming on to talk about the wage gap and other things. Thank you, Sammy and Thoth, for coming on to tell us about asexuality and how you're both really secret perverts.
fucking wish.
And thank you all in the chat. You who have made it to the end of the stream, you are the true heroes. And we'll see you all on Sunday.
Mm-hmm. Woo. I mean, you'll still be late, but yeah.
Yeah, you'll be late on Sunday.
Nice.
Yay!